being imprisoned and under threat of being extradited to the United States is what the global intelligence files reveal about WikiLeaks and Julian Assange. So if you would search them, you would find more than 4,000 mentions of WikiLeaks and Assange. And you will find also not just analysis, but actually suggestions from the private intelligence service to the public intelligence service, public under quotation marks, of the United States government. You could find in these emails that Stratfor already had information about Julian Assange being secretly indicted by the United States government already in 2011. And they suggested a strategy for dealing with WikiLeaks. And that's exactly what happened. They moved him from country to country until he ended up in the United Kingdom, and now they want to move him to the United States. In the meantime, for more than 4 years, they succeeded to silence him. One of the chief security officers even said, Assange is going to make a nice bride in prison, screw the terrorist, he'll be eating cat food forever. Now, there is also an email in which one of the analysts warns, but, quote, but the act of publishing leaked information has been the bedrock of American investigative journalism. You can't fault the concept because he is a Daesh. So, this is a message to you, in the intelligence service, in the Biden administrations, in the future US administration, whoever that will be. I can tell you, because I knew Julian Assange for years and visited him at the Ecuadorian embassy, that yes, from time to time he can be annoying, like all of us. Maybe he was a bit more annoying because he was revealing your war crimes. But he's certainly not a Daesh, and he's certainly not a terrorist, even if he revealed the war crimes of the United States government. On the contrary, Julian Assange is a courageous publisher who provided services not only to the United States, but it provided services to humanity. But it is precisely you, in the secret services, in the intelligence sector, in Biden administration and in the future administration, who have to do the right step. Who have to do the right step and drop the charges before it's too late.
Hello, my name is John Kiriakou. I spent 15 years at the CIA, and I like to think that I have a good understanding of the inner workings of the agency. Until I heard about WikiLeaks revelations of the Vault 7 cables, I was mistaken.
In March, WikiLeaks posted what's described as the most significant leak of secret CIA files, including programs capable of exploiting smartphones and a joint intelligence program with the British that turned smart appliances into surveillance and recording devices.
I'm especially grateful to WikiLeaks for revealing the information that was contained in the Vault 7 documents. Without those documents, we wouldn't have had any idea that the CIA can kill us remotely and leave no trace. We had no idea that the CIA could manipulate our smart TVs to turn them into microphones, to eavesdrop on our private conversations, even when the TVs were off. We had no idea that the CIA could take over the computer systems of our cars. To do what with? To force us to drive off a cliff, off a bridge, into an abutment, to kill ourselves, eventually. We had no idea that the CIA could manipulate our computers to send messages that we had never written, to make statements that we had never even considered, maybe statements that are anathema to our personal beliefs. So for those revelations, I am especially grateful to Julian Assange and to WikiLeaks. That's not to minimize the organization's earlier work. Again, without WikiLeaks, we wouldn't have had any idea that the CIA and NSA were spying on American citizens. We wouldn't have had any idea that they were conducting dragnet investigations into the lives of ordinary Americans, collecting our data from our cell phones, collecting our phone messages, our phone calls, our text messages, our emails. But we know that thanks to WikiLeaks.
Around a decade ago, Julian Assange met with me in the Frontline Club in London, and I was running the Bureau of Investigative Journalism at the time. We agreed that the Bureau would look at the Iraq war logs that WikiLeaks was revealing.
Online whistleblower WikiLeaks website has released close to 400,000 classified U.S. documents on the Iraq War, the largest intelligence leak in U.S. history and the largest internal account of any war on public record.
One of the things that really stood out was it was a detailed examination of over 33,000 civilians being killed. It was a profound experience looking at the number of people being killed, but in the instance of the logs, you were getting details, their last moments recorded in the ways in which they were tortured to death, executed, and their lives ruptured as a consequence of the violence that had been stirred up by the invasion of Iraq. It was a defining element of my time, and since then I've dedicated much of my life to interrogating the loss of civilian lives in the so-called War on Terror. Those torturers, those who oversaw torture, those who were implicated in extrajudicial killings, and generals and above who may have turned a blind eye to known breaches of international humanitarian law, as well as the other rules of war, have not been imprisoned, but Julian still remains in prison.
We hope to correct some of that attack on the truth.
However, what he has achieved through WikiLeaks is to give dignity to the dead, to show that there were people in Iraq whose last hours were recorded, were memorialized. And for that, I think everyone should have profound gratitude to Julian and call for his immediate release, because he brought truth to light, even though he currently sits in darkness.
I want to say a big thank you to WikiLeaks. Thank you for exposing the real truth about Britain and the Chagos Islands. In 2009, the campaign to ensure that the Chagos Islands had a right to return to the islands they'd been so disgracefully evicted from by Britain was gaining momentum and was winning. At that point, the British government, in connivance with the United States, decided to create a marine protection zone around the islands, and the express purpose in a State Department message was, this will stop any islanders returning there, that will help us to keep control. David Miliband, the then Foreign Secretary, presented this to Parliament as being a great victory for nature conservation. I challenged it at the time. How was I able to challenge it? Because WikiLeaks had exposed the truth about this.
The issue of the use of Diego Garcia for military purposes, for extraordinary rendition flights, and for nuclear-powered submarines to go in and out of it is, I think, at the heart of the whole thing.
Thank you, WikiLeaks. And by the way, the whole strategy didn't work anyway, because eventually the UN and the International Court have recognised that Mauritius has the right of control of the Chagos Islanders, and that the islanders themselves have a right of return.
The United Kingdom is under an obligation to bring to an end its administration of the Chagos archipelago as rapidly as possible.
Thank you, WikiLeaks.
In 2011, WikiLeaks published a series of State Department cables in relation to the use of Shannon Airport by the US military. For years, Irish peace campaigners had suspected that Shannon Airport was being used during US rendition flights. These were the kidnap and illegal transfer of innocent men during the War on Terror, which would place Ireland in breach of the Convention Against Torture. There has never been an attempt to set up an inspections regime at Shannon Airport.
7,988 planes have landed in Shannon Airport since 2008. None of them have been searched.
WikiLeaks gave us detailed insight into diplomatic conversations between the United States and Ireland, but in none of these documents do we see a diplomatic assurance being given to the Irish, except in two little-known cables from 2009, which I think are really interesting, 09 Dublin 602 and 09 Dublin 603. Both are very similar, but the second one was sent a day later than the first, and it corrects the first one. The first cable has this sentence: the Irish have accepted assurances they received from President Bush and Secretary Rice that no renditions had taken place through Ireland. But the second cable made the following changes to that sentence. The Irish have accepted assurances they say they received from President Bush and Secretary Price that no rendition prisoners had transited Ireland. The WikiLeaks publications in 2011 showed numerous serious breaches of our neutrality through US use of Shannon, and showed just how much US diplomatic assurances are worth. They have been a crucial plank in the campaign to close Shannon Airport to US warplanes and to restore Ireland to its rightful policy of neutrality and support for international peace. WikiLeaks cables have been instrumental in this process.
So WikiLeaks, when it released its cables, not only affected US policy, but affected policy around the globe, exposing the grotesque corruption of the Tunisian government and the family of the president.
In June of 2008, the U.S. Embassy in Tunisia wrote, whether it's cash, services, land, property, or yes, even your yacht, President Zine Al Abidine Ben Ali's family is rumored to covet it and reportedly gets what it wants.
In Haiti, it exposed how the U.S. Embassy was working or pressuring the Haitian government to reduce a call to raise the minimum wage from $5 a day to $3 a day, a deal that the U.S. Embassy attempted to block to promote the interests of U.S. oil giants Exxon and Chevron.
Haitian newspaper Haiti Liberté and the U.S. publication The Nation were given exclusive access to the files, and their reports paint Haiti as weak, bullied, and subservient to American pressure.
WikiLeaks exposed globally the very nefarious role of the U.S. empire against those Frantz Fanon would call the wretched of the earth, on behalf of its large corporations. Levi's uses contractors, Haynes uses contractors in Haiti, where workers earn about 24 cents an hour. The public statements on the part of the U.S. government is that they promote democracy and liberty, independence, freedom of the press. It exposed that lie, and it empowered Tunisians and Haitians to essentially see through the wall of deceit. Oftentimes, we don't understand that the importance of WikiLeaks outside the confines of the United States. WikiLeaks had an immense global impact across the world as a force for transparency, as a force for democracy, and as a force for liberty.
From the point of view of a journalist, Julian Assange's WikiLeaks has been the most important media organisation, if you can call it that, of our age. It's broken more scoops than the rest of us, than every other journalist in the world put together. I just want to give one example, because here I am in the Middle East, and I was in Beirut actually when WikiLeaks told the world about this little episode. The defense minister had a 2-hour meeting with the United States official, and in which he went to great lengths to explain how how Israel could best invade his own country, the Lebanon. And so he set out where the Israelis should go, which parts they should avoid, and how they could avoid antagonizing the Lebanese army. And he explained that he had no way of talking to Israel, and the heavy implication of that remark, of course, that he would be expecting the United States to pass on that information to its closest ally, just south of Lebanon. This conversation took place 2 years after the Israeli invasion of Lebanon in 2006, which was absolute carnage. This is just one example of the multitude of insights which WikiLeaks have given us into the way the world really works.
As a war reporter and scholar of the global war on terror, I can say without a doubt that Julian Assange is the most innovative and consequential journalist of my generation. He has no business being in prison. One of the stories I've reported on, the burn pits, never would have been illuminated without the disclosures from WikiLeaks, the media organization launched by Assange. Assange sought to remove the narrative from journalism and privilege the truth. Through WikiLeaks' emphasis on primary documents, Assange challenged journalism to evolve into a more scientific, peer-reviewable enterprise. 13 years before Congress passed the PACT Act for burn pits care, Assange and WikiLeaks in 2009 released a 2006 memo from the United States Air Force detailing burn pits' health hazards. Like former U.S. presidential candidate Tulsi Gabbard, and like President Biden's own son Beau, I was exposed to the burn pits while reporting on the Iraq War in 2008. I'm grateful to Assange for his courageous work, and therefore this Christmas season, I asked President Biden to release this hero of our time from the Belmarsh prison in London. In the name of Beau Biden and all of the occupiers and occupied who've died from toxic exposure, I beg of you, Mr. President, do the right thing. Free Julian Assange.
Since Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the Western political and media establishment has repeatedly claimed that this was an entirely unprovoked invasion, and more specifically that it had nothing to do with NATO expansion. Now, anyone who knows a bit of history knows this claim to be untenable, if anything because Russian officials had been raising increasingly vocal concerns about the issue for several years prior to 2022. So it's a historical fact that Russia viewed NATO's encroachment upon its borders, and especially the prospect of Ukraine joining NATO, even if just de facto, if not formally, as a threat to its national security. However, thanks to numerous confidential US diplomatic cables published by WikiLeaks, we also know that US officials were perfectly aware of this, and indeed on several occasions, from the early 2000s in particular all the way up to Russia's invasion in 2022, US diplomats warned the political leadership in Washington that Russia viewed NATO expansion as a threat and as a provocation, and one that could ultimately even lead to war. A September 2005 cable, for example, stated that the former French presidential diplomatic advisor warned, and I quote, that the question of Ukrainian accession to NATO remained extremely sensitive for Moscow, and concluded that if there remained one potential cause for war in Europe, that was Ukraine. Another cable from 2007 spoke about Putin complaining to another French diplomat about the anti-Russian nature of NATO enlargement, and we have several other cables recording the concerns of other countries such as Germany and Italy about, and I quote, provoking Russia by raising the prospect of Ukraine and Georgia joining NATO. Particularly telling are the numerous cables sent to Washington by the then US ambassador to Russia, William Burns, who is now the director of the CIA. On several occasions, Burns conveyed the consensus among regional and US experts that worsening US-Russia relations and growing Russia-China ties were largely the byproduct of bad US policies. First and foremost, the US disregard for Russian concerns about NATO enlargement. Another cable sent by Burns in March 2008 stated that opposition to NATO's eastward expansion was one of the few security areas where there is almost complete consensus among Russian policymakers. In perhaps Burns' most famous cable, sent after the 2008 NATO summit in Bucharest, in which NATO announced that it intended to admit Ukraine and Georgia as members, Burns described his meeting with the Russian foreign minister, noting that Moscow considered the entry of Ukraine and Georgia into NATO an absolute red line. The cable was titled "Niet means Niet," no means no. But we also know from several cables that US officials in Washington systematically dismissed and disregarded these concerns, which, as we have seen, were being conveyed not only by Russian officials but also by several Western diplomats and experts. On one occasion, they even accused Norway, which had spoken about the need to understand Russia's concerns, of parroting Russia's line. And this is essentially the line that US administrations have stuck to in subsequent years, while they proceeded to de facto integrate Ukraine into NATO structures all the way up to Russia's invasion in 2022. And indeed, it's the line they've stuck to ever since, by claiming that the invasion was completely unprovoked. And yet, thanks to the cables made available by WikiLeaks, we know that this claim is completely false. The US and NATO were fully aware that they were provoking Russia, and yet, out of hubris, or even worse, because they were hoping for this outcome, they continued on the same course. And we know this thanks to WikiLeaks, and this is a reminder of the crucial public interest service provided by WikiLeaks in exposing the true machinations of those in power. The ruling classes aren't content with just controlling the present, they also want to control and rewrite the past. Assange sacrifices freedom for all of us, and the least we can do is use the freedoms we have left to help him regain his freedom.
One of the most important documents revealed by WikiLeaks, in my view, concerns the Chagos Islands. These are the islands in the Indian Ocean from where nearly 2,000 people were forcibly displaced in the 1960s and 1970s to make way for a US military base on the largest of those islands, Diego Garcia, where the US still has a major military base, thanks to Britain removing the Chagosian people. The WikiLeaks cable that I'm referring to is a diplomatic US cable from May 2009, which includes a conversation between a US official and a British Foreign Office official, where the British Foreign Office official says that they've come up with a great plan to prevent the Chagosians from being able to return to their islands, and that is to designate a marine protected area around the Chagos Islands. So this was a particular ruse constructed by the British Foreign Office to prevent the Chagosians returning to their islands that they were forcibly displaced from. And I think that this cable is important. I mean, it demonstrates three things to me. The first thing is how British and US planners often resort to quite elaborate devices, ruses, to get away with the policies that they want to get away with, which probably shows that their propaganda often doesn't always work. They have to resort to these exotic techniques to try and convince people that what they're doing is somehow okay. The second thing that it demonstrates to me is that this all happened under a Labour government. That British Foreign Office official was writing under the Gordon Brown government in 2009, which to me illustrates another permanent theme of UK foreign policy, which is Labour is no better than the Tories. In fact, it was, of course, the Wilson government in the 1960s that first connived with the US to negotiate with them the removal of the Chagosian people from the islands. That was a Labour government that kicked off that process, and it was continued by the Tory government. The Tory government in the 1970s were the ones that finally removed the people in the early 70s, but it was a Labour government that kicked off the process. And the third thing I think this cable demonstrates is that the US and the UK really do think they can rule the world by force, that what they say goes, and that people really don't matter. And it's for that reason that I think that the Julian Assange and WikiLeaks have done us a great service in revealing what they have revealed. And I think that this cable is a kind of a microcosm showing what British US planners really want in the world and why we need to expose them.
There's no way that as a citizen in our democracy that we can hold our government accountable unless we actually know what our government is doing. And I think what Julian Assange and WikiLeaks have showed us is that the government doesn't want us to know what they're doing. Not only don't they want us to know what they're doing, but they'll go so far as to persecute Julian Assange for revealing the truth. One of the major revelations that Julian Assange and WikiLeaks made was the Iraq war logs. There were 66,000 civilian deaths as a result of our war in Iraq. And what it also showed was that our government has a policy of calling civilians enemy combatants to cover up the killing of innocent people. We call this a democracy. We call it government of the people, by the people, for the people. If we just keep the people in the dark, it's no longer a democracy. It's no longer government of the people because the people don't know what's going on. So the most basic part of a democracy is freedom of the press. And that is what our government is violating by continuing to persecute Julian Assange.
Hi, it's Jodie from Adelaide for Assange. Thank you for joining the live stream. We will be starting really soon. I was one of your presenters back in February for Day X, so please stick around, like, share, comment, follow the live stream. Also, we have a designated Telegram channel to upload all of your content. This is a really important day for free speech, free press, and a very, very important day for Julian Assange and his loving family. We need to get this Australian home. We need to get him out of Belmarsh and a free man. Please help us. If you can get down to the Royal Courts of Justice, do that. But otherwise, please follow us on the live stream. We'll be going live soon. Free Julian Assange, free us all.
Hello, my name is Vincent DiStefano. I'm the National Organizing Director for Assange Defense. I wish to welcome you to the Royal Courts of Justice in London, where the final hearing on Julian Assange's extradition to the United States will be decided. The importance of this case could not be greater, for the very concept of investigative journalism hangs in the balance with Julian. The United States is seeking to extradite Julian Assange to answer for the unforgivable crime of being a journalist and having the courage to share with the world and all of us the truth about war crimes that were committed in Iraq and Afghanistan that the U.S. government never wished to see the light of day. For the next 8 hours, we'll be covering these proceedings from just outside the courthouse. We'll be conducting interviews and providing real-time updates regarding what is taking place inside the courtroom throughout the day. Once the proceedings are completed, we'll have a wrap-up analysis by a board of experts on the hearing and what the court's decision means for Julian, freedom of the press, and the public's right to know. Please stay tuned, for this is a decision which will have a long-lasting impact on the Fourth Estate, and whether or not we'll actually have one once the court makes its final decision. So stay tuned and look forward to the rest of it.
Of confidential documents on the agency. In fact, the collection of some 8,761 documents which we published on Tuesday is already the largest publication of confidential documents on the agency. The material comes from an isolated, that means disconnected from other computer systems, top secret security network situated inside the CIA's Center for Cyber Intelligence. Now that center is both in Virginia, but also importantly there is a branch hidden inside the Frankfurt consulate in Germany. We've put out some aerial shots of that and the details from our publications about how CIA officers are instructed to penetrate German customs and operate there to develop attacks and support attacks across Europe, Africa and the Middle East from the Frankfurt consulate. Now, this has already come out as a result of our earlier publications. I'll go into reactions and updates quickly, but the Central Intelligence Agency lost control of its entire cyber weapons arsenal. What do I mean by cyber weapons? Those are weaponized viruses, trojans, and malware designed to penetrate the smartphones, smart TVs, computer systems of the world, and then control them, disable them, insert information to them, extract information from them. Now, this is a historic act of devastating incompetence to have created such an arsenal and stored it all in one place and not secured it. WikiLeaks discovered the material as a result of it being passed around a number of different members of the US intelligence community out of control in an unauthorized fashion. Just yesterday we've had a tip-off from a virus researcher who says that he believes that one of the viruses whose descriptions we had published that infects Apple Macintoshes, in particular their UEFI boot system, that he was attacked by that. So it looks like not only is that material being spread around contractors and former American computer hackers for hire, but now may be in the black market, or is perhaps being used by these American hackers who sometimes, cross both sides of the fence. They're called grey hats to attacking others. So the CIA developed a giant arsenal, what appears to be the largest arsenal of Trojans and viruses in the world, that attacks most of the systems that journalists, people in government, politicians, CEOs and average people use, didn't secure it, lost control of it, and then appears to have covered up that fact. We see some press reportage, and we've detected some things as well, that the Central Intelligence Agency became aware within the last couple of months that it had lost that material, or that we had that material, and has not disclosed that to the public, at least, has not warned the public that those loose cyber weapons arsenal is out there. It's a very interesting question, I think, about who it is told in government and when. Did it tell Barack Obama? Did Barack Obama conceal that during the election, after the election? Was President Donald Trump informed? And if so, why has the Central Intelligence Agency not acted with speed to come together with Apple, Microsoft, and other manufacturers to defend us all from its own weapon systems? Now, this brings into question the entire concept of cyber warfare, because it is our analysis, and stated also by many other experts, that it is impossible to keep effective control of cyber weapons. So what does that mean? Well, it means that if you build them, eventually you will lose them. They are just information. There's no barrier for them spreading across the world. They must be used on the internet. So they must be placed on the internet to be used. They must go to computers to infect them. And therefore, when that occurs, they can get out of control. And there's a very easy cover for any grey market operator, contractor, or rogue intelligence agent to take that material and start a company with it, start a consulting company, a hacker for hire company. Now, we're very fortunate in this case that our sources step forward to us so we can tell you what has been going on, and so the various manufacturers like Apple, Google, and so on can start to develop countermeasures. Now, some of those countermeasures have already been put in place according to the manufacturers in response to this. One or two virus companies also say that they have developed countermeasures. But others say that they need more information. Now, WikiLeaks has not published any cyber weapons themselves. We've published documents describing them. Why? It's fairly obvious. We don't want the journalists and people of the world and our sources being hacked using these weapons. But the problem is that with limited information about the details of how those cyber weapons operate, there is a limited ability to try and produce security fixes for iPhones, for Samsung TVs, for Android phones that are produced by Google, for Microsoft, and for Linux, because the exact technical details are not known. Now, WikiLeaks has a lot more information on what has been going on with the cyber weapons program. And so I want to announce today that after considering what we think is the best way to proceed and hearing these calls from some of the manufacturers, we have decided to work with them to give them some exclusive access to the additional technical details we have so that fixes can be developed and pushed out so people can be secured. And then once this material is effectively disarmed by us, by removing critical components, we will publish additional details about what has been occurring. Now, I want to draw attention to a statement that the president of Microsoft has put out. And this is something that we have been working on as well, and that a great many others have been calling for. So here is the quote. Just as the Fourth Geneva Convention has long protected civilians in times of war, we now need a digital Geneva Convention that will commit governments to protecting civilians from nation-state attacks in times of peace. And just as the Fourth Geneva Convention recognized that the protection of civilians required the active involvement of the Red Cross, protection against nation-state cyber attacks requires the active assistance of technology companies and companies like WikiLeaks, which can provide information about these attacks. The tech sector plays a unique role in the as the internet's first responders, and we therefore should commit ourselves to a collective action which will make the internet a safer place, affirming our role as a neutral digital Switzerland that assists people all over the world to be secure.
One reason why President Joe Biden should release Julian Assange and drop all charges is Australia. Recently, Joe Biden commented to a journalist asking questions about Julian that the United States government are considering dropping the charges. These comments were welcomed by Australian Prime Minister Albanese. And it's not only Prime Minister Albanese who wants Julian returned, it's 88% of Australian citizens. The relationship between the United States and the Australian government is a long-standing one and an important one to the American government. And for this reason alone, President Joe Biden should drop the charges. Reason number 2, for Joe to let him go: freedom of expression. Amnesty said, publishing information that is in the public interest is a cornerstone of media freedom. It is also protected under international human rights law and should not be criminalised. The US government's unrelenting pursuit of Julian Assange is nothing short of a full-scale assault on the right to freedom of expression. WikiLeaks publishes whistleblowers' disclosures which have exposed how political and corporate and media elites operate. WikiLeaks publications have shared accurate and official information about how governments, companies, banks, the United Nations, political parties, arms manufacturers, and the media operate when they think no one is looking. This information has been used in court cases for freeing prisoners, exposing scandals, torture, murder, and surveillance. Many people are signing on to Resolution 934, a resolution that states that the persecution of Julian Assange must end. It is time to drop the charges against Julian. Reason number 3, Julian's health. Julian has now been incarcerated in Belmarsh prison for 5 years. In October of 2022, he suffered a mini-stroke. Just last month, he was too sick to attend his own hearing. The UN Special Rapporteur on Torture, Nils Melzer, has stated the progressively severe suffering inflicted on Mr. Assange as a result of his prolonged solitary confinement amounts not only to arbitrary detention, but also to torture and other cruel, inhumane and degrading treatment. For every day that Julian is in Belmarsh prison, his health is at risk. Reason number 4, why Joe should let him go. Threats to journalism. The legitimacy of the United States as a democratic nation is eroded day by day that this case drags on. Human rights organisations, press freedom organisations and civil liberties groups have asserted that the US's prosecution of Julian Assange undermines the country's ability to defend journalists against authoritarian regimes around the world. If President Biden sees free press as a pillar of democracy, he must drop the charges. Reason number 5, family. It is easy sometimes to forget that Julian is also a husband, a father, a brother, and a son. Julian's 2 small children have only ever known their father in the visiting room at Belmarsh prison. And prior to his incarceration at Belmarsh, he spent 7 years seeking political asylum at the Ecuadorian embassy, and a year before that was on house arrest. It has now been 13 years that Julian has been separated from his family and loved ones. And the time has come. Return Julian to his family. Free Julian Assange.
Good morning. I'm Matt Ho. I'm standing outside the Royal Courts of Justice in London for what might be Julian Assange's final extradition hearing. We are going to be live streaming all day from outside the courts. We are on the Free Assange News, the Assange Defense, and Stella Assange channels. As you can see behind me, we have a large group of supporters here to support Julian, stand in solidarity with him, his family, free press, and the right for us to know what our governments are doing. We're going to jump right into it. Stefania Marizzi, who is a renowned journalist, been following the Julian Assange case for years now, is joining us. Stefania, what's at stake here today?
Well, what is at stake is not just the life of Julian Assange, it's the best of the West, the right of the people to know what our governments are doing in our name and with our money. Because unless you can expose state criminality at the highest level, and unless you can expose war crimes, torture, extrajudicial killings, what is the purpose of journalism? They want to put in prison for life Julian Assange for revealing war crimes. They hide behind a finger, but this is what's happening.
One of the things that you've been doing, and we know you have to get inside to the court because proceedings are going to start soon, and it's been difficult for people to get in and out of the court. One of those aspects of this that just shows the whole aspects of transparency. But what have you been working on recently that have led to what looks like a parliamentary inquiry into misconduct by the Royal Crown Prosecution Service?
Yes, absolutely. I have worked on this investigation for the last 9 years. I am using FOI litigations in UK tribunals, US courts, Swedish courts, Australian courts to get the full documentation. And these documents provide indisputable evidence of interference by the Crown Prosecution Service on the Swedish case, and the result was to keep Julian trapped in London with this label of rapist, and he lost his freedom. He has still to regain. And now we have a cross-party group of Member of Parliament requesting an inquiry by the Select Justice Committee. Let's hope the Select Justice Committee, which is the Justice Committee of the UK Parliament, opening an investigation to shed light on what really happened. It's not just a Swedish case. The Crown Prosecution Service is the key authority in this extradition case to the US.
Thank you. Thank you for your work. We're going to let you go because you got to get inside the court.
Yeah.
We'll talk to you later. And thank you, Stefania.
Thank you.
We're going to be out here all day, as I said earlier. We're going to have a long line of guests. We're going to have interviews. We're going to be talking with supporters as well as experts on this trial, on these proceedings, as well as what's at stake. But right now I want to bring in John McDonnell. He is the Member of Parliament who has been doing exactly what Stefania was just talking about, looking into this misconduct by the Crown Prosecution Service. John, thank you for joining us here today. Let me ask you first, what has brought about your interest in Julian Assange's case?
I'm interested in justice overall, but also I'm the secretary of the National Union of Journalists Parliamentary Group. So it's a group of MPs who are the voice of journalists in Parliament, basically. And we've seen this case as, I think, one of the most significant in relation to journalistic practice in this country and globally as well, because journalists should have the right to report. They should have the right to be able to report, particularly state misdemeanors or state crimes. What Assange did, I think, was a benefit to the whole world, exposing what was going on, and I think was a fine example of journalism at its best. And if you suppress the role of journalists like that, you know as well as I do, governments can never be held to account.
Right, exactly. And how much support do you have in Parliament as well as the overall British government for your work?
We're a cross-party group, so we're drawn from all political parties. There are MPs across the political spectrum who have been raising this case and identifying it as a real threat to journalistic standards and democracy itself, to be frank. So again, we've been raising this issue in Parliament time and time again. Government support, government has said nothing, really. They've left it to the courts to decide. Well, we'll see today what the courts decide.
Absolutely. And do you have time to explain to us, what you're looking into in terms of the misconduct?
Okay. Thanks to the work that Stefania Morizzi has done over years, real intensive investigative journalism, she contacted me, and because she was having difficulty getting freedom of information responses from the Crown Prosecution Service, it's a statutory procedure. They have to respond to those sort of questions. There's a duty of openness and transparency upon them. That clearly wasn't happening. So she asked me to ask similar questions, and I did, and I was getting the same runaround. But as a result of Stefania's research, we identified clear evidence, and there's clear evidence of the Crown Prosecution Service's interference in the case. In other words, trying to influence the Swedish authorities to facilitate Julian's extradition, first to Sweden, but clearly then on to America. It was obvious what was going on. So we've asked, what we have in this country in Parliament is what they call a select committee. It looks at individual departments and state organisations, how they operate. We've asked the select committee, which looks at justice overall, to examine, hold an inquiry into the role of the Crown Prosecution Service. Because in our view, and again, it's MPs from myself, Labour Party, Jeremy Corbyn Labour, David Davis, a Conservative, ex-Conservative minister, and Caroline Lucas of Green, so across party, we've asked them to institute an investigation now, short, sharp investigation, because we believe that will expose the CPS's, the Crown Prosecution Service, interference in this case.
And we're hoping to talk to some of those other members of Parliament later today. Are you going into the courthouse?
I will try to. The arrangements here are, I have to say, dreadful when it comes to open democracy, open transparency. But we'll seek to, and I'm hoping we get a positive decision when Julian is freed.
And it seems as if we keep seeing, whether or not we can get people into the court to observe the proceedings, when you're talking about the misconduct, it just proves the the overall aspects of all this, right?
Well, there's been obstacle after obstacle thrown in the case of securing justice in Julian's case, and you've seen that from different sections of both in terms of the state, but we've also seen that in terms of the courts. My view, this case could have been decided years ago and Julian would be released. I visited him in prison. They put him in the high security prison of Belmarsh. Belmarsh, I visit for other constituents that have been in there. It's a brutal regime. We've had suicide, self-harm, etc. Julian, as a result of strength of character, has survived all this, but it's been tough.
Right. All of us who've been watching this, it's one injustice, right, piled on top of all the injustices that come, and it's compounding, and it makes it as if it's very clear that what they're trying to do is to cover up the crimes they've done before.
I think it's covering up past crimes. It's also sending a message to journalists all over the world: don't you dare report the truth. If we allow Julian to be treated in this way, no journalist is safe.
Well, I want to thank you for being willing to lead on this effort, to put yourself in the position, to put yourself out there in a way that many of your peers are not. I hope you will come to the U.S., speak to my members of Congress, because we have a dearth of support there as well. But I want to thank you, John. I'll let you get going, and hopefully we can talk again later today.
Thanks, sir.
All right, thank you, John. That was John McDonnell. He's a member of Parliament. He is putting forward a investigation into misconduct by the Crown Prosecution Service. We have now on deck, we have Ambassador Craig Murray, who has, among other things, been following this closely. He's a good friend of Julian Assange and his family. And I want to bring Craig in right now. Craig? Thank you for joining us here today. For people who may not know this so well, what's the most important things for people to know today?
Today, the whole thing has come down to a single point. And it's a terrible injustice that it has, because a great many extremely important points have been dispensed with by the court. But today, there's only one point at issue, and that's whether the assurance which the United States government was asked for on Julian Assange's right to First Amendment protection will be given. And that assurance was specifically an assurance that his right to claim First Amendment protection would not be barred solely on the grounds of his nationality.
Right.
And that assurance has not been given. And what the United States have said is that he will be able to argue in court that his right to First Amendment protection should not be debarred on grounds of nationality.
I think the words he can seek, right? And Stella Assange is Julian's wife. What she called it, weasel words, correct?
It is, but it's very obviously weasel words.
Yeah.
And what the United States have tried to do is they've tried to conflate two things. The court did not ask for an assurance that the First Amendment argument will prevail over the national security argument, for example. They didn't ask for that assurance. They only asked for an assurance that the First Amendment would not be ruled out on grounds of nationality alone.
Right.
And the American assurance doesn't even address that point at all.
Yeah.
It merely says he can seek First Amendment protection. If the court has any self-respect whatsoever, or any intellectual integrity, they have to see that that does not meet their demand.
Right.
And this is a demand which the court has made and said this assurance must be given for this extradition to proceed. And plainly the assurance hasn't been given. So I'm actually hopeful today. I've never turned up hopeful before, but the humiliation the court is going to have to go through, if having insisted on an assurance and not gotten it, it nevertheless backs down and orders the extradition, is going to be extraordinary.
Well, you know, that's something that's really interesting to me, because you've written quite well, and I encourage people to follow your writings on this, follow you on Twitter. You've written quite extensively on what you call the corruption of this court, right? The conflicts of interest that have existed across the last several years, regardless of the justices. But now you're hopeful that some degree of humility might be present, where it's so atrocious, right, for them to go forward with this that they won't. And so to hear that you're hopeful makes me very hopeful. It kind of maybe turns around my opinion on this, but do you want to just talk a bit about what you've seen in terms of the conflict of interest, on the judges?
Yeah, I mean, the judges are very much a part of the establishment. And in previous hearings, we've had one judge who was the university college roommate of the minister who called Julian a worm and who organized Julian's removal from the Ecuadorian embassy. And
right, yeah.
That judge, who is the ex-college roommate of that minister and still says he is his best friend in his biography, is a guy who granted the American appeal against the initial decision to block extradition. The lead judge today, Dame Victoria Sharp, is the sister of the guy who became chairman of the BBC after organising an £800,000 loan for the then Prime Minister Boris Johnson. This is how the British establishment works. They all know each other. They're all related to each other, intermarried. They belong to the same clubs, go to the same small number of private schools, go to the same universities. And so there's not some committees there handing out orders. They know what to do because they're all in the same social network and social milieu, and they know how that social network thinks. But having said that, there is a degree of intellectual self-respect, let me put it that way, but beyond which some people are not willing to go. And you do get individual members of the establishment who have a conscience. I was very much a member of the establishment. I was a British ambassador. I was a member of the senior management structure of the Foreign Office. And I discovered a conscience and became a whistleblower and left. I don't think it is axiomatic that the judges here will be corrupt. I don't think it is impossible that having painted themselves into this corner where they've insisted on an assurance and then not got it, I don't think they're necessarily going to back down. I think there's a genuine chance we could see Julian freed as a result of today's proceedings.
I think that's very comforting for a lot of people to hear, because we feel that it's been so stacked against Julian across the board, and the stakes are so high in all of this. I mean, if it doesn't go that way today, what are your thoughts on where it goes next?
Well, if it doesn't go that way today, an extradition could happen very quickly, within 24 hours. He could be extradited very fast. His legal team can appeal to the European Court for a stay of extradition, but it's not certain the European Court will grant it. On top of which, it's not certain if they did grant it, the British government would honour it,
right.
Because they are in conflict with the European Court of Human Rights, and it's part of their electoral programme of the current government, if you like, to denigrate the European Court of Human Rights, particularly in matters of deportation. So the extradition could happen very quickly if it doesn't go well today. We're in a situation where there are massive conflicting possibilities. He could be released this week if this goes for him today. If it doesn't go for him, he could be in Washington before the end of the week. We really are in that territory.
Well, Craig, I'm going to let you go because I know you want to get inside the courthouse as well. That's coming up soon. I appreciate you talking with us right now. Hopefully we're going to talk with you again later today. And thank you for all the work you've been doing on this. And I think I could say for a lot of people, we understand this case better through people like you, and we understand. I think we know what's at stake, but the details of it, which are so important. So I appreciate it, Craig.
Thank you. We keep fighting.
That's right. Keep fighting, right? We breathe, we hope.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Craig. Bye. That was Ambassador Craig Murray. Again, we're going to be out here all day covering the extradition hearing. We'll be outside here of the courthouse. We are on Free Assange News. We're on Assange Defense. We're on the Stella Assange YouTube channels. Please like, please subscribe, and please share them. Make sure you let people know that we are here right now covering this incredibly important event. We're going to take a break right now, but we'll be back shortly.
Victoria Sharp, Jeremy Johnson, free Assange today. Thank you. Thank you. Now, if there's anyone like Craig Murray,
Good morning, I'm Matt Ho. I'm outside the Royal Courts of Justice in London for Julian Assange's extradition hearing. We are out here all day covering the extradition hearing on Free Assange News, on Assange Defense, and on Stella Assange's YouTube channels. Please like and subscribe to them and share them. We today are going to be talking with a lot of experts on Julian's case, but also on terms of what the implications are for both free speech and a free press. So joining me today is Chip Gibbons. He's here covering the extradition trial for Jacobin, and he has worked with a number of organizations, including Assange Defense. And Chip?
Thank you. I'm Chip. I'm the policy director for Defending Rights and Dissent, and I'm here covering for Jacobin. It's good to be here.
Yeah, thank you for joining us, Chip. It's good to see you. We know each other from back home.
We know each other from back home, yes. It's funny, whenever I come to one of these things, I run to people I know more than I do at home. So,
well, you do. You get that. You have a collection of kindred souls and kindred spirits here. So we end up running into each other all the time because we believe in the same things. We travel in the same company. But for people who are watching, why are you here?
Well, I'm here because this is the press freedom trial of the century. If Julian Assange is extradited to the United States to face 18 charges, 17 of them under the Espionage Act, all of them about information about war crimes, about abuses of state power given to him by Chelsea Manning, a heroic whistleblower, that is a death knell for not only the First Amendment in my country, that is a death knell for press freedom globally, because it sets the precedent that any government anywhere in the world can grab a journalist they don't like and drag them across state lines and bring them to their country and disappear them into some dungeon.
We'll talk about that, Chip, because I think a lot of people are fuzzy, if not at all familiar, with some of the parameters, some of the details of this. So just can you explain kind of what do you mean by that in a sense of being an extra national? I mean, because Julian is not American. Can you get into explain some of those things?
Julian Assange is not an American citizen. He's Australian. WikiLeaks does not operate in the U.S. None of these publications were carried out in the U.S. They were all done overseas. And what the U.S. is saying is that their Espionage Act not only applies to journalism, which is, first of all, an outrageous supposition, but that it applies to any journalist anywhere in the world, and that any journalist doing their job anywhere in the world, if the U.S. doesn't like it, they can have them sent to their country and put on trial for espionage. That is a huge blow to press freedom globally.
And of course, it opens the door for other nations to do the same.
Of course, yes.
Right. And we're competing against. We're live here, as people can see behind us. It's a great group of supporters. Speeches are going to begin soon, so I think we're going to go to the speeches in a moment. But any last words in terms of what you want people to know today as we go into these extradition hearings, or as Julian goes into this extradition hearing?
I just think it's incredibly important not to think about this as something from a long time ago. I recognize that collateral murder was 14 years ago. I recognize the Iraq and Afghanistan wars may seem like old news, but those injustices still live with us, and right now we are seeing a genocide in Gaza, we're seeing a rush to war with Iran, and there are people within the government right now who want to come forward and are being intimidated by these types of Espionage Act prosecutions, and there are journalists who want to tell the truth, not like what the New York Times is doing, where they publish the same sort of lies they published in the Iraq War, right? But who want to tell the truth. And this prosecution of Julian Assange, I mean, it would be happening right now either way, but to have that in the midst of one of the biggest outbreaks of dissent around a genocide, around bombing Yemen, around rushing to war with Iran, this could not be happening at a worse time.
Right, but in the thing what you said about you referenced the Times there, but isn't the Times and other Jacobin,
Jacobin?
I mean, aren't you all under the same threat?
We are, yes, we are. Yes, the Times is under the same threat. The Jacobin is under the same threat. The Moxon is under the same threat. If Julian Assange is convicted in the U.S., this creates a precedent that any newspaper can be prosecuted. The Obama administration called it the New York Times problem because the same type of conduct and some of the same documents were published by the New York Times.
Right, and the other track on this that I like to talk about is that there's in order to censor speech, you have to be aware of the speech.
Yes.
So you could give us so in the U.S., of course, it's First Amendment, free speech protections, also the right to assembly, freedom of religion, etc., freedom of the press. But also you have the Fourth Amendment in the United States, which relates to surveillance. And oftentimes we see this in parallel, right? The suppression of the First Amendment along with the Fourth Amendment. And so in your role, because you all work on this as well, how do you see this in terms of not just the overt censorship, but the spying that goes alongside of it to make sure the government knows what people are saying in order to censor it?
Sure. Defending Rights and Dissent, my organization, was ruthlessly spied on by J. Edgar Hoover back in the 60s. So it's in the Church Committee report, actually. So we're very familiar with how surveillance is used to silence speech, and we're against kind of pernicious surveillance. One of the interesting things we've seen is the government engaged this type of surveillance to silence speech, and then when an Edward Snowden or a Terry Albury comes forward about it, Snowden is, of course, the NSA whistleblower. Albury was an FBI whistleblower. They then put them in jail under the Espionage Act. So you have this interrelated thing where you're silencing people through surveillance. When conscientious government employees come forward and point this out, they're then silenced under the Espionage Act.
Right, exactly. I mean, there's such a... I think we're going now to the speeches, if that's correct. Waiting to hear. But
I don't think I can talk over John.
Exactly, John. It's not quite as well as the previous John. Okay, we are going to the speeches because this is a live event. which is why people like live stream. But we're going to the speeches now. Chip, we're going to talk to you later.
Pleasure to
Thank
see
you.
you.
Of course.
In our view, aimed at, in our view, what Julian Assange is a investigative journalist who, exactly as someone has just shouted, heroically has stood by the highest standards of journalism. What is journalism about? It's reporting the truth. It's about, by reporting the truth, holding power to account. And that's what Julian did. He identified war crimes being committed, solid evidence of war crimes. And he did as every good journalist did, investigated them, researched them, demonstrated the evidence was irrefutable, and he published them. And for that, the state, the US in particular, but other states as well, have sought to repress his ability to operate as an honest and professional journalist. And my God, he's suffered as a result of that. I visited him in Belmarsh prison. If you've not been in Belmarsh, let me tell you, I've been there a few times to visit constituents. It's a brutal and harsh regime. When I visited Julian last time, there'd already been a suicide on his wing. Self-harm, mental breakdowns, mental health problems. He's endured all that with courage and determination. For that alone, he's won my admiration. But also in this last few weeks, as a result of another brilliant journalist, an Italian journalist called Stefania Morizzi, remember that name. For years, she's been working and researching on this case. And she was putting freedom of information questions to the Crown Prosecution Service. And then first of all discovered evidence of the Crown Prosecution Service interfering in the Swedish case in order to secure Julian's extradition to Sweden and then clearly on to America. It was deliberate interference. But then after that, when the first evidence was found, and she approached me because she was having problems getting those responses to the freedom of information questions, I put down on those questions again. And then we discovered, having found the first evidence of interference, then we discovered the Crown Prosecution Service has deleted the emails of the solicitor who was dealing with the case, and then couldn't even give us the rationale for that or the rules by which emails are deleted in these cases. So what we've done now, on a cross-party basis again, myself, Jeremy Corbyn, David Davis, former Conservative Minister, Caroline Lucas from the Green Party, we've submitted a request to the Justice Select Committee in the House of Commons to investigate, launch a short, sharp investigation into the role of the Crown Prosecution Service in this case. Because already, as we've seen, Stefania's evidence demonstrates interference in this case, and I think that interference clearly was the motive of the extradition of Julian to the US. Now let me say this, I believe, like you, if Julian is extradited, I believe his life is at risk. I do not believe he will be safe, and I do not believe, actually I don't believe that any of the assurances that we've been given so far. So I'm hoping today the court will decide the assurances are not good enough. In my view, I think they should then say Julian should be released and go free and join his family again. But let me say this again, just in my role with regard to the National Union of Journalists. This case is globally important. Why? Because it's trying to say to journalists across the globe, report the truth, and this is what will happen to you. So just as those tragedies in Gaza at the moment, 140 journalists being killed by the IDF, the message is going out there, and as a result of this case, to all journalists, you report the truth and we'll come for you. So we're not just standing up for Julian Assange today, we're standing up for journalism, but journalism is one of the foundation stones of democracy.
So we're standing up for our freedoms, our civil liberties, and our democracy. Solidarity to Julian, solidarity to this campaign, and let's hope we win today. But if the court doesn't make the right decision, we'll be back until we secure his release and our freedoms once again. Solidarity.
So keep your eyes open on that case that John McDonnell and Stefania Meruzzi are pursuing to get an inquiry into the CPS, because the CPS destroying those emails means that we have an organisation in charge of the justice system which is either too incompetent to do its job or too malevolent to do its job properly. So watch out for that. Now, the next speaker I'd like to call is a member of my own union. He's a member of the executive of the National Union of Journalists. He's campaigned relentlessly, both within the union, to get the union to support Julian Assange, and I'm very proud that it does, and also internationally, in his role as the Deputy General Secretary of the International Federation of Journalists. He's here today, Tim Dawson, and it's very important that we have this union support, because when the American government and others say that Julian Assange is not a journalist, it's very important that the entire global community of journalists in trade unions say, yes, he is.
Friends, for 230 years, the First Amendment to the United States Constitution has guaranteed free expression and a free press. It safeguarded the New York Times, the Washington Post, and countless other publications in the United States. And you might imagine that it would also offer protection to Julian Assange. But sadly, not everybody in the United States thinks that. Mike Pompeo, when he was director of the CIA, since then Secretary of State, said that the First Amendment wouldn't apply to Julian Assange because he is not an American citizen. What a despicable point of view from a country that claims to lead the free world. Quite rightly, Judges Sharp and Johnson, when they last met, said that this was a question that needed to be decisively answered. They needed to know from the United States government, yes or no, would the First Amendment protect free expression in the case of Julian Assange? So they sought an assurance. Unfortunately, the assurance that has come back is anything other than clear. Where they might have offered a straightforward yes or no, they said Julian Assange may apply for protection and it will then be at the discretion of the court. So what Judges Johnson and Sharp have to determine is whether that is a promise that we can trust. And not only must they examine the words of that promise, which I would say are dangerously equivocal, they must also consider who it is that has made that assurance. It's an administration that we know conspired to steal nappies to try and establish the paternity of a child. It's an administration that relentlessly bugged Julian Assange's meetings with his lawyers. It's an administration that deployed countless officer hours within the CIA plotting to murder Julian Assange on the streets of London, a plan they only abandoned late in the day when the MI6 said, actually, we're not so keen on political assassinations in our own capital city. So the question that the judges must determine is, can we trust an administration that acts in such a way? And I say no, no, no. Let's do that again. No, no, no. The only option at this stage to safeguard a free press and to safeguard free expression is to free Julian Assange. Let's encourage the court to do that. Free Julian Assange! Free Julian Assange! Free Julian Assange! Julian Assange! Now let me tell you, whatever is the decision today, and I hope it's the right one, but we must stand resolute, whatever the decision is, to continue to defend the free expression, to continue to defend Julian Assange. I give you my assurance that the National Union of Journalists and the International Federation of Journalists will be side by side in that fight wherever it takes us. Free Julian Assange!
Thanks very much, Tim Dawson, and thanks very much to the International Federation of Journalists for their support in this case. Now, our next guest this morning is somebody who I meet regularly, and I meet her regularly because she is there when anybody who is oppressed or downtrodden, when anybody who needs help fighting the system is engaged in a struggle. I always see the MP for Poplar and Limehouse, Absama Begum, standing by their side.
As others have made very clear this morning, this case has profound consequences for press freedom and democracy around the world. Public accountability and democracy cannot be limited only to those who are in power and what they dictate. We must be absolutely clear. Julian Assange is where he is today because of his whistleblowing activities about illegal wars, about mass murder, about the murder of civilians, and about corruption on a grand scale. I keep asking myself, what does it say about our society that Julian Assange is pursued for publishing information about serious human rights violations, but those responsible for these crimes continue to enjoy impunity? In 2003, I was 13 and I marched against the Iraq war. I know how that war caused devastation and destruction in that region, but the consequences of that war were felt in East London, where I was brought up, and the consequences are felt to this day. Where is the justice? Human rights are also at the core of what is at stake. As has been mentioned, I have no confidence that if Julian is extradited, that his life will not be at risk. The evidence is very clear that if he is extradited, he could be at risk of treatment amounting to torture and other forms of ill treatment, punishment including the death penalty. That's why I think people all over the world understand the seriousness of this case. I really think that we cannot say that we stand for press freedom if freedom only exists if it does not challenge or go beyond what certain powers want. And human rights are not inalienable if they are partially applied at the whims of the most powerful. And we must remember that whatever happens today. Press freedom and human rights are exactly about protecting people against the tyrannies of power. And it's that freedom and that right that we must continue to defend today and going forward. Free, free! Free, free! Solidarity.
Thanks very much, Absama. Now, we want the court to hear a very clear message today, and that message is this. There's only one decision. There's only one decision. There's only one decision. Okay, now my next speaker is somebody who had the privilege to be an MP in the South African Parliament and worked alongside Nelson Mandela. So he has an illustrious past. He has a magnificent present as an activist against war. And I hope that he's going to have an equally illustrious future, because he's standing against Keir Starmer in the next general election. Please welcome Andrew Feinstein.
Thank you very much, and thank you for all being here. For the past 23 years, I've investigated, researched, and written about the global arms trade. And all of that work was dependent on whistleblowers and sources. When Julian Assange created WikiLeaks and revealed overwhelming evidence of war crimes committed by the United States and other Western governments, he changed the game. And that's why he's in the situation that he is in. Because the information that he has put into the public domain threatens the imperialism, the warmongering, and the brutality of our own governments. But in addition to that, it's important to understand that what Julian has done has threatened the very basis of our politics, which is secrecy and corruption. The global arms trade accounts for 40% of all corruption in all world trade. And much of that corruption doesn't only go to the key political players in Saudi Arabia or Israel or other countries around the world. Some of that corruption returns into our political system. And it funds our two major parties, and it funds our politicians like Tony Blair, who have made themselves multi-millionaires through selling corrupt arms deals around the world and associating with British and American defense companies and the most autocratic, undemocratic regimes on the planet. And the reality is that Julian Assange is a threat to all of that. It is a threat to the way in which our tax pounds are illegitimately used to continue to commit genocide in Gaza, to continue to violate international humanitarian law in Yemen and other parts of the world. So the reality is, today and until he is free, we are all Julian Assange. And if they continue to silence Julian, we will be his voice. So we say to those judges today, we say to the governments of Britain and the United States of America, free the truth, free Julian Assange.
Now, my next speaker is someone who's represented this country as a foreign ambassador, but I would say that his most outstanding work on behalf of ordinary people in this country has been his relentless campaigning to free Julian Assange. His writing and reporting on the court hearings have been second to none. Please give a warm welcome to to someone who has not stinted in his support for Julian Assange. Welcome, Craig Murray.
Thank you, friends. Thank you. Thank you so much. There's so many of us here who've been doing this, campaigning to get Julian released, campaigning for his freedom, campaigning for freedom of speech, campaigning for the right of the public to know for 12 years. And today is the day we finally secure the release of Julian Assange. In the last judgment, the court asked for two assurances from the United States government. They asked for an assurance on the death penalty, which they received. They asked for an assurance that he would not be debarred from seeking the protection of the First Amendment on the grounds of his nationality. Now, the court did not ask for an assurance that the First Amendment argument would prevail over the so-called national security argument. Although when your national security apparently relies on concealing war crimes, you have to ask what national security really means at all. But they did not ask for an assurance that the First Amendment argument would prevail over all other arguments. They did ask specifically for an assurance that the First Amendment would not be debarred on the grounds of nationality. And that assurance has not been given. What they have said is he can seek to argue for First Amendment protection. Now, when the court has asked specifically for an assurance, and when the court has blatantly not been given that assurance, if the court still allows the extradition to go ahead, that is an end to any pretense of the rule of law in this country. That is an end to any claim of intellectual integrity on the part of the legal system. That would be an end to the self-respect of these grand Victorian buildings, this tremendous mockery of power where the authority of the state is stamped upon the people. We will see it all for what it is, a callous abuse of power and a charade of justice. But let me tell you this. I do not think we will see that today. I think today we will win, because I think for the court to grant extradition when the assurance they have insisted upon has not been given would be such a mockery, would be such a disgrace, would be such a humiliation. It is a step too far even for this institution. I think today is a day we see Julian free at last. Thank you.
There's only one. Only one.
We just heard Craig Murray give a rousing speech to this crowd of supporters, people who have come from all around the world to stand in solidarity with Julian Assange, with his family, with a free press, and the right of all of us to speak and read what we want to. We're waiting now to hear from Stella Assange. She is making her way, I believe, to the press pit where she will give a speech, and I'm sure everyone is eager to hear what she has to say. We have heard a host of speeches so far. Again, I'm Matt Ho. I am out here with the Stella Assange, the Free Assange, and the Assange Defense networks. We are live streaming all day outside the courthouse on YouTube. Please like, please subscribe, and please share this content. Particularly share it to people who may not understand not just what's going on here, but what's at stake and how this affects people, how this will impact everyone, not just in the U.S., not only in the U.K., but around the world. Because as we were talking earlier to Stefania, to John, to Chip, that theme keeps coming up about what this means for everyone. Over my shoulder, you can see all the supporters, all the people who have come out, again, from around the world to support Julian, to support his family, and to support our rights. You know, one of the things that you can hear, as I hear over my shoulder, comment about, and it's actually Jeremy Corbyn, and we're going to go and listen to Jeremy Corbyn right now.
But other governments and huge corporations making money, destroying people's lives, illegally selling arms, dealing with corruption by bribing people, and he exposed all of that. He was then threatened with a legal action from the United States under the Espionage Act and has fought that case ever since. Julian's reward for speaking out, I believe, on behalf of all of us who want to live in a world of peace and security and recognize you get peace and security by dealing with injustice, inequality, and unaccountable power. You don't get it by bombing people. He has done so much to point that way to a more open and free world. His reward has been 10 years of legal struggle, including now 5 years in the prison in Belmarsh, a maximum security prison, and he's not convicted of anything. He is a remand prisoner in a maximum security prison. Even that is a bit unusual. So that's Julian's reward, and today, yet another round in this legal battle, which may or may not go later today to Strasbourg, may go to the USA, may go to another court in this country. Julian's reward is the eternal punishment of legal threats against him and his very existence, because we all know what would happen if he went to the USA. It would be a life sentence. However, those people that ordered the bombings in Afghanistan, that took us into that war, that ordered the bombing in Abu Ghraib, that ordered the destruction of so much civilian life, and those corporate criminals that have destroyed so much of the lives of the poorest people in the poorest parts of the world. Their rewards are honors, their rewards are money, their rewards are positions, their rewards are their virtues being extolled in the world's media. Well, I know which side I'm on, you know which side you're on, and that is the cause of Julian Assange. And if Julian goes down for this, if he goes down for this, every journalist everywhere around the world will be reluctant to expose a truth they know they have a moral responsibility to expose. That will be their response. It will be a suppression of our access to truth, a suppression of our access to knowledge, a suppression of our democratic right to know. So Julian's case has massive implications all around the world. And so I want to pay a huge tribute to all those that have campaigned fearlessly and steadfastly for Julian over these years. Craig, who just spoke now, John, who introduced me, and all others involved in the campaign, particularly Stella and the family, for the way that they have endured, and their moral leadership in this huge issue. They deserve our love, our affection, our solidarity, and our support. And so the court will convene this morning. I do not know what the result of that's going to be any more than anybody else in this street does today. But I do know that whatever the next event is, we will be there. We will not give up. We will not walk away. We will always be standing alongside Julian Assange. And the final thing I'd say is this. To any journalists around the world who think they can ignore this story, it's all to do with espionage and criminals and crooks and so on, think again. And to our friends in the United States, we need your voice. Those of you occupying the campuses, well done. Those of you that are campaigning for a ceasefire in Gaza, well done. Also, turn your minds in support of somebody that has exposed war crimes and war criminals around the world, and show solidarity with Julian Assange as well. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Jeremy Corbyn. Thank you for your support. I've got one final person to come up and address you before today's proceedings begin. And I want you to give him an especially warm welcome, because it's hard enough to campaign against the state machine of the most powerful state in the world and of its ally in this country. It's hard to do that in a case that's stretched over years. But it must be more difficult still if it's your brother who is in prison. But Gabriel Shipton has campaigned relentlessly and effectively in this country, in the United States, and in Australia with spectacular results. So I want you to do something a bit special here. I want you to think about the words of the union organizer in the United States, Big Bill Haywood. And he always used to say this, that a single finger can easily be broken by your opponents. But if you bind your fingers together into a fist, they can never break a fist. So raise your fist and give a welcome to Gabriel Shipton.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I mean, it's very humbling to be following after so many great speakers this morning. And, you know, these hearing days, it's a sort of bittersweet moment, because we come here, I've flown in from Australia, and we've met so many people that we've campaigned alongside over the years, so many people from all over the world, all gathered here today. Old friends, new friends, family. I just want to thank everybody who's come today and who's come to every single hearing. And this really means so much to us, to my family. It means so much to Julian that you're out here campaigning to save him, campaigning to free him. So thank you so very much. I think we're closer now to Julian's freedom than we have ever been. Just a couple of months ago, we saw in the United States that President Joe Biden said he's considering dropping the charges against Julian. We saw a presidential candidate in Robert Kennedy Jr. saying that he's going to pardon Julian on his first day in office. So there is a real momentum happening now around this campaign, and you've got to thank all yourselves for that. Yeah. But what we need today is we need these judges inside this court to see through this bait and switch assurance that the US has given. They will say anything to get Julian onto their soil, and it's up to these British courts to stop them and to rule in Julian's favour today and to set him free. Can I get one more chant for everyone? So, free, free, Julian Assange. Free, free. Free, free. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, thank you very much, Gabriel Shipton, and thank you to all of you who've turned out this morning to support Julian Assange and to demand that the free press is returned to the people who need it most, and that's the ordinary people of this country and the ordinary citizens of the globe. So thanks very much for being here. We'll be reporting back to you about what we know about what's happening in court at lunchtime, and at the end, obviously, there'll be statements from Stella Assange and from supporters about the result of today's hearing. But no matter how that goes, there will still be a fight to be fought, and we're looking to you to be at the heart of that fight. Thanks very much for coming.
Heard a raft of speeches from a number of Julian Assange supporters, including former members of the British government, and members of Julian's family. This is an emotional day. It's an emotional event. Hundreds of people have turned out to support Julian, his family, the right of us all to have a free press, the right of us all to speak and to read what we want. As people drive by, they honk their horns. We just had a bus come through and interrupt Gabriel Shipton with a large honking of its horn. You know, for those not from here, you know, the large double-decker English buses. So quite appropriate as that rolls through and past the Court of Justice, you have this cacophony of support for the rights of us all. This is what we're talking about here. Yes, indeed, it is about the grave injustice, the cruelty being done to one man and his family because he had the temerity to stand up to the empire. He had the courage, he had the gall to expose war crimes, but also as well, people are gathered here today because they know what's at stake for us all. This is, again, it's nothing more than our rights given to us through, the Creator, through God, through nature, to read and to speak, to organize and to assemble, and to demand transparency. And that's what we're witnessing here today. Over my shoulder, you can see, again, hundreds of people who have joined us in support of Julian and his family. We just heard a number of speeches from a wide variety of Julian Assange supporters. There goes another horn in support of Julian Assange. But what we have heard over and over again are these same themes. This idea that the man who exposed the war crimes is the only one being held accountable for war crimes. And I think right now we are getting ready to go and listen to Stella Assange as she arrives here at the courthouse. Over my shoulder, you can see the crowd. Stella will be joining us momentarily. I'm sure everyone is looking forward. I know everyone is looking forward to hearing what Stella has to say. I think it's safe to say, fair to say for all of us, that Stella has been someone that we look to and are inspired by her courage, by the way she has been so resilient in the face of this suffering, in the face of this difficulty, in the face of oppression, and she really has become a leader for us all. In spite of her family's circumstances, she is moving through the crowd. As soon as she is ready, we will go to her. I want to thank everyone who is joining us here today because it's so important, this degree of support, this degree of solidarity. You're watching us on one of our YouTube channels, whether it be the Stella Assange channel, the Free Assange News channel, or the Assange Defense channel. Please, please, please share that with others. Let other people know this is going on right now, particularly those who may not understand what the implications of this are for all of us. And again, not just those of us in the U.S., not just those of us here in the U.K.
Guys, can we be quiet for a statement, please?
I want to thank
them. Going to speak, so can we just have a bit of space for us? She's traumatised by this sham going on behind me. Please, just let her have her speech, and then she's got to go.
Thank you everyone for coming, and for the millions of people around the world who are supporting Julian and protesting.
Oi! Hey! Hey! Get out!
We hope that the courts do the right thing today and find in Julian's favor. But if they don't, we will take an emergency injunction. We will seek an emergency injunction from the European Court of Human Rights. Thank you.
How's Julian doing? Give a round of applause for going, and thank you, Stella, thank you, Kristen, thank you, Ed.
Go back to my feet. We just heard Stella Assange speak. Stella said essentially they're hoping for a positive outcome, and if that outcome is not what we receive, what Julian and her family does not receive, then they will be going to the European Court of Human Rights. This is something I think that the uncertainty of the day is something that is gnawing at all of us, whether you're here at the courthouse or whether you are watching this via the live stream. What comes next? What is the outcome going to be? I mean, the implications, of course, for Julian and his family. I mean, the courage, the steadfastness of Stella, the way that she's able to present and lead while this is hanging over her and her family's head, but then to, again, for all of us, what this means for everyone here. And we will have a decision later today, hopefully, maybe even possibly not. But I'm taking a lot of, taking to heart what Craig Murray said earlier, Ambassador Craig Murray, that he is hopeful that the ignominy, the ability of the court to rule in favor of extradition, to accept those assurances from the U.S. government, these guarantees which are essentially worthless, as many of us believe, as many of us understand it. Certainly you read them, you see that they are weasel words, as Stella correctly described them, when they were first uttered, when the U.S. government first provided them to the British courts. But what happens today, this will have enormous consequences. If the court grants extradition, what we are going to endure as a people, as a worldwide people, as a global community, in terms of what this will allow, the ability of the United States to reach out around the world and arrest, detain, and jail any journalists they like, not even just people like you and I, but any journalists, the protected class, to deny them the very basic aspects of what we take for granted in our societies in terms of free speech, in terms of free press, in terms of the right to know, and having some degree of transparency for government. So this is what we're up against here. And this type of case, this hearing, what will become this trial in the United States, is something that we really can't over-exaggerate. And we always have to come back to the human elements of this. John McDonnell, who is a member of the British Parliament, we spoke to earlier, he is pursuing an inquiry into misconduct by the Crown Prosecutorial System, by the Crown Prosecutorial Service, into their actions regarding the role that the British government played with the Swedish government in terms of trying to force Julian's extradition. Well, when John gave his speech a little while ago, he opened up with the suffering of Julian, the suffering of his family. And we see in this not just the willingness of the American and British governments and other governments to attack, to assault our freedoms, but also to their willingness, their eagerness to assault, to attack a family, right? To do such great damage to a husband and wife and their children, and of course their extended family, in terms of just this cruelty. I mean, this has been going on now for 14 years. Julian has been in Belmarsh for well more than 5 years. The inhumanity of the indecency of it, the barbarity of it, is something that I think we can never stop addressing. What the empire, right? What the empire, the American government and its vassals, including the United Kingdom, are willing to do to a person to protect its entitlement, to protect its established interests, and to seek revenge, to seek vengeance on those who would embarrass it. Because for me, this is what it comes back to so many times, is that Julian embarrassed the empire. He shared its secrets. He shared its secrets, its war crimes, its torture, its illegal and indefinite detention of those at Guantanamo Bay, and then its malicious and mendacious actions around the world. And for that, of course, it can't be allowed. It can't be countenanced by the empire. And so what we see is, in addition to these assaults and this attack on our rights, whether it be speech, whether it be out of a free press, also this desire for vengeance, this desire for punishment, to serve as a warning. Our good friend Misty Winston described it as making sure that Julian's head is on a pike to warn others. And that's what I think we're all so afraid of today, is that's what's going to happen, is that Julian's head will be put on a pike, and that will have a chilling effect, and that's a legal term, right? This idea of a chilling effect on journalists, not just in the U.S., but again, around the world. Because as we're seeing, Julian, who was an Australian journalist, is being they are trying to extradite him to the United States. They are trying to hold Julian, and then by extension, all other journalists, all those who dare speak the truth, who dare show the lies and the reality of empire. They want to hold Julian to an American law while not at all giving him the rights under American law. So, another step in this. As we talk about this, we see one more layer after another, and so now we see these double standards. This hypocrisy. Excuse me. As we go throughout the day here, we will be bringing on other speakers. Yes, and what we'll be doing, we'll be bringing on another guest in a moment. Thank you all for being here with us. Again, remember to like, subscribe to our channels, and forward these channels and share these channels. And I'm going to bring our next guest in. Thank you for joining us.
Not at all.
For those who are watching here in the live stream, can you please introduce yourself? Sure. Tell us why you're here.
Sure. My name is Andrew Feinstein. I'm a former ANC Member of Parliament from South Africa, where I served under Nelson Mandela. I'm also an investigative writer on the global arms trade and its impacts on the world. And what Julian stands for is the truth of perhaps the most secretive trade in the world. And it is so secretive specifically because we are providing, and when I say we, I mean the so-called West, are providing the weapons that are being used to commit genocide in Gaza, that have been used over more than 9 years to violate international humanitarian law in Yemen. And the reality is that Julian has challenged that entire edifice of the West's imperialism, but also of the corruption of the global arms trade, which accounts for around 40% of all corruption in all world trade. And that corruption oils the wheels of our political systems, both our main political parties and our most senior politicians. And Julian is a threat to that global national security elite. And it's for that reason that I'm here. Because for those of us who do this sort of work, Julian is one of the ultimate truth tellers. And it's incredibly important that people understand the significance of this decision. If Julian is extradited to the United States of America, it will be the death of journalism. It will be the death of free speech in our countries that claim so to cherish free speech and our right to speak politically, regardless of whether we share the views of our governments or not. That, in addition to Julian's own fate, is what is at stake today.
Right, exactly, Andrew. And you know, what Julian and WikiLeaks have done in terms of shedding a light on what goes on with our governments, what they do, that light's been shed on so many different things. Yeah. And you brought up the arms trade before. Could you give us some examples of yeah.
Absolutely. So, you know, the most crucial thing that WikiLeaks did is to reveal the war crimes that were being committed by the United States in Iraq, in Afghanistan. And if it wasn't for WikiLeaks, our commercial media, our mainstream media, ignore that because they want access to government, to the military. They embed themselves with the very military who are committing the war crimes. Now, how they're supposed to report on those militaries if they're embedded with them, I don't quite understand. And the model of journalism that Julian introduced to the world bypassed the commercial media that acts as a mouthpiece for our governments. So instead, speaking directly to the millions of people around the world, he revealed those war crimes being committed in Iraq and Afghanistan. And it's a consequence of that he had to be silenced. And let's just be clear who the people are who are silencing him. It is the perpetrators of those war crimes. And unfortunately, they hold the highest political offices in all of our countries. And so Julian and all the journalists who come behind him are a threat to what we have in the West at the moment, which Greg Palast, the American journalist, described quite accurately as the best democracies money can buy. Right. Because that is the reality of the situation. And the way that purchase of our democracy happens is not only through the mega tech corporations, but it's also through the global arms trade. And that is what Julian has shed light on.
So, I mean, what you're saying, Andrew, you're getting much more expansive here. A lot of times we speak, or not a lot of times, we do speak in terms of the importance of this, in terms of free speech, free press. You're talking about, you're extending this out to all of democracy.
Oh, absolutely. This is undoubtedly a test case for what the West would like to describe as our liberal democracies. Because if unvarnished, verified information of what our governments are doing in our names, with our tax pounds and dollars, if we don't have access to that information, our democracies cannot function. And we cannot rely on the commercial media to provide that information to us, because they are so invested in the system as it currently functions. So without the voice of Julian Assange, without the voices of the alternative media, our democracies cannot function. So it really is our democracies that are at stake. And it is, in addition, the slaughter, the brutality that we see in Gaza every day, that we see in Yemen for over 9 years, that we are seeing in the Sudan and other parts of the world. Because our politicians are again assisting Israel, assisting Saudi Arabia in our names, using our tax pounds. That's not what we voted for, but we don't know what we're voting for unless that information is in the public domain. So really, the role of war, the role of militarism, the role of corruption in the arms trade are at the center of our democracies. And By trying to silence Julian Assange, they're trying to silence all of us. And we need to understand that.
You know, and this is, I think, what this persecution and prosecution of Julian Assange is about in the context of our watching this genocide in Gaza, right? This is what they were trying to prevent. They were trying to prevent us from seeing such things, from understanding such things, because, as you were saying, if we don't have the information, how can we act?
Let's look at it even more explicitly than that. Israel has intentionally targeted journalists and their families in Gaza. Why? Because they don't want us to see what they're doing. The only reason we are able to know the horrors that are being committed in our name in Gaza every day is because of the extraordinarily courageous Gazan journalists themselves and Gazan citizen journalists who are risking their lives to bring us the images on our screens every day of what Israel is doing in Gaza. Now, they are a reflection of Julian Assange's approach to journalism, where you present the unvarnished truth directly to the people who most need it, the people whose governments are perpetrating these war crimes. So yes, Gaza is a reflection every day and every hour as to why this case is so important. And I would like to add to that, you know, what we've seen over the 23-odd years that I've been researching militarism and the arms trade is that our legal systems, our judicial systems, one, don't want to hold our military personnel, let alone our military and political leadership, to account for their crimes. They do not want to hold them to account for the corruption that is systemic to the global arms trade. They constantly say that the executive has the right to make whatever decisions it wants on these matters. And that is simply incorrect in law. And again, if we look at Julian's case in parallel with that, we see profound issues of the legal process at every single point in the process that are open to question, that are open to concern. And it is part of this edifice that protects the way in which our governments operate, the way in which our governments wage war, that they try and keep secret from us, the people they're supposed to be representing.
Right. Andrew, thank you for that. That was an incredibly important, very poignant explanation of the connection between what we're all here for and the very real world. Thank you. I hope we get to talk to you later.
Thank you. All the best.
That was Andrew Feinstein, and right now we are being joined by Jeremy Corbyn, who just gave an incredibly rousing speech to the crowd of supporters here, incredibly well reserved. Jeremy, thank you for joining us here today. It's an honor to meet you.
Thank you.
One of the Americans who admire you from on the other side. But for you, what's the most important thing to get across to people about what's at stake here today?
That all of our safety and all of our rights and all of our security are at risk if somebody that exposes the truth about war crimes, illegal arms sales, corporate excesses, goes to prison for the rest of his life, and those that ordered the bombing, ordered the killing, have authorized the destruction of so much of the natural world by big business, are rewarded, treated as heroes. We need to get a reality check here. Who's on whose side? And Julian has shown by his utter determination and single-mindedness that he will expose the truth, whatever the cost to him personally. Well, we're here to show our solidarity with him.
Yeah, I mean, hundreds of people have turned out today. Of course, we have people watching from all around the world, and I think it's that dual aspect, the personal story of Julian, what he's going through, the vindictiveness of the American and British governments, but then also too the real danger for our democracies as well as for our rights. And regarding that first part, the family, as you witness this, what are your thoughts on the family?
On the
family, on Julian's family, on the personal aspects of this?
Well, met Julian in prison, and obviously I know the family well, and his brother, his father, his wife, their children, they're all suffering. They're suffering because of that feeling of powerlessness. You can go through a long period of security checks to get into Belmarsh prison. You're then ushered eventually into the visiting room, and you sit down there, and then Julian is eventually brought to your presence, and you can have a conversation with him. But a conversation in a big room where all you can do is buy him a cup of hot chocolate from the Visitors Centre cafe and share that with him, and talk in a great big room with little privacy. It's not right. It's not right. This is a remand prisoner. He has not been convicted of anything, yet he's treated like he's the worst criminal in the world.
Right.
His only crime, telling the truth.
Right. So you're with your former colleagues in the Parliament, in government. Why do they turn their backs on this?
You've asked a very profound question, and I'm not sure I've got the complete answer to it. What I do know is that members of Parliament are often very nervous of saying anything which can seem to be a challenge to the establishment, to the security establishment, or to what perceptions of security are. And there's lots of ways of looking at security. Is your security and my security our ability to bomb another country, to invade a country, to start a war, to kill large numbers of people? Or is our security the ability to talk to our neighbours, to ensure our neighbours are not thirsty or hungry or without education or health care? Real security is a respect for each other's lives and a respect for our planet. And what Julian has done is exposed the way in which we've been told that security was to start a war in Afghanistan. What did it achieve? Billions and billions of dollars being spent, thousands and thousands of lives lost, billions made in profits in the arms industry, and we're left with the poorest country on the face of the earth and the source of many people desperately seeking refuge around the world. When I meet people in Calais, Afghan people who've managed to smuggle themselves from Afghanistan to Calais and trying to get to Britain in order to contribute to our society, living in desperate poverty and some drowning in the Channel. Well, who's guilty of that? Is it them, or is it a system that's driven them to that?
Right. And, if I could ask a couple more questions of you. You bring up this aspect of the individuals who are involved in this, the real lives. And so, of course, there are real lives here today supporting Julian and his family, and of course, watching and supporting all around the world. And what message do you have for them? As we're up against this Leviathan, right? We see its cruelty, we see its vindictiveness, we see its willingness to go to this length to suppress freedom. What message do you have for all those who are gathering here today watching and supporting Julian from afar?
Sometimes the smallest and most isolated voices in the most difficult places are the most powerful. Think historically of those people that, isolated and alone, opposed the slave trade. Those people that stood up against racism. Those people that stood up against the rise of Nazism in Europe were often isolated voices. We now understand the importance of their message. And so I would say, don't walk by on the other side when somebody is saying something that the media tell us is controversial. There shouldn't be anything controversial in demanding the truth.
Right. And the one thing you're taking away from being here today at this hearing?
The strength of Julian, the strength of his family and the campaign, and the strength of people here today. You look out there. These people I've been outside the prison, I've been outside every court hearing, I've been at every march, been at every demonstration, been at every rally, been at every event, and it's all at their own expense. They've made enormous sacrifices because they believe very strongly that Julian must be freed.
Right. Jeremy, thank you so much. Thank you for your leadership over these years. You know, many of us admire you, and we're grateful for the role you have played leading us. So thank you for speaking with us. Hopefully, maybe we speak with you later, afterwards, but I appreciate your time.
I thank you for that, and could I just say to all those that are watching us today, thanks for tuning in, thanks for watching us. Do what you can. Lobby your political representatives, lobby your neighbours, and never stop talking about the cause of Julian Assange.
Right on. Thank you, Jeremy. That was Jeremy Corbyn. I think his words speaking to the power of this movement, the people in this movement, and what underlines us all. So important to hear, particularly as we are faced again with this dual threat of the cruelty, the prolonged suffering to Julian and his family, along with the dangers to our rights. We're going to take a break, but we'll be back shortly. Again, like, subscribe to our channels, and make sure you're sharing them. Thank you for tuning in with us today. Hi, I'm Matt Ho, outside the Royal Courts of Justice in London for Julian Assange's extradition hearing. We are gathered with hundreds of supporters of Julian and his family, people who are not just here to support the individuals involved, but also support all of our rights for free speech, free press, and essentially to read and to speak what we want, as well as to know what our governments are doing. We have had guests with us all day. I want to bring in James Schneider with Progressive International. Many of you may be familiar with Progressive International because they have been the ones sponsoring and running the Belmarsh tribunals that have occurred. James? Oh. James. Hi. Thank you for joining us. Of course. Thanks for having me here today. With Progressive International, the Belmarsh tribunals that you all have done has been so helpful for so many of us, as well as just to serve as a forum to address all the crimes, all the wrongs that are going on here. As you're here today and looking back on what you've done with those, what's some of the most important things for people to understand?
I think, as you see with this case, all of the facts are breathtaking. The things that were revealed by WikiLeaks, each element, each of the crimes that were revealed over the years, and then the crimes that have been committed against Julian Assange through holding him, the plotted assassination, the abuses that he suffered in the Ecuadorian embassy and then since in Belmarsh are quite remarkable. So what we've tried to do in high-profile hearings modelled on the Russell Sartre tribunals against the Vietnam War is to flip that on its head. Rather than Julian Assange being on trial, have the crimes of empire be on trial, have the corporate crimes that he's revealed be on trial. So we've taken evidence from UN figures, from politicians, from lawyers, from journalists, from former detainees, from people who have suffered the crimes of empire that were revealed by WikiLeaks and revealed by the journalistic work of Julian Assange, and to put those in a formal setting where the people of the world can see really what is on stake, what is on trial in this court here, and hopefully not, but potentially in the US. And it is our ability to know those things, to have an understanding of the world which is true to what has actually happened, where we can understand who are the real criminals, who it is who is inflicting misery on others, and who it is who's trying to expose those things.
Right, and I think that's a great juxtaposition to talk about the Belmarsh Tribunal and then compare it to what's happening here, and in particularly the openness, the transparency. Is that something you want to comment on in terms of the transparency surrounding all of this?
Absolutely. So in our tribunals, we've now had 6 of them in different cities around the world. They are all fully live streamed, every element of it. There's journalistic access. We never had any of the problems which the court had the last time we were here, with the journalists not being able to hear if they were in the court, not being allowed to access the court if they weren't journalists from England and Wales, not being able to hear it on the live stream. And these are very basic technical things which can be delivered, which we know that if the British state wanted to serve the interests of transparency and accountability and basic journalistic freedoms, they would have done so. But it's so telling that where essentially journalism is on trial right here, they weren't able to give journalists the most basic things, being able to hear what is going on in the court.
Right, it is. It's I think, as this goes forward, and as it has gone forward over the years, the overall points of what are being addressed here, this right of us to know what our governments are doing, is being continually, the light's being shined on that, right? In the sense that in order to continue forward with this persecution and prosecution, they have to keep doing the same types of obstruction, the same types of their willingness to obscure, right? And so, looking back again at the Belmarsh tribunals, though, what are those key points that were brought up that maybe people are not so familiar with that you're seeing play out here right now?
So I think it's obscuring and threatening, and when they do those things, when the state threatens the media, it has a very long after trail, and it's hard to see because what you're seeing is reporting that didn't happen, news stories that you didn't hear about. So for me, one of the really important elements of one sitting of the Belmarsh Tribunal which took place in London, in Westminster, in the room that Parliament sat in during World War II, was from Julian McCaskill, who was a long-time Guardian journalist, and the Guardian worked with Julian Assange and WikiLeaks to reveal some of the stories. And you'll notice that there isn't anyone from the Guardian here today, and their reporting of Julian Assange and this whole trial has been extremely limited. And you have to ask yourself why, when this was one of the media outlets that was using the Assange material.
For folks who are watching, as vehicles go by, including that very large truck, they honk in support of Julian. So, yeah.
So the Guardian was one of the global outlets that was taking the material, working with WikiLeaks, and putting forward the stories, and they haven't been doing that. And a big part of that reason is they were threatened. They were threatened by the British state. They had their hard drives. They had to destroy their hard drives in the basement of their building. And the impact of that reporting carries on today. Now, Julian McCaskill has since retired. He was a long-time defence editor. He had a whole variety of different roles. And so he was able to speak out and speak really as the voice of what the Liberal paper was before it was threatened by the state. And I think that's what we're seeing. That's the real impact of this case already. There are already stories that people should know about, crimes that have been committed in the names of people that are watching this right now by our government that we don't know about because this is what's going on here. And that is, I think, what we have to be very clear about. Of course, this is the persecution of one man, but it is also all of our right to know. The number of stories, the number of things, the number of crimes that have taken place in the world that we don't know about because of this persecution right here is unfathomable, and that itself is a grave crime that has been committed against all of us.
Right, and what you just explained there is you see the various elements of empire that link arms together to protect themselves, right? And Guardian, great case in point. So before I let you go, what is something that people can do to support Julian Assange, but support these larger aspects of what we're here for? Is free press, free speech, transparency. What's something people can do?
So, of course, people can join the campaign. They can raise their voice specifically on Julian's case, but they should also know that any type of activism that you are doing against empire is part of the same struggle. So just down the road is the London School of Economics. There's an empanelment there for Palestine. That is part of the same struggle. That is part of the struggle against empire, which is trying to restrict our right to know so that it can carry on its crimes. So I think all of the ways in which people are engaging against the crimes of empire and in support of basic freedom, truth and democracy for all of us, that is all part of the same struggle, and therefore we have to link arms. In the way that you said that empire links arms, we need to link arms. We need to link arms for a mutiny against the current world system, which unites those in the south who have generally been greatly sinned against with the majority of the population. The majority of the population in the US, the majority of the population here in Britain do not support the crimes that are committed in their name. And we can mutiny as well, and we can all link arms. Us in the north that don't want the crimes that are carried out in our names, and those in the south who have the crimes committed against them. And if we were to do so, it wouldn't just be Julian Assange that is freed. Many of the grave crimes that he revealed and many of the crimes that he could have revealed if he weren't in prison, those won't happen in the future.
Right, exactly. James, I appreciate your time here. I appreciate your work. James Schneider, Progressive International, and people can find the Belmarsh tribunals online, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you, James.
Great, thanks.
Appreciate it. And throughout the day, as we're here outside the courthouse, we'll be providing updates as to what's going on inside the courthouse. And here to help us with those updates is Chloe. Chloe, come on in.
Hi, Matthew. Good to be with you.
Yeah, it's great to see you. A little bit about yourself, please, for those who may not know you.
I work for the Free Assange Campaign. We are coordinating now a lot more with Assange Defence in America, with the Assange Campaign in Australia, and with our European friends. So this is a global movement.
It is. I mean, there are people here from all around the world.
It's fantastic.
Yeah,
fantastic.
More horn honking going on.
It's so loud.
Yeah.
I mean, it's amazing. Yeah, it's fantastic.
So, all right, for you, what's the most important thing happening today?
I think, what's crazy to me is that we're even talking about what's happening today as being assurances. These are non-assurances. This is an absolute facade, a joke, actually.
Right.
Just such a travesty of justice in the first place. America has now had so many chances to remedy these assurances. They're still not at any level that is appropriate for any form of justice. You know, even the fact that in that wording, on the 3 points we've been allowed a potential hearing on in there today, the wording that Julian can seek to rely as opposed to rely is so absurd.
Right. I like to say my dogs can seek a second breakfast.
Sure.
They're not going to get it, but
Or
they can seek it.
If I was going to do a bungee jump and I said, will the rope make sure I don't hit the ground? And they said to me, you can seek to rely that that rope won't hit the ground. I wouldn't do the jump.
That's exactly right.
It's not an assurance.
Let's just take a step back real quick, though, for people who may not be so familiar with it, if you have the time, just to go through what those 3 assurances are, if you could do that real quick for us.
So the 3 assurances are that Julian has, as an Australian national, will not receive First Amendment protection, that he may be discriminated against, that he cannot call on First Amendment protection, and that he may receive the death penalty upon arrival in America. You know, the American government have been given the opportunity to come back with these assurances that are, frankly, appalling. And it will be, you know, it's not, today it is the UK court that is under scrutiny, that we need to be watching, because if they allow that joke of a wording, if they allow that to go through today, I don't know what it means for UK justice. It is appalling. It is absolutely appalling. And it will, to me, highlight, although, you know, the entire treatment of Julian has already highlighted this, that the UK court system is fundamentally and institutionally corrupt.
Right. Yeah, I get when you say that, I have an image in my head of, you know, the empire essentially leaving in its wake shattered justice and legal system, shattered freedoms in the UK. Of course, if he's allowed to be extradited, it goes forward in the US, but also globally. So I mean, when you look at this, when you talk to people who are from around the world, what type of sentiment are you getting from people about this?
This is, I mean, it's terrifying on so many levels. Firstly, anybody who knows Julian, who supported Julian, this is torture. We are at a position now where Julian has been tortured and in some form of incarceration for 13 years and isolation. That is outrageous. And he needs to be returned to his wife and his children and to live a normal, happy life. But actually, on top of that, we have the chilling, and actually we've gone beyond chilling. We're now at some ice age situation for what it means for journalists, what it means for press freedom. America will destroy its own constitution if it decides to persecute Julian in this way. Joe Biden has the option to drop this. This was picked up by Trump's Department of Justice. Joe Biden could choose to be the president that stands for freedom of speech and press freedom and acknowledges the work and the responsibility of national security reporting.
But then he wouldn't be the head of the empire, would he?
What is he anyway? I mean, my God.
So you're going to be with us all day. You're going to be giving us
I'm
updates.
Here. Yeah, I will be back with you. I will. We have a live tweeter inside. I will come. I will update you on what's happening inside the court. We have more speeches happening. As you were here, we had some fantastic speeches this morning. There is a real momentum here today. And I had a moment, I heard Craig say that he was feeling hopeful.
Yes.
And he thinks we might win. And I can't allow myself to go down that road. But, you know, the sun is out. Like, if we're going to get justice, now is the time.
Right.
So, you know, let's be positive. I have no faith in the UK court system. But nonetheless, we are here to fight, and the fight remains. For as long as Julian is in Belmarsh prison, the fight remains. And actually, we're going to get tougher and angrier and madder and more of us on the streets. This cannot be allowed to happen.
Those things go together, right? There's the hope. I have a very good friend, a dear friend, who says, we breathe, we hope. And we always keep with that. But we also need the action, right? Your point there, we need that action. So thank you, Chloe. I look forward to talking to you again later today.
Yes.
And I'm sure the folks watching are eager for your updates.
Fabulous. See you later.
Thanks,
Thank
Chloe.
you, Matthew. Bye-bye.
we're going to take a short break, but we're going to be here all day. Stay with us. You know, you're watching us either on the Stella Assange, the Free Assange News, or the Assange Defense YouTube channels. Like and subscribe to those, and to make sure, of course, you are sharing them with others and letting people know that we are out here standing in solidarity with Julian, his family, free speech, a free press, and the right for us to know what our governments are doing in our name. Thank you. We'll be right back.
Welcome. So after this interview, there'll be. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, basically, that's sounds great. No, I think we're going to think about it. Oh, yeah, I think you need to. I'll be alright, mate. Yeah. These things, it says it should be 10 hours for charge. No, but I'm still good for this. So. Old skull. Check up.
Hi, I'm Matt Ho. I'm outside the Royal Courts of Justice in London. We are here for Julian Assange's extradition hearing. Of course, as all of you watching know, enormous implications for Julian and his family, but for us all in terms of the future of free speech, the future of a free press, and the right for us to know what our governments are doing. All morning we have been talking with various people who have been involved in a manner of different ways with this, in support of Julian as he has gone through this persecution and prosecution over these last 12 years, essentially. And I want to bring in Susie Gilbert right now. Susie, welcome. Thank you for joining us. A quick introduction of yourself, and I know you had something you really wanted to say to people.
Yeah, well, great to be here. I first want to just say thank you to everyone who's watching on the live stream from around the world. The US and the UK authorities would love us to forget about this case and to let Julian just be lost in the legal process. You know, the process is the punishment.
Right.
And so it's so important that everyone is paying attention. People around the world are paying attention. People on the streets in London are paying attention. We've got buses coming by, honking in support. We saw the president of Brazil, Lula, tweeting in support last night. And so, you know, hopefully there'll be a resolution to this case, and that will come through global public pressure. I think, you know, we've been following this case for over 12 years. The case has never felt more critical or prescient or urgent than now. We've got a lot of Palestinian flags here too. And there's so much, obviously, connection between the sort of investigative journalism that this case is about and why students are protesting around the world wanting to know how their money is being used to fund war crimes, essentially. So we've never had this much support, and so it's special to be here today.
It all connects together, right? The idea that this is somehow separate from what's going on is what we'll see back in the States. This is directly connected. You can draw a straight line from this persecution and prosecution of Julian, these attacks on WikiLeaks, draw a straight line through what the students are doing on campus, as well as to say the banning of TikTok.
Exactly. I was about to say the same. Julian was actually really early about understanding the politics of technology, really before people were talking about it. And obviously, as we know, you know, they want to ban TikTok because the young people are really seeing what's actually going on. I think it's also important to remember there's been a lot of progress recently. There's never been this much support on this case. We've got support from the Australian government, who are asking the US to drop this prosecution. We saw Biden make a really interesting remark saying that the US is considering this request. We've seen the German Chancellor say that, you know, this wouldn't be a case in Germany. We've got, as you know, every press freedom, every human rights group, every major media outlet. So there's really like unanimous across the board support. Obviously there isn't support from the CIA and that kind of thing. But the Biden administration does have an opportunity to do the right thing. As we know, the Obama administration did not pursue this because what they described as the New York Times problem. Right. If you do this with Julian, you can do this with any outlet. This happened under the Trump administration. Biden has the opportunity to do the right thing. There is so much institutional global support. I've worked a lot with, you know, social movements in Latin America, for example, and it's important to remember just how much unanimous global support there is and momentum. So let's see what happens today. I think it's really hard to predict. Right. We've heard from so many great people, obviously from Jeremy Corbyn, from Julian's brother, representatives from journalism unions, a former MP from the South African ANC, all sorts of people. If you know anyone in London, encourage them to pop by. It's really powerful being here. But again, I just want to say thank you for paying attention. You know, we're tweeting, let him go, Joe, free Assange. Yeah, so let's see what happens today.
It reminds me, my brother won a bumper sticker caption contest years ago going back to during the Iraq War for Bush-Cheney re-election, and his winning caption for there, this is satirical, of course, was Bush-Cheney 04, thank you for not paying attention. And that's the importance of this, though, right? I mean, this scares the hell out of them, right?
Yeah, yeah. And we know that in previous hearings, the judge actually had to pause proceedings because there was so much noise outside. And so simple things like showing up really make a difference, but also paying attention, obviously, online. Julian's wife, Stella, has said repeatedly that, you know, this is obviously a political case more than the legal, and so showing that people are paying attention, watching online, engaging with content, does make a difference. You know, we are paying attention, the young students are paying attention to war crimes right now. You know, we have an opportunity to have an impact. As we know, sort of solid journalism is completely under threat. And it's powerful, yeah, it's really powerful being here. There are people from all walks of life. I just saw, you know, two very elderly ladies sort of walking, holding a sign saying these assurances mean nothing. And it's powerful seeing all generations. There's even a dog I've seen at regular
Exactly.
Assange.
We got Maya here with us, yeah.
I've seen at many Julian events. She's waiting for Julian to be released.
Yeah.
So yeah, let's hope this gets resolved sooner than later. But the process is the punishment, as they say.
Right.
And I guess we have to wait for the right sort of the stars to align for people to be willing to do the right thing.
Right, and as you're speaking, the noise is picking back up again. There's car horns going. We have buses coming through honking. You know, this is the noise of freedom, essentially, right? There's a bus over there honking again, and this is what happens, though. This is why they want to suppress, because what comes from reading what you want, what comes from listening to what you want, from seeing what you want, is action, of course. And so you're going to be with us all day. I know you're going to be talking to folks in and out of the crowd. Any last comments on the crowd?
I mean, the crowd is amazing. I'd love to know where people are watching from. If you feel like putting in the chat or the comments where you're watching from, anything you want us to talk about or address, any thoughts, please share them. We're following, and I know Stella and the family, it means so much to everyone, and obviously Julian. So thank you for being with us.
All right, thank you, Susie. We'll talk to you again soon.
Cheers, thank you.
Okay, that was Susie Gilbert. Again, she's going to be with us throughout the day. We're going to be here all day through this extradition hearing. We will be providing you with updates as well as speakers. We also have some folks who are out in the crowd. We're going to go to James Kennedy, who's a terrific musician and a very ardent supporter of Julian's. And so we're going to go and see some video that James recorded earlier today with some of the people who are here to support Julian Assange, the Assange family, as well as, of course, free speech and a free press.
We have with us Ben Weisner from the American Civil Liberties Union, ACLU. You are a lawyer for ACLU. Can you tell me briefly what is ACLU for those who do not know anything about the organization, and why you are focusing on the danger entailed in Julian Assange's case?
Sure. The ACLU, the American Civil Liberties Union, is a civil rights and civil liberties organization in the United States. Internationally, people might use the term human rights, but the U.S. is not so good at that. We've been around since 1920, so over 100 years. We're a very large NGO by international standards. We have offices in all 50 of America's states, and we work on a whole range of civil rights and human rights issues, including freedom of the press, free expression. We protect the rights of immigrants. We protect LGBT citizens. We work on women's rights. We work on racial equality. So really a very kind of broad organization that defends the Bill of Rights and civil rights laws in the United States. The Assange case is a vital one because it's probably the single greatest legal threat to investigative journalism that I've seen in my almost 25 years working at the ACLU. A conviction of Julian Assange under the 1917 Espionage Act would be a catastrophe both for investigative journalism in the United States and for press freedom around the world for reasons that I'm sure we're going to get into. So, so this is a very, very high priority. And we've certainly been working publicly and privately to do everything we can to make sure that this conviction never takes place.
The prosecution of Julian Assange, what is, would you describe it as an ordinary prosecution? We, of course, know that there in latter days, there have been increasing sort of legal attacks by the state in your country against whistleblowers and journalists to some extent. What makes the Assange case special?
Well, it's true that in the last couple of decades, there's been an escalation of legal threats against sources for investigative journalism. It was extremely rare in the history of this country for there to be prosecutions of journalistic sources, even for turning over classified or sensitive information. That escalated under the Obama administration and even more under the Trump administration that followed. But no administration in modern American history has crossed the Rubicon that this case involves, and that is not prosecuting the source, but prosecuting the publisher. Julian Assange received information and published truthful information. That has never been understood to be a crime in the United States. It's never been tested legally. We don't know how our courts are going to respond to this particular escalation. It's always been understood that this was something that our Department of Justice would not do. And as you know very well, Kristen, the Obama administration considered this prosecution. They convened a criminal grand jury for a number of years, brought many of your friends and mine into that room to testify, and ultimately concluded under Attorney General Eric Holder that there simply was no way to slice off a prosecution of Julian Assange and simultaneously protect the investigative journalism that other entities like the New York Times, the Washington Post, the New Yorker, others who routinely publish classified information do. They called this the New York Times problem, and they decided after a long investigation not to bring charges. That was a decision that was quickly reversed when Donald Trump appointed Jeff Sessions to be the Attorney General of the United States, and that's why we are here. But this is an unprecedented prosecution in the modern history of the United States.
I've been traveling broadly, for example, through all Latin America, where there is a huge concern about the Assange case because of the reach out universally by the Justice Department to take it up on themselves to be able to have a universal jurisdiction. Demanding extradition from an Australian journalist that was publishing out of Europe never came close to the United States jurisdiction. So we can talk about that later, which is the global problem. But firstly, yes, what will this mean for the journalists in the United States?
Well, let's talk about it very concretely. I don't think that the day after Julian Assange is convicted, if we actually reach that awful moment, you will see a roundup of journalists from other organizations, and you'll see them imprisoned for their journalism. The first change is going to be internal in these news organizations. Every one of these news organizations, as you know, because you were involved early on with some of these publications, has lawyers. And those lawyers advise The Guardian or the New York Times or the Washington Post about their legal risk in publication. And immediately they're going to have to change the legal threat model. And immediately they're going to have to say that publication of this story that might be vitally in the public interest creates a risk of felony prosecution for everyone involved. Something that was not true yesterday, but will be true tomorrow. And so the massive chilling effect is going to take place completely invisibly. We won't even see this in public. It won't even require another prosecution. But many stories that that the public really needs to know, and think about the last 25 years of American history. Think about what we wouldn't know if the lawyers for these publications said you might risk felony prosecution. We wouldn't have known about torture at Abu Ghraib. We wouldn't have known about warrantless wiretapping. We wouldn't know that innocent people were killed in drone strikes. We wouldn't know about the CIA's archipelago of gulags in many countries around the world. All these things were classified at the very highest level. Once the precedent has been established that possession and publication of that information can give rise to felony liability, all of those newspapers are going to have to be much, much more cautious, and things that the public must know in a democracy are going to remain under wraps. We hear so much discussion about the harms from publication, and we don't talk nearly enough about the harms from suppression. But that's going to be the real harm, is that so many vitally important stories that really inform what we know about our governments will never see the light of day without the need for a single other prosecution.
There is often reference to the First Amendment in the United States outside the US as being the holy grail of press freedom, and an envy in many countries that such a strong constitutional press freedom is in place. Does this case, if it goes forward and Julian is convicted, pose a threat to the fundamentals of the First Amendment?
Well, absolutely. And this has been mostly debated by legal scholars over the last half century, right? The first time that any US administration ever brought charges for the publication of classified information was the Ellsberg case. The Espionage Act was used for the first time against a source in that case. And there was a lot of scholarship that arose in that context. And I think there's a fairly strong legal consensus that the Espionage Act is, in constitutional terms, vague and overbroad. It can't possibly mean what it says. It cannot possibly be a felony to possess or publish national defense information as that term is defined. It's simply too broad and applies to most of what you see on the front page of the newspaper every single day. And the way that the lower courts, our Supreme Court has never considered this, the way that lower courts have reconciled these prosecutions with the First Amendment is by sort of rewriting the law to be much narrower. But the most honest answer is we have no idea how courts are going to treat the prosecution of a publisher under this law. And it's quite interesting, actually, that at the same time that this case may be, coming into an American court, we have a prosecution of a former president under the Espionage Act. And of course, one possibility, right, Trump's lawyers will make some of the same arguments, even though he's not accused with publication. Nonetheless, the law is still constitutionally vague as it's applied to him. And one possibility is that Trump's case going first could create some law that could be of benefit to other cases going later. Although I wouldn't be so convinced that he'll get a great fair shake either. But really, the honest answer is that we don't know what federal courts or what our Supreme Court will say about the application of the Espionage Act in this context. The case that people talk about as being the great beacon is the Pentagon Papers case, where the Nixon administration tried to block the publication of the Pentagon Papers. It went to court and got injunctions, or sought injunctions, to prohibit the New York Times and Washington Post from publishing these documents. And the Supreme Court, in a landmark decision, says you cannot enjoin a U.S. publication. You can't block it. That's a prior restraint, and that violates the First Amendment. That is actually a very, very powerful decision that other countries rightly admire. But what the Supreme Court did not say was that you also couldn't prosecute for publishing. In fact, it left open that possibility that although you couldn't block it in advance, if a news organization took the risk of violating this law, then they had to handle the risk of whether they might have broken it. Again, we've never seen such a prosecution until this one. There is a saying, bad facts make bad law. The fact that Julian has few friends on either side of the aisle in the halls of American power is not helpful. Of course, on the Democratic side, he's blamed for Trump's election in 2016. On the Republican side, there's no great anxiety about creating a precedent that journalists can be prosecuted. They've always wanted to prosecute the New York Times. So there's some enthusiasm about establishing this kind of precedent. So I don't, look, I think that many of us, including the ACLU, will very forcefully make the arguments in all levels of the judiciary that this prosecution is unconstitutional. But I don't want anyone to think that the courts are necessarily a backstop here. The best chance to prevent this precedent from getting set is now, not later.
If you look at the history of the Espionage Act, it's an archaic legal structure that was dormant for decades. You can clearly see, even from the beginning, 100 years ago, that the lawmakers were worried about the possible abuse of the act against the press and freedom of expression. Would you use such a strong word as saying this is an abuse of the act? In the case of Julian Assange?
I wouldn't hesitate. I wouldn't hesitate to say that. I've used stronger words than that. I think this is a catastrophe. We have called for these charges to be dropped. We have called for the extradition efforts to be dropped. It's an abuse of the act, but more than that, it's an abuse of press freedom, which is a pillar of any kind of liberal democracy. And as we're going to get to, it's hugely consequential, not just for our own society and our own democracy, but for the protection of journalists around the world. I mean, one case jumps out. There is a Wall Street Journal reporter, Evan Gershkovich, who's being held in a Russian jail right now. I think Americans rightly consider this an outrage. But what is it that we're outraged about? We're outraged that the Russians would purport to apply their unjust law to an American journalist who was just doing his job. And now how can we honestly distinguish that from the situation of Julian, who, as you said before, is an Australian journalist who is working overseas? And why should our criminal secrecy law apply extraterritorially in that way? Now, I think most Americans would say the difference is that we have a fair legal system and Russia doesn't. But if you're using the Espionage Act as your example of what a fair legal system is, and more than that, if you're using an espionage prosecution against a journalist as your example of a fair legal system, that argument is not going to get you very far, either here or particularly abroad.
Well, is there any material difference between the two cases of Evan Gershkovich of the Wall Street Journal in Russia and Julian Assange in the United States? Apart from the fact that actually Gershkovich was in Russia and Julian never did any publishing in the United States.
Yeah, I mean, again, I don't know the particulars because I don't know what Evan is charged with. I don't know what evidence the Russians purport to have against him. I don't know whether it's trumped up factually and legally. I don't know. What I'm talking is in terms of abstraction, in terms of precedent, the way that I need to think about this. What will be the effect of a conviction of Assange on our ability to object to an arrest of an Evan Gershkovich? So I have no idea what the particulars of that case are because they have been less public, right? At least here, we can see the indictment of Assange in all its glory. We can read all of the charges and all of the innuendo and all of the irrelevancy that was thrown into it and judge for ourselves whether we think that the acts that are alleged constitute crimes. In the Russian system, we're not able to do that, so we don't know. But as a matter of precedent, we are handcuffing ourselves in our ability to object to these kinds of outrages when they happen overseas.
Not that long ago, the Department of Justice in the U.S. did issue sort of a press guidelines on where and how far they could go in terms of messing with reporters and their work. It was my feeling reading through the press releases on that and through the guidelines that there was a possible attempt to distinguish between U.S. journalists and foreign journalists in that effect. Would that be the right sort of feeling that you got out of it as well? Or?
I think to some extent, maybe, but I also think that there was a little bit of signaling there that this Justice Department would not have brought this case. which I think we know to be true because the people who are running this Justice Department are more or less the people who were running the Obama Justice Department and the ones who decided not to do that. The problem is there is this very strong institutional tradition among the career lawyers at the Justice Department not to just change their position because there's been a change in administration. So that even though they would not have brought this case, it's seen as sort of against their best traditions just to drop it. And so I think now, of course, now that Julian has spent more than 5 years in a maximum security prison at Belmarsh, all kinds of possibilities open up that may not have been available 2 or 3 or 4 years ago when this team, came into power. Because at this point, hyperpowers don't like to say, "Sorry, we messed up and we changed our mind." They like to save face when they change course. And I do think that now dropping the extradition could be justified on the ground that even if you think that Julian should have been punished, he was. And that 5 years is actually quite a long sentence in the US system for the kinds of charges that are involved here. It's certainly almost as much time as Chelsea Manning, who was the leaker, spent imprisoned in relation to the same crime. So I really do hold out some hope that there are pathways here to resolve this that don't further erode U.S. soft power. I do think that, and I'm sure you share this view, that U.S. policymakers have not quite digested what a blow to U.S. soft power this case has already been, and how much worse that's going to be when we see images of a shackled Julian Assange in an American courtroom, a stone's throw from the White House and the Justice Department, being locked up for what the world, if not the U.S. government, considers to have been public interest journalism.
Well, I can testify to the blow to the soft power of the United States when it comes to every major Latin American country south of the U.S. border. I've met 5 presidents in these countries who all are deeply concerned about the implication of the case towards their own journalists.
That's right.
So this is a political decision that needs to be taken. Isn't that just a reflection of the fact that this is a political case and a political persecution, if you will?
Well, it's certainly a political case. There's no question about that, and you can even see just the fact that the case was investigated fully under an administration that then concluded that the charges should not be brought, and then with no further investigation, the charges were brought just because of a change of political administration. That's evidence enough that there's politics going on here. And ordinarily in the U.S. There is supposed to be a separation of the political leaders from the Justice Department. But I think the fact that you're now seeing President Biden answer questions about this case and not just deflect them to the Justice Department, but actually give answers, reflects their now growing understanding that there is an important diplomatic valence to this case, and it's extremely helpful when you have the Australian government advocating for a resolution, when you have other heads of state bringing it up in their meetings. And I know that's one of the things that you talk to them about when you're meeting with heads of state. Put this on your agenda. Make sure that it gets mentioned every time you're having contact with people in the State Department or people in the White House. Just make sure they keep hearing about it. I heard a story that when the top lawyer for a major U.S. media organization was speaking to someone in the White House, he brought up this case, and the person in the White House said, "Wow, I didn't realize this was important enough to you that you would put this on your agenda to meet with me." So these are really important levers that I think you need to keep that pressure on, because yes, as you say, it's at a minimum a mix of law and politics. And now that Julian has essentially served his sentence before trial, it's time for us to find a way to end this case.
I agree. But finally, the courts in London are now going to give their verdict on whether their question of assurances that Julian will have is sufficiently good enough. The U.S. government was asked, will he be able to rely on First Amendment protection? And the answer was he can seek to rely on First Amendment protection. I'm paraphrasing, of course, but it's almost comical because
Barely.
that is an answer that is
it's
no.
almost a direct quote. Not only did they didn't even say what position they would take in urging the court to resolve that question. So they didn't even say we would support his assertion of First Amendment rights. They said it is the court's decision. And I can assure you that when it gets to the court, the U.S. position will be there is no First Amendment right here. We would apply that equally to an American because we don't think that what went on here was journalism. We've defined it as something else. And once we define it as something else, as a conspiracy, we don't have to be worried about the First Amendment in this context. But, I've said this before. National security investigative journalism is always a conspiracy. That is what it is by definition. Journalists are conspiring with people who have access to privileged and sensitive information to pry it away from classification systems and share it with the public in the name of democracy. That it's just never been charged as a conspiracy before, but of course it is, right? That is by nature what the best kind of journalism is. You are trying to pierce a government's monopoly on information that in a democracy the public has a right to know and a need to know. Those assurances were not even a half-hearted attempt to make the case that there's going to be a fair trial in the United States.
Well, the only negative aspect of the fact that if he's giving the opportunity to appeal, that means more prison time, more delays. And maybe that is the point, to delay everything until after the elections in the United States and even elections in the United Kingdom. But let's see how things go. But we, of course, hope that this will come to a closure very soon because this has gone on for way too long. Thank you so much, Ben, for spending the time with me.
Thank you, Kristen, for inviting me.
Free Julian Assange! Free Julian Assange now! Free Julian Assange now! Free Julian Assange! Free Julian Assange! Free Julian Assange! Free Julian Assange! Free Julian Assange now! Free Julian Assange now! Free Julian Assange! Free Julian Assange! Free Julian Assange! Free Julian Assange! Free Julian Assange now! Free Julian Assange now!
Like pissing people on the left off and on the liberal left off. So maybe I'll like throw them a bone with this. What's the matter here? Well, it's a big thing in America because so many people are brainwashed. But Assange did so much damage. So for him to do that could be, handing over stuff. Down to his senility. Yeah. Exactly, whatever he says, he gets it. If there's anything inconvenient, then they'll say, oh, he was having a senior moment. He didn't really mean it. Gordon's got a huge fan base on TikTok. How much is it? It's like hundreds of thousands. Oh no, it's incredible. Well, Chomsky wrote a whole book about manufacturing consent, and they just show it in real time, don't they? Oh yeah. Sorry, mate. Oh, cheers, thank you.
Hi, I'm Matt Ho, here outside the Royal Courts of Justice for Julian Assange's extradition hearing. Tremendous crowd, tremendous support for Julian, his family, and for the right to free speech and a free press. Got Chloe here with us, and she's going to give us some updates on what's going inside the courthouse. Chloe?
Hi, thank you. Okay, a couple of updates. First is that Julian is not inside the court. He was not well enough to attend. And I think, of course, that speaks to the ongoing torture and conditions that Julian is living within. Right. And it's important that we don't forget those at any part. Secondly, is that the assurance around the death penalty has been accepted because it is legally binding. So there will be no death penalty for Julian upon arrival in America. They are now getting into the discussion around the First Amendment, which we knew would be the issue. And what's fascinating here is the US government, for the first time, is arguing that there is a distinction between nationality and citizenship, and that is kind of what is happening at this moment. So the US states that non-US citizenship may just be one factor in denying the applicability of First Amendment rights. James Lewis, KC, sorry, let me get my tweets up, so the US states that the so-called assurance is adequate, but because the judges will take solemn notice of it, but the US accepts that the assurance cannot bind the court. They have then, the American government, gone into a conversation now about the difference between nationality and citizenship. It is the first time they have made this distinction. I mean, I'm reading these tweets as they are coming in, so it's all we're very much reading it as it's happening.
I mean, it sounds more like weasel words.
It's a complete fudging of the law and the words. They're bringing up Guantanamo Bay as previous prisoners that the British government sent to Guantanamo, and maybe the British government doesn't need to be so concerned about residency as opposed to a British national. So this is where we are at the moment. The United States government is essentially arguing that the assurance is that Julian will not be discriminated against based on his nationality rather than his citizenship. They argue for the first time that this is an important distinction. So this is what's happening now. We're in the weeds of it, essentially. But what it does feel like is it's moving quickly. A lot has been discussed already. Julian's defence has already spoken. We're now listening to the American arguments.
When I hear you say that, Chloe, I'm struck by what the United States is trying to do here. Set a precedent.
Yes.
So by making this distinction between citizenship and nationality, again, as you said, getting into the weeds, getting past this idea, moving past this idea that you know, in our First Amendment in the United States, it references the right to free speech, as free speech is above and beyond anything that government can provide. It is endowed to us, as they say. And so what they're trying to do here is parse that and make it so that there's a technical distinction that they can utilize.
Yes, yes. I mean, we're still dealing with the wording seek to rely. That is what all this is about. And what the Americans have said so far in the court is that that is a good enough assurance because they will take it very seriously, as if that is any kind of assurance at all. So, again, we're still dealing with this Orwellian, bizarre, strange fudging of language, but things are moving quickly, and you know, I'm hoping to come back to you with another update shortly.
Absolutely. We have to keep in mind that these are all the same people that have been in power for decades. So all those who brought us the global war on terror, for example, are those who are now saying, you can trust us.
Yes, exactly. Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Well, thank you, Chloe.
Thank you so much. See you later. Bye-bye.
We have a whole bunch of folks here today with us outside this extradition hearing who we want to hear from. I'm going to bring in Crispin, who is here today. Crispin, come on in. Can you let the folks know who you are and what you do?
I'm Crispin Flintoff. I present a show on YouTube called Not the Andrew Marr Show. The reason why I do that is because the media in this country is just not presenting the truth, and it's so biased that I had to do it myself. I had to set something up myself, and it's growing all the time. We get more and more people signing up to watch it live on Zoom as well. And I'm here because I'm aware that the truth is not being told, and the person who was really pushing for the truth to come out, Julian Assange, has been locked up for no good reason other than that he was telling the truth.
Right, he's being punished. I mean, this is vengeance, right? He embarrassed the empire. He's the one who told about the war crimes, and so now he's going to be wrapped up. And we were talking earlier, and I know there's something that you wanted to impart, what you wanted to say about what you wanted to see come about today.
Well, I mean, what would be the best thing? Because we don't have much good news. We don't have much hope with the constant bias and darkness of what's going on. Sorry. But if Julian were to be released today, we would all just be not only in the sunshine here, but in the sunshine of the spirit. We'd feel liberation. We'd feel we could talk about things. Everything would be more open, and we'd have a positivity about us. At the moment, there's a cloud hanging over us because we don't know what we can say. We don't know how far we can go. We're all worried we're being taped, we're being tapped, we're being investigated, scrutinised by secret people who don't know where they are. I mean, this fear that they've generated is a lot to do with Julian Assange's case.
And we see it, I mean, another truck honking, right? So many people are behind this because they know the stakes. And for you, what are those stakes? Actually, let me take that back, because let's talk about the positives here, because we're being rightfully so, but we're very concerned about the implications of all this, what the consequences are going to be. But, you know, in terms of if Julian, if extradition is denied today, what does that mean to you in terms of like a victory?
If it's
denied in terms of
if they deny extradition, right.
For you, how do you take that as a victory?
I think that shows that protest and campaigning and constant pressure on power pays off, and you know that's what we need as a world. We need to know that we can change things, that we're not being controlled by a small number of people who tell us what we can say or what we can't say. If a number of people from all over the world, I mean, the Assange campaign spans every country in the world.
Right.
And there's so many, I mean, Stella Assange is going everywhere trying to get support. So it just shows if we can win today, then that matters, that changes things. We can overcome small number of people with a lot of power and you know, it's a lighter place to live in.
Yeah, well and rightly said, Crispin. I appreciate it. Thank you for being out here. Thanks for everything, for your support. We have a lot of support around the world, just as Crispin was talking about, not just here, but throughout the world. And we're going to go now to some videos from the support from Australia. I want to note that the Australian embassy is literally just on the other side of the block here from us. So the Australians, who of course have been actually supportive of their citizen, Julian Assange, many Australians have sent in videos, and we're going to show you some of those videos now.
Nobody in this campaign has worked harder or dedicated themselves more to freeing Julian Assange than his wife, Stella. And I am reliably informed that this is her first time in Australia. Please give a wonderful, warm, Gadigal country, Sydney welcome to Stella Assange.
Thanks, Scott. Thank you. Thanks, everyone. And Scott's right. This is my first time to your land, and it won't be my last, obviously, because I'm going to come back here, home with Julian. And our kids, who are Australian citizens, will come home too. It's been a bit bittersweet because I always imagined my first visit to Australia to be with Julian and the kids, but I'm just here for a few days. Obviously, the context for this trip was going to be President Biden and the Quad meeting, but they bailed. But I wanted to come here and be able to speak to all of you, because I want to tell you that you guys are at the forefront of a global movement for justice, a global movement that converges on one man, but the meaning of which goes far beyond Julian's freedom. It's not just Julian who has lost his freedom, but all of us. Because in order to keep Julian in prison, they have had to corrupt their own rules and their own principles. But we've reached a point now, I really feel it. We've reached a turning point because they know that we know that they are wrong and that they are cruel and that they are torturing Julian because he did the right thing, because he is in prison because he exposed the crimes of others. And that no decent, humane human being will ever tolerate that. The only people whose interest remains Julian's imprisonment are the ones who are guilty and implicated in those crimes. Now, I have to tell the children try to explain to them what's going on. And I both want to explain to them that this is not a normal situation, but also give them hope. And they have hope because they see the millions of people who support Julian. They see it all the time. But I also have to try to break down what's actually happening here. And I tell them that Julian showed the world that bad people were doing bad things. And those bad people then got so angry that they put him in a prison and they're holding the keys to his prison cell. But that millions of people are fighting for those keys back. And all of you, each of you, are part of that fight. And there are millions around the world. I've been traveling to Italy, to Germany, in Mexico. John and Gabriel have just been in Mexico, and they were traveling throughout Latin America. Julian's case is a case of global importance. But you guys are at the center of it, because Julian is an Australian. He's a country boy. And he's from this country. And that means that the key to securing Julian's release lies with you. And you guys have been incredible over the years. I mean, I was just in Canberra, and I had a meeting in a packed out room of parliamentarians. There was standing room only. And they were from every party. It's really just the entire political spectrum who is now saying enough is enough. I agree with what has been said here, but let's not lose sight of what an achievement this has been, because a few years ago there was radio silence. And apart from Scott and a few others, people were silent about what was happening, what was being done to Julian. And there has been a sea change, and I'll tell you why. Because of you. Because you know how politicians are. They have opinions about all sorts of things. Sometimes they're the right opinions, but they won't express them unless they think it will further their political career. But you guys have made a very clear signal about what will further their political career. And you need to keep that going. You guys need to shout louder, fight harder, put the pressure on each of your representatives. Make Julian's situation visible everywhere, every day. On your cars, on your shirts, every day you tell all your friends, you talk about it with your family members, you meet with your MPs, and you make sure that Julian stays top priority until he steps out of that prison. Until he comes home to us, to all of us. I think we're near. We can achieve this together. I fight for Julian every day, but I'm not alone. I feel like I am buoyed by all of you and the enormous support that has built over the years of decent people standing for decency, for humanity, and for justice. Not in some abstract way, but in this very concrete way. And don't lose sight of the incredible community that has been formed around this case. All good people I meet, from all walks of life. People I thought I would never meet, not because for anything, but just we wouldn't cross paths. People for which sometimes I would probably have an argument on one or two things, but who have a basic sense of decency and humanity and justice, and who won't tolerate this. Julian knows I'm here today, obviously. I spoke to him this morning. He is really encouraged. It really keeps him going, you know, because every day that passes, if the other side had been successful, he would become more and more invisible, and what's happened is the opposite. Yeah. And that's because of you. Yeah. I want you guys to know that Julian appreciates each and every one of you. And that he knows that without you, he would never be able to be free, but now we have hope. We have real hope that Julian will be able to step out into the sun once more. I long for the day where we can come to your beautiful city and walk around these spectacular views, the harbor. My breath has been taken away. It's just so spectacular. I saw a rainbow lorikeet up close yesterday, and I saw about 30 kangaroos on the roadside, and it was amazing. Julian has told me so many stories. He grew up in Queensland, and he's lived in Victoria and New South Wales, and he has so many stories. And people just imagine him behind a computer screen, but he's really a country boy, and he wants to show the kids where he grew up. He wants to take us for walks, and I really long for the day when he'll be able to do that. Thank you. Yes, it's important. No extradition, but not just that. Freedom. Let this man be. Let him live. Enough is enough. Let him come home to our children. Let him have just a dinner at home, you know. Let him sit on the couch. Let him take a nap. Let him feel the air on his skin. It's been denied to him for so long. I really... Let's make it happen, you guys. Thank you.
Hi. So as we mentioned earlier, we've got amazing supporters and activists from around the world. We have with us a legendary photojournalist from Bangladesh who was on one of the Time magazine People of the Year, Shahidul Alam, who's going to join us now. So thank you for being here on your last day in London. What's the background? How did you first become interested in this case, and tell us how you got
involved? We've been very interested in WikiLeaks itself because of what it does, what it is, and as human rights defenders, how important it has been for us. And immediately after Assange was picked up, I was one of the people who provided support, public support for it. In my own country, in Bangladesh, where I'm from, we had a huge banner of Assange dangling from our building at a time when in the press club in Bangladesh, they had banners of the Prime Minister dangling. And that is one of the ironies where the media itself often has been complicit in these situations. We've, of course, also campaigned for Palestine, which we see here, and essentially it's a campaign for freedom. And on the 3rd of May, when we had the World Press Freedom Day, we actually had an event discussing Western hypocrisy on media freedom. Because you have countries like Britain, countries like the United States, which waxes lyrical about freedom and democracy across the globe, yet when it's dissenters in their own ground, it's a very different set of rules. And I want to point out to them that they are complicit, not only in terms of what they do, but because people like Julian Assange have played a role in exposing their injustices and their actions in supporting tyrants in countries like mine, I think we have a role to play in exposing that hypocrisy.
Thank you. You've dealt with state repression yourself. For people who aren't familiar with your background, can you speak to any sort of parallels you see with what you've been through and the current case, or anything that strikes you as familiar?
Well, whenever you talk, I mean, these are my country and this country both talks about freedom of expression and celebrates the fact they call themselves democracies. But when people like us get close to the truth, when we actually question their position, when we expose their injustices, then suddenly the crosshairs are turned on us. In my case, I was jailed, imprisoned, tortured, and I still have a case nearly 6 years down the line. Julian is rotting in this jail for having spoken out for justice and spoken for people's support. Journalism is meant to be doing exactly what Julian and people like us are doing, and it's public interest journalism that we do, and that is exactly what scares them.
And what are your concerns now? Do you have any sense of where this might go? I mean, I know it's impossible, but any thoughts on today? And
I'm cynical. I have very little faith, very little trust in systems like this. And in this country, as in mine, the courts are not independent. There is no separation between the judiciary and the executive. And to a large extent, decisions that are made because of people in power and their interests. So I hope it will be different. And I would like to celebrate the fact that there is such popular support. And I think one of the things we need to remember is that those of us on the ground, the public, have a greater strength than we imagine. And I think we need to celebrate that, and that's exactly what this is.
well, thank you for being here on your last day in London, and thank you for showing solidarity. So you said there was a huge banner, Julian banner in Bangladesh, and what kind of responses would you get? Would people know who he was and what was going on, or...?
Not as much as we would have expected, but certainly the media does know, and that is also one of my concerns, that knowing that there is someone who's speaking out for freedom, particularly for journalists, that journalists themselves have not taken on their role. That has happened in this country as well, sadly. And mainstream media is complicit in some of this.
And where is best to follow you? On Twitter or Instagram? Where can people keep up with?
In Bangladesh, Facebook is far more popular than Twitter is, but I'm there on all of those platforms.
All of the platforms.
We fight everywhere we can.
Exactly. Can you show your
Oh
lovely...
yes, this is something I actually had made specifically for this occasion and for this movement. And I wear it every time I come to Britain, every time I go to the US, every time I go to Australia.
So you're wearing the House of Alarm today, as they say on red carpets. Well, thank you for being here, and we'll keep in touch. And thank you for, doing solidarity events and discussing this in Bangladesh. And I hope your case doesn't, keep going on and on and on. As we've said earlier, unfortunately, the process is the punishment. But
and free Julian Assange. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So yeah, you can follow Shahidul on Facebook. So we're still waiting. You can be following, if you're following on Twitter, follow Free Assange. There's people live tweeting from the court. Curious again, thank you for being with us on the live stream. Would love to hear where you're following the case from. Any messages you want to send, Stella and the team will be looking at all those. So thank you for all the solidarity you're showing. I don't know if you can hear it on the live stream, but there's so much noise in the streets. Basically, buses, cars are often honking when they come through. There's literally people from every walk of life. So it's really powerful being here. Unfortunately, I gather Julian is not in the hearing today. I don't have specific details if that's a health issue, I'm not sure. But I'm certainly following the live Twitter feed on Free Assange closely. So yeah, let us know where you're at, and any questions you want to raise. And just thank you for paying attention, as I said. They want us to be distracted. They want to, they just want to keep Julian wasting away in Belmarsh with all these long hearings. So just thank you for paying attention.
We're going to go now to Stella, who is with the campaign Demilitarized Education. She's out in the crowd. She's one of our co-presenters, and she has been speaking to people all morning long. And she caught up with Ben Westwood, the son of Vivian Westwood. Westwood's, of course, being good friends with Julian Assange and his family. So we're going to go now to Stella's interview with Ben Westwood.
Fashion lovers, design thrivers, all the people that are Westwood fans. We have Ben Westwood, Vivian Westwood's son, here right now outside the Royal Courts of Justice. This is an honour. Westwood is my hero, no doubt, so I'm gassed. Ben, you've been supporting the case for a long, long time. Why is it so important to you?
Well, you know, why is it so important to me? Good question. Because I believe in democracy, and I don't think we have one. I think it's been corrupted always, and I think that Julian gave us the tool that we need, which is transparency, really, because people should know the criminal acts that are being perpetrated in their name by their governments, who have no interest in representing them at all. You know, and people kind of know that, but it's good to have the actual concrete proof, you know, that people are lying out of their back teeth. So, yeah, and also, because Julian, I know Julian personally, I met him personally through my mother, I think, I was glad to say. And he's a human being, and I think it's disgusting the way he's been treated by these people who aren't human beings, really. They're... Anyway, yeah, a lower vibration. I think they're idiots, actually. I think they're criminal idiots.
Right, I totally feel that, and this sense of energy that is in this place is very much like frustration, annoyance. We shouldn't be here to prevent a man that told the truth from being tortured. How does it make you feel to know that Julian Assange has been in Belmarsh prison for so long?
Well, it's disgusting. I mean, the man hasn't been established if he's done anything wrong at all, you know, and I don't think he has done anything wrong. Anyway, why has he been in Belmarsh so long? As an example. I don't think we're here today to be to get a result on this. I don't think that Julian is going to be released by the establishment at all. I think that he's exactly in the position they want him to be in right now, not being extradited to America, but at the same time being incarcerated indefinitely in solitary in Belmarsh. They don't want him extradited. There's the Julian's father turning up. They don't want him being extradited because that looks very bad for them. But it shows them up to be the hypocrites that they are. You better go and cover.
Yeah,
you better go and cover Julian's father. Hello, Julian's father.
Hello.
I've forgotten your name, but anyway.
Good morning.
Nice to see you again.
Wow,
Okay.
Julian Assange's dad is right here now. This is a family affair, people. This is us fighting for the freedom of our children, future generations, to be able to tell the truth. Truth is an essential building block to fair and just societies. Ben, do you have anything you want to say to the world about supporting this case?
It's just not been reported on the mainstream media at all. But this is one of the most important cases you can ever be involved in or know about. It shows a complete travesty of justice, complete misrule of law. It just goes to show that laws are not there for justice's sake. They're there to support criminals. It's to give the authority to criminals to carry on with their criminal acts. It's to sort of safeguard the theft and the murder that's been perpetrated by people, by the establishment. When there's this man's condition, it's the same as society's condition. It represents it 100%. When Julian's crushed, so will democracy, so will civil society. You know, and so will rule of law. So will any idea of justice in the world. Just forget it.
That's fascinating. It really is this encapsulation of how Julian's imprisonment is a representation of the imprisonment we face in society. Ben, when you met Julian Assange, what did you talk about? What kind of vibes did you get from him?
Julian Assange, really nice. I mean, we were making food for him and taking it to him in the Ecuadorian embassy. The last time I saw him was just after my son was born, and we took him to took my son to the embassy, and Julian, and he started to cry a bit for some reason or other, and Julian asked if he could hold him, and he was holding him and bobbing him about. And he was telling us a story about how this shaking a baby about always makes it quieten down, because it reflects something in the past whereby when the parents would be moving like this, it's because they're running away from some danger, so the baby would shut up. So this is why the babies always go quiet when you rock them. Anyway, so he's a very nice man, and I was very honoured to have him hold my son. Yeah, I think he's a lovely human being. I think it's disgusting what's being done to him. Really disgusting. Just how the law can disregard any information at all. Just say we're not interested in that, we're interested in this, that we say is important. They just make it up as they go along.
Thank you, Ben, and thank you to the whole Westwood family for your continued platform for injustice and helping the world just see and expose all these things which we know are criminal.
Yeah, right.
Ben, there has been suggestions that the CIA was trying to kill Julian Assange. Do you know anything about this?
I don't know. No, but we've heard this. This has been the case. Apparently, Donald Trump's big idea was to have him have some or other have him killed in the embassy in Britain. Ridiculous. And we're supposed to be taking the assurances from this government, from this country, that he won't face the death penalty and he'll receive the First Amendment. You can't believe the thing they're saying. I mean, I've been thinking of the letters of CIA. The CIA is supposed to be the Central Intelligence Agency. It's not. It's the Criminal Institute of America. They're just thugs and crooks, all of them. You know, it's a criminal organisation. I was asked in another interview whether or not what I thought about the fact that all these agents were sort of put in jeopardy by the WikiLeaks release some time ago. And I said that, yeah, well, he'd done his best to try. It wasn't him, it was a Guardian who could release the password and la 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 la. But irrespective of that, I've got no respect for these people that have been uncovered. They're all in there trying to do something sneaky, dodgy and illegal. The CIA does nothing apart from criminal acts. You know, if they're involved in anything, you get a dirty stink. Yeah?
Criminal Institute of America, you heard it here first.
3 seconds.
Hi, I'm Matt Ho. We're outside the Royal Courts of Justice. You just saw an interview done by Stella of one of the supporters of Julian, but also a friend of his family. And I want to bring in Stella, who did that interview. Stella, come on in. You're out here with us as one of our co-presenters. First of all, you're with an organization called Demilitarized Education.
That's right.
So can you tell us a little bit about that and then how that ties into why we're all here today?
Absolutely, yes. So my organisation works to break the ties between UK universities and the arms trade. The education system is completely riddled with the military. Arms companies are using educational capacity to advance the war machine.
Right.
Our campaign, shout out to all the Education Massive, we are looking to see universities sign a demilitarized education treaty, change their policy so they no longer partner with arms companies, and instead champion peace. Okay? All of us want peace. I've been out talking to everybody. Everyone's here to try and get a better world. And that is impossible without the building block of truth.
Right. Right, absolutely. And, certainly where I'm from in the States, the militarization of education is it's pervasive. We have what's called ROTC, Reserve Officer Training Corps units, not just in our colleges, but in our high schools and in our middle schools. And they actually teach classes. So do you see that as well, like this push on education, this push to like give their version of the truth as opposed to obviously what they're trying to suppress?
Absolutely. It is the politicisation of our education. Most British people don't know that over £90 million has been spent since 2012 promoting military ethos in schools. Wow. That's primary and secondary schools. Right. This is our children, teaching them how to aggressively defend their own interests and be prepared to use force to do so. And people are wondering why there's so much violence.
Right.
You know, for me, education is the architecture of our society. And while we're lining it with all these war, political agendas, there's no way that we're going to be able to inspire a civilization beyond it, beyond the needless suffering that we see today. And yeah, in the US, it's an absolute state because, of course, you have some of the biggest universities with huge endowment funds. And there's an issue with marketized education in general, right? In the same way that right now market forces are controlling our political agendas, right, they're also controlling our academic agendas.
Right.
This is dangerous because suddenly education has lost its capacity to be an explorative space for the advancement of humankind, right, and instead it becomes a place for the advancement of profit.
Right, and so in terms of like with the money and all this, how do you argue for more education versus more war if people know about the realities of war, right? Mm-hmm. You know, I would say too, we have in the United States with our militaries recruiting problems. All the services, with the exception of the Marine Corps, but the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, they're all having problems. They're running tens and tens of thousands of recruits short every year. And some of it is because people understand the reality of war. They don't want to go and join a military that's going to go and do these war crimes. So this, you know, how does this play into what you all do, and again, how it relates to here, outside the extradition hearing?
You know what, Matt? Like, the facade has gone. Trust is at an all-time low. You can't just buy these people into your wars anymore. Right. You can't delude them that like they are doing this for some moral purpose to protect their country, when we have been watching, thanks to Julian Assange, thanks to many other independent journalists, the realities of British and US foreign policy and beyond. So right now we're looking at this hearing and I'm just kind of, you have to laugh because everyone at home watching, we know this is corrupt. We know that there's been payouts and bribes, and we know that they are so scared of Julian Assange and the realities of all these other people that aren't joining the army now because of the truth. Because that truth exposes how weak the military-industrial complex and their political agendas actually are. When the people speak out, when the people know their power, when the people use education to actually advance us into a peaceful world, we'll achieve it. All is possible.
Right, and so you've been here today, you've been out in this crowd, this terrific crowd of supporters, people here in solidarity, right, with Julian and his family, and with this desire to protect free speech and free press. And so what have you run into in the crowd, I should say? Let's ask, yeah.
Oh,
I should shut up and just let you answer that, yeah.
There's a brilliant eclectic mix of people. We got some crazy people that have just got so much to say, and they've, done their own research into the delusions of our current political agendas. Then we have some grandmas, there's some carol singers on the recorder. It was beautiful. We've got an amazing dog that's just like an absolute lion over here.
Right here, yeah, Maya, yeah.
Maya.
I don't know if she's in the shot or not, but she's got her Free Assange badge on and everything. Yeah.
We got the cutest dog in London to come through, so that's a win. Yeah, there's people. I've been speaking to 3 people from Italy. They flew in at 2 a.m. this morning.
Wow.
And they've got a flight home after this.
That's fantastic.
Right?
That's fantastic.
We've got people from New Zealand. We've got people from Switzerland. They're all investing their own money into not just Julian Assange's freedom, but what that means in the context of freeing us from the miserable state of our system.
Thank you. It's so important for us all to be together like this. I mean, it's important for Julian and his family, of course, but also, too, to stand up for them and stand up against what our governments are doing, including this terrible prosecution and persecution. But I know you're going to get back out there. You're going to talk to some more folks. We'll talk to you later, right?
Can I say one more thing
Oh,
on
absolutely,
that?
please.
Because what I've learned due to my work at Demilitarized Education, Deducation, check us out. We host the world's first university and arms database, and we've uncovered £2 billion worth so far.
Wow.
What I've really learned is how the state uses our education system to create a hope vacuum. What I hear a lot in my work is, oh, but that's the way the world is, or, oh, I can't change anything. And I can tell them that is paid for. That is what the state want you to say. And that is a complete delusion of how powerful you really are. Us all here coming together, it's monumental, and it needs to ripple into our societies on a day-to-day basis. We are not independent. We are not alone in our struggles. Everyone is feeling it. Everyone wants change. So go talk to your broski at the local shop. Go talk to the grandma that you've never spoken to. Actually come together and listen, and you'll understand that together we can shift things.
Beautifully said. Thank you for that, Stella, and look forward to talking to you again.
For sure.
At some point this afternoon, but you're going to get back out there and talk to all these folks, and those words what you just said, I think that summarizes why we're all here. So thank you.
Thank you.
That was Stella. She's one of our co-presenters. We're going to go shortly to one of our other co-presenters, James Kennedy. But I just wanted to follow up real quick on what you were saying about the hope. I said it earlier. We breathe, we hope. But the reality is we have to make real that hope. And it's through this action, it's through what all these people are doing here today that is making that hope, whether it's for justice to be served for Julian and his family or for the preservations of our freedoms. We make real our hope. But right now we're going to go to James Kennedy, who's been talking throughout the day with people in the crowd. This is something he recorded earlier. Again, hundreds of okay. All right, you just saw some video of the crowd, what it looks like with these hundreds of people who have turned out in support for Julian Assange, for his family, and for the rights of us all. And I want to bring in James Kennedy, who's one of our co-presenters here today. James has been out in the crowd just like Stella was. Hey, James, come on in.
How you doing, man?
Good. How are you doing?
Yeah, good.
How's it going out there?
It's good. There's a lot of energy out there, a lot of passion. As you can see, people have turned up from all over the world. They've flown in from Brazil, Germany, Italy. It's amazing. But with a little bit of trepidation still because we still don't know anything of significance yet.
Right.
So,
are people more positive, more hopeful, more...
I think there's a feeling of uncertainty. Obviously,
Yes,
people need to maintain their hope because without that, we got nothing, right? We're all hoping for the same outcome, but we all have the same experience of the system at this point, you know. So I think people are. Yeah, they're in the middle. I think the longer the day goes on without any information coming, it's getting a little bit unsettled out there now, you know.
Now you're a musician.
Yeah.
So I think a lot of people are like, what's a musician? Yeah, I'm a guy. I was in the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, so I need to be here, right? This is the man who told the truth about those wars. I've got to be here. You're a musician. Why are you here?
Well, I'm a musician, but I'm also a civilian, you know. And what Julian is doing and people like Julian are doing is so relevant to all of our lives. I mean, you know, I'm a voter. I live in a democracy, a so-called democracy. And, you know, to use Julian as a case point, you know, the freedom of the press and the power of journalism is an essential component of a true democracy. If we don't have the right to know or the ability to know what our government's doing in our name and with our tax dollars, we don't live in an informed, true democracy. Right. So I may be a musician, but I'm a civilian first and foremost, and Julian speaks for me, he speaks for all of us, and Julian Assange should be free.
Absolutely. Have you had some favorite moments today out in the crowd?
They've all been great, man. Just meeting the people, like I say, who've come to support this cause. The people who are willing to come out, take a day off work and stand and be counted on a hot, sunny day, you know, when they've had to book hotels and transportation, stuff like that. Yeah. Like I said, there's some real great characters out there who've come and they brought their placards to get people honking and stuff and people singing songs. It's a good feel. The right people are out here supporting the right side of history. So, but we just want the right outcome now, you know.
Yeah, I mean, so inside the court's going on right now. Hopefully, we'll have another update soon. But you know, the atmosphere's died down a little bit, but it'll pick back up again. They got to the point where it got so noisy, we were having a little bit of trouble talking.
I bet, yeah.
And so I bet inside the crowd it must have been just...
chaos. Yeah, well, I was here in February when they had the 2-day hearing back in February, and I was doing the same sort of thing then. But it was hammering down with rain then as well, so there was umbrellas everywhere, we were getting poked in the eye, and it was just as many people then. It was brilliant. So to have it on a sunny day, it makes a bit more of a difference. It's a bit more of a festival atmosphere here, but there is that underlying sense of dread as well, that, you know, we may not get the outcome we want.
So, okay, so now you're here, you're standing with me, you know, in front of the camera. What do you want people to know?
Everyone needs to support this cause because it's not just about the inhumane injustice against one man and his family. It is that, of course, but it's what this represents for all of us. If we are to live in the pretense of a democracy, then under no circumstances should a man like Julian Assange or anybody else be in the dock or in Belmarsh prison for the crime of telling us the truth about the genuine, actual crimes that have been done by our government in our name. So everyone, whatever side of the political divide you're on, or whether you're on the fence about Julian, you have to support this cause because of what it represents. It's so much bigger and so much more significant to all of our lives.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean that's in tying into that. Then what do you want people to do?
You've got to amplify the cause. I mean, it's not possible for everybody to be here today, and it's not necessary for everybody to be here today, but there is so much everybody can do in amplifying the information. Tell people, have conversations, share the information on your social media feeds. It's so important. Lobby your local representative. You know, stick a flag up or a sticker in your car, wherever it is, but just make sure that this doesn't get brushed under the carpet and forgotten about because it's so important.
Yeah, absolutely. James, I know you want to get back out there, talk to more people, and we'll catch up with you later.
Thank you so much, man.
All right, thank you, James.
See you soon.
Yep. That was James Kennedy. He's a musician. He's out here working with us today, supporting Julian Assange and his family. He's been in the crowd talking to these hundreds of supporters. The environment here is absolutely terrific, but also, too, online. My understanding, I've been told, just one of the feeds on Twitter has had 55,000, 60,000 viewers consistently since we went online 4 hours ago. And so if you're watching this, please share it. Of course, like and subscribe. comment as well, get involved in the conversation, but also or I should say most importantly, share it. Make sure other people know this is going on, particularly those who may not know what this is about, both in terms of the direct persecution and prosecution of Julian Assange, the cruelty being done to his family, but as well what this is, this threat, this very real danger, this assault on all of our rights. And now we're going to go to a video with Tim Dawson from the International Federation of Journalists, because that's such a key part of this, is the fact that Julian is a journalist. I mean, there can't be greater misinformation regarding this as to whether or not Julian is a journalist. He is. That's the first line of attack you hear from all over the place. But back home in the States, that's what they say. All this media establishment that doesn't want to support Julian, that's their excuse. Well, he's not a journalist. Well, he is a journalist. And Tim Dawson from the International Federation of Journalism has something to say in his support.
So tell me, Tim, a little bit about IFJ and why it is has become involved in this battle for Julian Assange's freedom.
The International Federation of Journalists is a membership organisation comprised of journalists, trades unions and associations from all over the world. So we have something like 180 organisations in membership representing 600,000 journalists around the world. And we try to express the will and to represent the interests of all those unions from all around the world. It's been very obvious for some time, looking at motions passed at our congresses, that journalists' unions are deeply worried about the attempted prosecution of Julian Assange. I think certainly from the time that the charges were published, it was clear that these were activities that were the normal work of journalists that the US Department of Justice were pursuing Julian Assange for. And as such, we immediately saw the issue for journalists anywhere. Anybody who was in possession of state documents, of state secrets from the United States would potentially be at risk if Julian Assange's prosecution was successful. So from that time onwards, we have tried to represent the voice of journalists around the world in saying this prosecution, I mean, the extradition should be stopped, the prosecution should be stopped, in saying this prosecution, I mean, the extradition should be stopped, the prosecution should be stopped, Julian Assange should be allowed to go about his lawful business and return to the work that he was doing before all of this sort of grotesque circus took off.
How does this strike you, this endless discussion of whether Julian is a journalist or not, sort of in light of the fact that, yes, he is a member of the International Federation of Journalism through his Australian Union, where he has been a member for almost 20 years?
To be honest, I think it's a bit of a distraction, and it's an argument that there's not really very much merit in entering into. There's no question in my mind that the work that he was doing was the work of a journalist, was journalistic work. He'd identified potentially very serious wrongdoing. He found a confidential source who had access to documents telling us more about that, and we're told, helped that source to leak those documents in a very effective way. That is all work that any journalist would carry out to try and obtain such an important story. I understand why some journalists who have trained at university, who've undertaken an apprenticeship, who work within a structure, within a news platform, look at the slightly freewheeling style of Julian Assange and say, well, he's not the same as me, he's not a journalist. And as I say, I think that's a bit of a distraction. I think it's better to focus on what is quite clear, that it was journalistic work, and not get bogged down in what is essentially an arcane argument.
Isn't it the fact that what WikiLeaks presented in especially in 2010, 2011, with the explosive leaks at that point, that there was a shift in the journalistic environment, so to speak, basically reflecting the new reality which journalism finds itself into, both financially and technologically. So isn't this an as you say, an archaic argument that we need to rethink the entire environment of journalism and the rights and duties of journalists within this environment.
I think that's an important and interesting debate. I mean, one of the things about the news media is that it is, and always has been, a place of very quick and profound change as technology impacts on the way in which we tell stories and the way in which stories become available. And there's no question that the kind of works that WikiLeaks was doing was at the very forefront of that kind of change, both in terms of the scale of the leaks. I mean, there were also profound changes in the way that the US military were recording so much information, far more, I understand, than they had in previous conflicts. So, you know, that was a very significant change. Changing also was the means of distributing news. I mean, clearly there was a period, probably when you and I started our careers, Kristen, when the only available news sources were major news platforms, newspapers and television stations. Clearly, that isn't the case now. It's possible it's possible for anybody to publish anything on the web. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that my blog has the same impact as the Times or the Guardian or a national broadcaster, but nonetheless, the nature of journalism and the approach that one needs to take to become a journalist or to do journalistic work has changed profoundly. And, you know, that's something that we do need to talk about. We need to understand how that impacts people's livelihoods and also how that impacts the information that's available to society.
Tell me about the possible impact of the decision that we will hear about on May 20th from the Royal Court of Justice on journalists and journalism.
Well, I suppose there are a number of things that could happen on the 20th. One is that all leave to appeal could be denied, in which case I am guessing in fairly short order, Julian Assange will be taken to the United States. Obviously, there is a slight possibility that his case might be considered by the European Court of Human Rights, but I'm told, and this is not a basis of my own legal understanding, that the chances of that are relatively small. I think if a prosecution starts in the United States, it will be a terrible thing for journalism. It will be a terrible thing for the United States as well. It will show off the worst of the United States. It will show off a country that has a constitution which appears to guarantee certain things like freedom of speech, which, so far as we can tell, may well be denied one of the world's most prominent exponents of free speech, which I think would be deeply damaging to the United States. But for journalism, the prospect of somebody being prosecuted for finding a source, helping that source to provide information of terrible wrongdoing, and then playing a part in publishing that will be damaging indeed. I think journalists all over the world will feel a shoulder falling on them. And we'll feel a shadow falling on their shoulder. And although there are very many brave and determined journalists, I think there are people who will be handed classified information and will reasonably think, if Julian Assange is risking the prospect of the rest of his life in prison, possibly in solitary confinement, possibly scarcely seeing his family and friends again, that's one hell of a risk to take for a story.
You are working closely with journalists from all over the world. Would you agree with me that the case of Julian Assange has even already had a cooling effect and created a precedent that has reflected negatively on journalists and journalism?
I think it's hard to measure whether there has already been a cooling effect, but it's hard to ignore the possibility that has been the case. This has been an enormously high-profile case. It's been reported all over the world. It's been, in court now for more than 2 years. There can't be anybody handling classified information who doesn't know about it, and there can't be anybody who hasn't thought, at least fleetingly, what impact could this case have on me? And the question that I ask is, what don't we know as a result of that cooling effect? What don't we know because people have acted more cautiously than they might have done? We know so much as a result of extraordinary investigative journalism, from cases like thalidomide in this country to the Paradise Papers, the Panama Papers, revelations about how our societies are organized, sometimes for the benefit of a tiny number of people. They're all the result of really important investigative journalism. And I'm sure there's more out there, but some of it may not be coming to light precisely because people feel worried about using classified information as a result of this trial, as a result of this extradition process.
The Free Assange campaign has stated that this is the most important press freedom case of our time. Would you agree?
Well, it's quite a hard thing to sort of have a league table and to say, well, this is more important than that. Being completely honest with you, the scale of journalists' death in Gaza is a terrible, heartbreaking, and deeply, deeply disturbing case. So I'm not really in the business of saying, one case is more important than another. I can say beyond any shadow of a doubt that the case of Julian Assange is of immense importance. It's of immense importance in terms of the reach of the United States. It's an immense importance in terms of the kind of crazy-headed determination of the American administration to try and chase somebody down. It's of enormous importance because of the almost medieval provisions of the United States judiciary that somebody could face the rest of their life in prisons, which, from the way I've heard them described by insiders, sound absolutely terrible. It's of enormous importance because of the scale and the importance of the revelations on which it's all based. So, this is of seismic importance in my view.
Just to be clear, I totally agree with you that the horrendous sacrifices that the journalists have made in Gaza is simply unacceptable, and that everyone should focus on that as well today to stop the killing of journalists in Gaza. We're all focusing on the court decision in central London, but isn't the case really that to avert this danger inherently in this case, the Biden administration and the Department of Justice should simply drop the case?
The best thing that could happen now is for Joe Biden to come to his senses and simply say, this was a crazy case pursued by some of the ultras in the crazy Trump administration, and we should just drop it. We know that when he was Obama's vice president, he would have been involved in the decision when they considered whether to try and prosecute Julian Assange, and decided very wisely that it was a foolish idea indeed.
Trying to hear what they're saying. If you have not heard that, if you've not heard that, Julian Assange has won the right to a full appeal. We are hearing that right now. You're hearing it as soon as we are hearing. It is coming from the speaker's podium that Julian Assange has won the right to a full appeal. This has got to do with his right to free speech, the right of a free press, and Julian's right to contest that in an English court. You can hear the crowd behind me applauding this victory for Julian Assange, his family, and for all of us. This is why we have been saying, free Assange, free us all. Julian Assange has won the right to appeal. He will be going in front of an English court to challenge this cruel and vindictive attempt by the American government to extradite him for doing nothing more than speaking the truth and for exposing the crimes of an empire. So we have heard, if you're just joining us right now, that Julian Assange has won the right to a full appeal. We do not have details, of course, on when that will occur, how that will occur. But for right now, the hope that we've been talking of all morning, the hope that one speaker after next, the hundreds of people who gathered here, that hope has proven true. That hope has proven correct. This solidarity with Julian Assange, this solidarity with free speech, with a free press, has been proven correct. This win, as far as we can see it, this win today this right to an appeal is a victory for Julian Assange, it is a victory for his family, it is a victory for everyone who has stood all these years in solidarity with Julian, in solidarity with WikiLeaks, and with the belief that people should know what their governments are doing, especially when that government is committing crimes, especially when that government is committing war crimes. Behind me, the crowd is cheering. It's getting a little bit loud, a little hard for me to hear, but that's a good thing, right? That is the noise of freedom that we have spoken of. So Julian Assange has been granted a full appeal. Hopefully we'll have some folks here shortly who can speak more to those details. But for right now, this is the enthusiasm, the cheer, the confidence that this crowd had in Julian, this confidence this crowd had in the rights of man, the rights of free speech, the rights of a free press, the right to read, to say, to listen to what we want, has not been extinguished. And so at this moment in time, I think this is, of course, a historic moment. We will, of course, see what comes of this, what an appeal looks like, when an appeal will occur. I think a lot of us, of course, are thinking, will this appeal occur before the United States presidential elections? Will they stretch this out and delay this to further deny justice, to further impinge upon and harm Julian and his family? But for right now, in this moment, we understand that Julian Assange has been given the right to a full appeal. Behind me, you can see the crowds. We're still waiting for the court to adjourn, waiting for people to come out. When they come out, they will be on the speaker's podium behind me. We will, of course, be relaying that to you all through this live stream. I want to thank everybody for being on this live stream. We're not going anywhere, but I just want to take this moment to thank you all for being on this live stream. The team here, which has been a fantastic team in support of Julian and Stella and this effort, is incredibly grateful for all of you who have been supporting, whether here in London or from afar. But just to repeat again, our understanding is that Julian Assange has won the right to a full appeal based upon the assurances that the United States gave that his protections for free speech may not be honored. I understand that may be related to the issue of him being prejudiced for his nationality, something we spoke with Chloe a bit earlier. And I want to bring someone on right now who can speak further to this. So grateful for you to join us here.
Very well.
A quick introduction, and can you let us know what you know at this point?
Yeah, I'm John Rees. I'm chairing today's rally for the Free Assange campaign. I was in court this morning and I'll be reporting it for the Middle East Eye. It is the single best day in this case since it began. I mean, it's a momentous day because essentially what has happened is that the United States government gave assurances to the court, a diplomatic note between governments, and this court said, we don't believe it. We just don't believe that he will have First Amendment rights, and we don't believe that he'll be treated like an American citizen would be, and we're sending it to a higher court, to another appeal in an English court to decide these matters.
That's so important for us to hear, John. The fact that someone like yourself, who's been involved in this for so long, who's so instrumental to it, that you're expressing this degree of enthusiasm, right? That you're saying these words, this is the best day to happen.
It's the best day since we began. I mean, the only other comparable day was when the Magistrates' Court said that he shouldn't be extradited. We've gone through a whole number of appeals, one of which overturned that decision. This has basically reset the clock and given us another chance in the English courts, and that's very, very important indeed. And also it gives time for the political process to unwind some more, because it's absolutely clear that the American government are getting cold feet about this. This decision will give them even more pause for thought. We've always said that this is fundamentally a political case, and why this decision is important is because it gives more time for the politics to play out.
I think a lot of people are probably wondering about a timeline. Any idea what that would look like?
No, that will have to be decided between the judges and the lawyers. It will depend on the lawyers' availability, when they can get their cases together. But if anything that's happened previously in this case is anything to go by, it won't necessarily be a quick process.
Right. And the first assurance on the death penalty, the court accepted that, correct?
Everybody has accepted that that's now off the table.
Okay. And then now goes to this issue of free speech.
Yeah.
And in particular, I think for those maybe who are not so familiar with this, what is the argument in that? Where is the court saying that Julian has a right to free speech? Because obviously Americans are saying it's not coming from our Constitution.
The argument now is, will he be able to rely and securely rely on First Amendment protections, as any American citizen in an American court might claim? The court was told that this would be the case, except that he's a foreigner, except that this happened on foreign soil, except that it's a national security issue. And obviously, what the judges decided are that these are assurances that have got so many holes in them, they're no longer assurances.
Right. And how are you feeling? I've got a feeling what you're going to say, because you just described it as the best day. But for you personally, someone who's been involved in this for so long, what are you feeling right now?
Of course, it is so much better than the immediate threat of Julian being bundled onto a plane. Of course it is so much better than that. But there's still a long fight, and the crucial thing for me is less that there's another hearing, but that there's more time. Because there's more time, the political pressure can be built in what is fundamentally a political case.
So saying that, what do you want people to do?
Protest. We've got this far because we wouldn't stop protesting. We've got this far because people wouldn't give up, wouldn't not come out on the streets, and we've got to do more of that. So as in any campaign, no matter how little you can do it. If you can just write to your MP or your representative, do it. If you can just post online, do it. If you can be on a demonstration, do it. If you can organise a demonstration, do it. But whatever you can do, if you do a bit more than you did yesterday, then we're building a really important campaign.
Because this is the result of people like you, people like the folks here, people like all those folks and all the folks watching and all the countless thousands and thousands, millions of others, right?
Yes, it's pressure. It's political pressure. And in the end of the day, the only thing that ordinary people have got is they don't have power, they don't have money, but they do have numbers and they do have organisation. And if they get the numbers and the organisation together, they can beat the people with the power and the money.
I know you probably need to get back. Anything you want to say before you get back to it? Hopefully we can talk to you later again.
Good day. Keep fighting.
Right on. Thank you, John. That was John Reese. John is the organizer for this rally here, very much involved in the campaign to free Julian Assange. And when he says this is the best day in the campaign, what that means, the gravity of that, the enormity of that, something that's been going on for more than a decade. I've for more than 12 years at least, we've been dealing with this, watching this man and his family be persecuted and prosecuted for telling the truth. So when John says that about this being the best day, wow, holy cow, that is something that we really have to sink in. And the crowd behind us is just absolutely and actually what we're going to do. We're going to go right now to the crowd, because we shouldn't be watching me talk about, we should go and watch them. So we're going to throw it to the crowd right now.
some appeals to you. Everybody here, please listen to me. We have to come out more. We have to make noise. Every Wednesday, the Australian Embassy, between 4 and 6, no, between 3 and 5, so pardon me. If you have the time, please come down. Between 3 and 5 on Wednesday. We have to have public opinion. That's the only thing that's going to save Julian. The judges are not going to save him. The old crew are not going to save him. It is up to us. Every day, every Saturday, we have a group that meets at Belmarsh. Also, in the evening, Piccadilly Circus, between 4 and 6. Please, people, if you have the time, come out. We have to make Julian's name louder. The smears against Julian, have been successful.
All Julian's First Amendment rights were questioned for the first time. No time for the political process to work itself out. We always said from the beginning that this is an entirely political case. And what this means is there's no time to build political pressure, no time to campaign. I just want to welcome guest speaker now, Jim Schneider, Progressive International, who's been campaigning alongside us all the way through this. And we're proud of Julian Assange's case.
There's one over there.
I should be here.
US, today is a defeat for the crimes that they want to cover up that Julian Assange and WikiLeaks have revealed. Today provides an opportunity for the growing mutiny against the rule of US empire in the US, in the UK, and right around the world to continue to both grow and to unite, to link arms together. That's what we are seeing in the university encampments in the US, just down the road at the LSE, at SOAS, and around the country. That's what we see in the millions of people protesting against the crimes of empire around the world, because all of these causes are all connected and are all linked. Julian Assange's case is not only about him. He should be freed as a human being and to live as a human being with his family. But they aren't attacking him because he's a human being. They are attacking him because of what he has told us. And that weapon, that knowledge, they can't put that milk back in the bottle. Everybody standing here today knows about the world system and how it operates. And that's why you all stand, that's why we all stand with Julian Assange for freedom of the press, yes, but even more importantly, for freedom and sovereignty for all people around the world who have suffered for far too long the oppression which Julian is facing so painfully in there, but millions, if not billions, of people around the world face. So, now we have a little more time. There will be more court dates and more appeal. So I say to you, please, come back, be louder, be stronger, because this is, as John said, this is a political trial. Yes, there are fine arguments of law that are made in that court, but ultimately it comes down to power and to pressure. So every small act that you are doing here, that you will do tomorrow, that you will do the day after, and so on, to free Julian and to stand up for a better world based on freedom, dignity and justice for all, that is important. And so I say, free Assange, and thank you very much.
Now, everyone here today has a right to be enormously proud of their presence on this day, because this is an important day. The most powerful state in the world sent a message to the British courts. It assured the British courts, in a diplomatic note between governments, it assured the British courts that Julian Assange could rely on First Amendment defences. And the British courts said, we don't believe you. Now, I'm very proud to welcome another guest to speak to you today. My union, the National Union of Journalists, is a member of the International Federation of Journalists, and Dominique Bradlier is the president of the International Federation of Journalists, who've given their wholehearted support to Julian Assange. I'd like to welcome her to the platform.
Today is a victory, but part of a victory only. It's a big victory for all people, for freedom of the press, for whistleblowers, from journalists of all around the world. As International Federation President, on behalf of the about 600,000 journalists around the world, we want to say we are happy today to see that Julian Assange can plead. He can plead, he can be a journalist and explaining what happened and saying to the whole world, I was doing just my job as a journalist. Now it's part victory because he is still in jail, and it's a real shock for everybody that he has to remain in jail as he only did his job. Today we are, as for years and years, supporting him, supporting press freedom. You know what? Press freedom is not for journalists, it's for everybody to know the truth.
Out the way.
Wait for that to turn on. Okay. Let's go.
Let's go.
Yes.
Should I go? Okay. The judges reached the right decision. We spent a long time hearing the United States putting lipstick on a pig, but the judges did not buy it. As a family, we're relieved.
Fuck off me!
As a family, we're relieved. But how long can this go on? The United States should read the situation and drop this case now. Now is the moment to do it. Just abandon this shameful attack on journalists, on the press and the public that has been going on for 14 years.
Free democracy! Free Assange! We love you, Stella!
This case is shameful, and it is taking an enormous toll on Julian. He is under enormous pressure. He has been in Belmarsh prison for over 5 years. It's been 2 years since the order was issued. This case should just be abandoned. The Biden administration should have dropped it from day one. But now is a right moment for the Biden administration to drop it. So please, those in the United States who are in a power to make a decision, please just drop this case now. Don't let this go on any longer. Thank you.
Hi, Kathy. Can you do a show tomorrow with us?
Could you hook me up?
Yeah, can do. I can. Yeah. Hello, John. Off my back.
That would be great. Right, I'll have your name.
What's your name? What is your name? Jason Root. Free Julian Assange now!
Okay, thank you once again for being here. There have been some hard days outside the courts during the course of this campaign, but this is a better day than we've had at any time since the magistrate first stopped the extradition. So, just to report to you about what's been happening inside the court, about what the significance of it is, about what we'd like people to be doing going forward. I'm going to call a number of speakers who've been in there. First of all, somebody who's been right at the heart of this, has been a relentless campaigner for Julian Assange, the editor-in-chief of WikiLeaks, Kristen Harfordson.
Thank you so much for coming here today. It's because of people like you that we're finally seeing a glimpse of justice. The sun doesn't shine all that much in London, but today a glimpse, a sun ray of justice. Finally we saw it. And it will mark a path to victory. We said, of course, it shouldn't have taken more than 5 minutes in this courtroom for the judges to see that the United States government was not going to give Julian any assurances, and they would discriminate against him. They would not give him First Amendment protection. It took a couple of hours, but the judges came to the just and the right conclusion. Julian Assange has now the right to appeal. And that in itself should send the right message across the sea to the Biden administration. Look there, You're on a losing ground. You're losing this case. If you want to save any form of face, drop the case against Julian Assange. Drop it right now. It is the only decision that can save face in the US. And of course it will save the future of journalism, which is put at risk in this case. So, join me in the call across the sea. Let it be heard. You are losing. Drop the case.
Yes, it's quite something. It's quite something when one of the highest courts in this country says to the American government, we just don't believe you. Now I'd like to welcome to the stage Rebecca Vincent from Reporters Without Borders. She's been campaigning all the way through this. Her organisation have thrown their weight into campaigning for Julian Assange. She's been in court on every previous hearing and today. Please give Rebecca Vincent a very warm welcome.
So this is very good news, and let's take it because we've been waiting a long time for any good news in this case. This is a victory. This means that the issues at the very heart of this case, freedom of expression, press freedom, will get consideration by these courts. It's been far too long to get to this point, but it is so important. Of course, this remains a political case. We have this hope that the UK courts will prevent extradition, and that, after today, is still very much possible. But we hope, across the ocean, that there are some very uncomfortable people in Washington, D.C. looking at London today and thinking very hard about where to go next, because this does not have to play its way through the courts. We do not have to continue to do this month after month. President Biden could make his legacy to be the president who stops this now, who doesn't let it go any further. Julian Assange should not be in prison in the UK, in the US, anywhere for a single day more. We should mention that he wasn't well enough to come to court today. That is very worrying. So let's not lose sight of what's happening to him himself. So I hope that this crowd here today, that the attention that the world will pay to this really important decision this morning, that they'll also not lose sight of where Julian Assange is, which is in a high security UK prison where he's been for more than 5 years for publishing information in the public interest. That is unacceptable. So we hope to see you back outside this court. As soon as this hearing is called, we will be here. We will continue to follow this case closely. It is one of our top priorities because of the dangerous implications it has for journalism and press freedom around the world. We will keep up the campaign to free Assange.
Free Julian Assange! Free Julian Assange! Free Julian Assange! Free Julian Assange! And somebody who's been working tirelessly to free Julian Assange. I've said this before, he's been a former ambassador for this country. But that work pales into insignificance in my view compared to the work he's done for the ordinary people of this country and to sustain press freedom in his reporting and his work for the Assange campaign. Please welcome Craig Murray.
Everyone, a few hours ago I told you today was going to be a good day, and today has been an excellent day. We haven't got Julian out just yet, but we are on the way to getting Julian out. We are on the way to victory in this battle. The court granted leave to appeal on 2 grounds today. Leave to appeal on grounds of discrimination by nationality and leave to appeal on the grounds of freedom of expression. And we are seeing at last an acknowledgement of the crucial importance of freedom of speech, freedom of information, and of the public's right to know. And those are the grounds on which we will win this case. It's been a hell of a struggle. It's been a long, long struggle. I see people standing here who I met 12, 14 years ago, standing in the pouring rain outside the Ecuadorian embassy. We've grown a bit older together. I don't know about you, but I've got better looking. And we are still going, and we are going on. And we were fighting what seemed like a losing battle. We were fighting against the odds, but we have turned round public opinion. We have turned round legal opinion. We are turning the world for the better, and we are going forward to free Julian Assange. Thank you.
Craig's right. This has been a long, hard fight, and it's not over yet. But I know someone who's been in the first rank of that from the beginning, has been there at every major battle, has thrown himself right into the forefront of this fight on 3 continents. Please welcome Julian Assange's father, John Shipton.
You guys picked a winner. Well, the entire thing, I reckon, stands on your shoulders of the people and supporters worldwide who have unflaggingly. Some people here I've known longer than I've known my daughter's life, you know, and have been outside the embassy and with us all the while. You know, when I say with us, it's to be clear, when I say with us, to be clear, to be really clear, this small victory, part of a trend, and that trend is this. 84 members of the Australian Parliament, 2/3 of the Australian Parliament passed a motion to request the United States to drop the charges. A delegation of Australian parliamentarians, 6 of them went to the United States with Gabrielle. What is this thing? The Prime Minister of Australia has raised the matter 4 times. President Biden, outside the Rose Garden, answered a question from a journalist saying that the Australian government has made representations to us on this matter. This only happens with politicians in the circumstances that face us today, that surround us today, if there is a mass movement of interrelated people within institutions, outside of institutions, family groups, and groups like this here today, all over the world, constantly working to reverse what the heart sees and knows is an injustice and bring about a bit of justice. Just my last comment. We had a meeting with President Obrador of Mexico. He's a man of about my age, maybe a bit younger, lucky fella. And he said, in all his life, working in politics, 50 years, he found that ordinary people everywhere hungered for justice and were revulsed at the sight of injustice. And I hold that to be true here today. Thanks and congratulations.
Thanks very much, John. Now remember, as you celebrate today, take from that celebration increased confidence and increased energy. Because what this gives us above all is time. And time in a political case is a precious commodity. Because it gives us more time to organise and to mobilise and to make sure that we build on the victory today, to ensure that Julian Assange walks free from prison and is never, ever extradited to the United States. The last speaker to talk to you today has done more than any other single individual in more difficult circumstances than any other single individual to make sure that the case of Julian Assange is won and that the freedom of the press is defended. Please welcome Stella Assange.
Thank you. I want to be very clear. Today marks a turning point. We went into court and we sat and heard the United States fumbling through their arguments, trying to paint lipstick on a pig. Well, the judges were not convinced. Everyone can see what's going on here. The United States case is offensive. It offends our democratic principles. It offends our right to know. It is an attack on journalists everywhere. We are relieved as a family that the courts took the right decision today. But how long can this go on for? Our eldest son just turned 7. All their memories of their father are in the visiting hall of Belmarsh Prison. And as the case goes along, it becomes clearer and clearer to everyone that Julian is in prison for doing good journalism. For exposing corruption, for exposing the violations on innocent people in abusive wars, for which there is impunity. And on top of that impunity, they've gone after the man who put that impunity onto the public record. The Biden administration should distance itself from this shameful prosecution. It should have done so from day one. But it may be running out of time to do the right thing. Everyone can see what should be done here. Julian must be freed. The case should be abandoned. He should be compensated. He should be given the Nobel Prize. And he should walk freely with the sand beneath his feet. He should be able to swim in the sea again. Free Assange. Free us all.
Okay, folks, I don't know what else I can say to you except see you in the pub. Craig Murray and I are definitely going for a drink. I hope you'll join us. But when you've had the drink and we've had today's celebration, do remember, we've won a battle, but we haven't won the war. And you must take from today's victory the confidence that even the biggest imperial power in the world can be defeated. It can be defeated if ordinary people like you stay mobilised. Remember what Big Bill Haywood, the union organiser from the United States, said. One finger can be broken by your opponents, but a fist can never be broken. Stay strong. Stay strong. Free Assange. Stand up for a free press.
We've just heard speeches from a wide variety of people in support of Julian Assange, including from his family, including from his wife Stella Assange, and from Gabriel Shipton, his brother. I've got Gabriel Shipton here with me. Gabriel, how are you feeling?
Yeah, feeling good. I think it's encouraging that the judges rejected the prosecution's arguments today and gave Julian full appeal on the appeal point that we expected on, the freedom of expression and the non-discrimination points. So I think that will be heard around the world now, and I'll travel to Washington tomorrow to continue lobbying, and this is going to be one of our main things that we're going to be telling people, is that the First Amendment and freedom of expression is actually going to be on trial in the UK, right, ahead of any extradition. So I think it's really important and a good step forward and a thing that's going to propel us in this fight to free Julian.
I mean, you have logged so many miles. You have been all around the world. I mean, we were together in North Carolina a year or two ago. I mean, you have been everywhere supporting your brother, as well as supporting, press freedom, free freedom, the right for people to read and say what they want. So what's the next step then? What you're going, obviously, you just said to Washington, D.C., but what's the next step for you?
We're continuing lobbying. We've got a resolution before the House, Resolution 934, which I'm sure you're aware of.
Yes.
We're continually adding Congress people as co-sponsors to that. So we're just going to keep working the levers in Congress and getting more people onto that resolution, as well as making people aware in Congress of what's actually going on, what's at stake for Americans in this case, not just journalists around the world, but actually for Americans to actually know what their governments are doing, their ability to actually reason, take in this information and actually reason to make correct decisions about which governments they elect. And I think we're getting more and more traction. Every time I go there, we're getting more and more meetings, more and more Congress people and staff meeting with us. We're feeling the momentum, and after today's decision, we're just going to fly in there tomorrow and smash it.
And so what would you ask people to do? I mean, obviously there's a wave of supporters around the world. It's growing, but how can people continue to support your brother, your family, and of course protect our rights?
Well, everything starts from the bottom. It all starts from people here protesting on the street, doing street actions, to going and seeing your representative, taking a group of people to go and see your rep, calling them, sending emails. We've seen over and over again in this campaign that it starts with a single action. It starts from the grassroots and it works all its way up, to President Biden saying 3 weeks ago, last month, that he was considering the Australian request. And that's from the 90% popular support that exists in Australia, that the government is now advocating for Julian at the highest levels and getting those sorts of responses. So every action from the grassroots really counts. So emailing, calling your rep, turning up to actions, signing petitions, donating, whatever you can do, whatever you can manage, it all helps.
And I know you have to go, but any last words for the folks? We've got hundreds of thousands of people watching around the world. Any last words for the folks watching?
Yeah, to everyone who's been supporting, keep doing what you're doing. We couldn't do any of this work without you, without your support. So yeah, keep supporting, keep donating, keep signing petitions, keep going and seeing your reps, because yeah, without you, we wouldn't get to this point where Julian is almost free.
Right. And if I could speak for everybody, we love and respect you and your family. God bless you all. Free Julian.
Yeah, free Julian. Free Julian.
All right, thanks, Gabriel. That was Gabriel Shipton. He is, of course, the brother of Julian Assange. Obviously, a very emotional day, a very heady day, a very important day, as Julian Assange has been granted the right to a full appeal. We're getting more information on what that looks like, what that includes, but we just heard from Stella Assange, we've heard from Gabriel, we have heard from people involved with the campaign, his legal team, as well as supporters. And one of the themes that we could hear over and over again is that the United States must drop its persecution, it must drop its prosecution, that all it is bringing upon itself is shame. And the fact that, as John Rees has said over and over again, the British court just said to the American government, we don't believe you. From America's strongest ally, its oldest ally, the number one vassal of the American empire, who the American empire took over from, the British Empire. You have the British government saying to the American government right now, at least the courts saying to the American government, we do not believe you. And that is something that has to be shaking Washington, D.C. right now. I mean, of course, in their arrogance and their entitlement, will it break through? However, what we have here today, although it still has to play out, we still have to see the details come, what will come. But I think today, the hope that we entered in today with has been rewarded. All the work done by Julian Assange, his team, and of course, all of you, those who showed up here in their hundreds today, and those, of course, who showed up in the hundreds and hundreds of thousands online, watching and supporting today, the millions and millions who have supported Julian Assange for these many years. The first time I ever spoke about Julian Assange publicly was in 2010. That was 14 years ago. I mean, for Christ's sake, I was in my 30s then. You know what I mean? So this has been such a long ordeal, such a long trial for Julian and his family, but also, too, for what we've lived underneath in terms of the threat of losing our rights. We are gathering more speakers to come with you. We have we've had a full day of speakers and activity here. It's been a noisy, raucous crowd, but as we've said, you can hear behind me, this is the noise of freedom. As the speaker says behind me, you are all now Julian Assange. That is what is coming from the crowd right now. This idea has been that it is free Assange, free us all, because in parallel to each other, one, the unjust, the cruelty, the humiliation, the barbarism extended against Julian and his family, we have also run parallel to that, this threat against us all, this threat against our freedoms, our freedom of speech, our freedom of a press, our right to know what our governments are doing. Essentially, as we have said, the right for us to read what we want, to say what we want, to listen to what we want. And today there has been a victory, at least a victory in the moment, to preclude the further oppression, the further assault, the further attack on our rights. And I have Christian joining us now. I'm going to step through, I guess it's probably the easiest way. It's a good thing when you've got a full crowd here and it's hard to maneuver. But please, for those who may not know you who are watching, a quick identity and then how you're feeling right now.
Well, I'm Christian Rapson, the editor of WikiLeaks, and I've been part of this fight for 14 years. The feeling today, it's a feeling of relief. Finally, we have a glimpse of hope and of victory at this end of this long fight. But the war is not over. It's a battle we won, but it's an extremely important battle. And it opens up the avenue now for Julian to, of course, go into court here and argue in the appeal process that he will be discriminated against in the United States, which should be easy after all the submissions here, where basically the judges have come to the conclusion that he has a ground on the basis of discrimination. Therefore, he was applied to appeal on that basis. Right. So it should be an open and short case. But it also, even if he loses an appeal process, it has opened up the avenue to an appeal to the Supreme Court of this country. So it is opened up of new avenues of legal fight. Remind you, this morning we were ready for the scenario that they would basically at the end of the day here say, no, he's not getting a chance for appeal. That would be the end of the road for Julian legally here in this country, and we would immediately have to go to the European Court of Human Rights to ask them to intervene and issue a request to stay the process. Of course, that would be a very lengthy process, maybe 2-3 years. So we are now on this winning path. The court here basically said, we don't believe you when it came to Americans. We don't believe your assurances. Your word is not a guarantee enough. And that's a big political statement coming out of the court. Right. And that's a statement that the Biden administration should lend its ear to, because it's a signal to their side. You are on the losing path. Right. You need now to intervene politically and take the only rational decision in this case and drop the case entirely and end this. If they don't, it's going to be a prolonged process of humiliation for the Biden administration into the election. He doesn't want that. Nobody wants that. People are demanding justice for Julian. All around the world, people are saying, for heaven's sake, this has to come to an end. Right. And that is the clear message from the court.
Right. And WikiLeaks is so important to so many people because it has given voice to voiceless. Those who were erased by the empire, who the empire said, you don't matter, your names don't matter. WikiLeaks have given voice and names, and many of those people are watching this here. And all the supporters of WikiLeaks, of Julian over these years, what message do you have for them?
Well, my message is thank you for your support, because we could not have done it without the support of the general public who understand the gravity of the case. It was a small crowd to begin with, but the crowd grew larger and larger. And we now reached the stage where every human rights organization on this planet is recognized for their battle for freedom of speech and human rights in general, now recognizes the severity of the case and has come to Julian's side. That is important. That is because people stayed the course and did not give up the fight. So in my humbleness, I thank these people for being there, for coming outside to events, for raising awareness everywhere they go. It's so important. And the fact of the matter is, the signaling of this, to be able to come to this conclusion here today, which is not the end, but it's a strong signal, is the victory of the people. Right. The people who basically say, this is such injustice. And the grander signaling, which I hope we will get when Julian walks into freedom, is a signaling to everybody that we now have a path to reverse the negative, dark trend that we've been on a trajectory of for way too long. Right. Seeing press freedom eroded, seeing journalists imprisoned in larger number, seeing journalists assassinated and massacred in historic numbers. We need to reverse that trend. And Julian walking out of prison a free man will be a huge signal of that path. And we should aim for that. We need to take back our rights. We need to take back what has been taken away from us. And Julian Assange, he is the man to lead that battle.
Absolutely. I know you have a lot to do, but one last thing. What do you want people to do?
I want people to continue and basically stick to this line. We are winning. We are winning. Julian will be free, and it has to happen soon. So stay on the fight. Don't stop now. We still have a way to go, but fight on. And it will be a joyful victory in the end.
Absolutely. Christian, thank you. Thank you for everything you've done, for everything WikiLeaks has done. And yeah, enjoy this day, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello.
That was the editor of WikiLeaks. Obviously a long path to today for so many people involved in this, most especially the family of Julian Assange. As Stella, Julian's wife, stated during her speech from the podium there, you know, their oldest son is 7 years old. I mean, just on a personal note, for me, I visited Julian Assange in the Ecuadorian embassy in 2014, and now to be here 10 years later, witnessing this, it's so, the only thing greater than the seeming improbability of that has been the cruelty of it. And today we've seen one, perhaps, break in that cruelty, one break in the improbability of all this. We have seen the empire take a defeat in this moment. Of course, we have to see what comes forward with his appeal. But this granting of a full appeal for Julian Assange is something that I think all of us who have stood with Julian, stood in solidarity with him, stood against the empire, stood against this assault on our rights. This is all something that we can take today as a reward for the hard work, for the solidarity, for standing in those dark moments in support of Julian Assange, press freedom, and free speech. As you can see, things are wrapping up here. And as we go forward, we will have more information for you. I know we are going to the United States to speak with Vinny DeStefano and Chris Hedges shortly. Actually, if I could get my producer, I'm sorry, it was so loud I couldn't hear what he was just saying to me. So if people excuse me for this break in the live shot, but if Niels, can you let me know again where we're going right now? Or Inga? All right, so my apologies, but you know, as we stand here in front of this Royal Court of Justice, and as has been said over and over again, whether it's by Stella Assange, whether it's by John Reese, whether it's by the brother of Julian Assange, whether it's with the brother of Julian Assange and or the editor of WikiLeaks, the United States government needs to drop. Julian Assange the United States government needs to drop its persecution and prosecution of Julian Assange because the British courts have said to them, we don't believe you. We have Rebecca Vincent with Reporters Without Borders here. Rebecca, hi Rebecca, why don't you come over on this side, please? Otherwise we'll get all tangled up. How are you, Rebecca? You're with Reporters Without Borders. Yes. You've been involved with this for a long time. How are you feeling right now in this moment?
It's still sinking in a bit because, frankly, it's been a long time since we've had any good news in this case. I think the last time was really the 4th of January, 2021.
Okay,
so we've been fighting this whole time. I think, of course, we always hope for the best, and I have to, as a campaigner, I always maintain that hope that actually we can get this case tossed out at some point, we can get Julian out. But when we have these moments where actually you see that maybe the system will actually work and deliver some form of justice at this late stage, it's great. So I guess at the moment it's relief is mostly what I feel, but actually we've all been working so hard for this, and I hope that the court is starting to see it in the right way, that we can actually have a legal means of preventing extradition instead of a continued political battle, because of course this is a political case.
Right. So going to the journalism side of all this, obviously this is a big development, right? If I could state the obvious. Is this going to bring on more support from mainstream media, from corporate media for Julian and for the broader implications of this case?
You know what? I hope so. And I think that support has been increasing in recent months and years. We've seen sort of more journalists around the world really waking up to the fact that it will impact them too. And I think that's slowly been coming back. But of course, when there's good news, that feels like a moment to join a cause. So I hope that we'll get some attention today from those who either were on the fence or maybe those who weren't quite convinced if they should speak out. Because it's not just about Julian Assange. It's about every journalist around the world that works with leaked classified information, all media organizations that publish stories based on this, which is quite a normal journalistic practice. So And it's not just about that, it's also about all of our right to know, because of course we have the right to know these stories. The information published was in the public interest. 13 years on, that shouldn't even be a question for debate, but yet the man who took the risk to do this is still being punished to this day. I think it's time for more solidarity there, so I hope that's what comes of this good moment.
Because from what I could gather in the last hour or two, this relates to protection of free press. Right, not just only free speech, but free press as well, in terms of their concerns why these assurances from the United States government weren't to be believed.
Well, because it's ultimately a question of the First Amendment, and the First Amendment is meant to protect all forms of free speech, including freedom of the press. But it's positive now that will be considered in this full appeal, because it's been some time since we've had a real consideration of the substance at the heart of this case, which is about press freedom. It is about journalism. That's why my organization defends Julian Assange, because it impacts global press freedom. It impacts journalists all around the world. So we hope that moment in court, which sounds like it might be coming up sooner rather than later, will shed more light on that and lead to a legal prevention of this horrific extradition.
Just to take it, one or two more questions if you have the time, because I know you're busy. But to take it a step back, we see it happening to journalists around the world, particularly in Gaza. How does this affect all that? How does this tie into what we see as an attack on press freedom, particularly see what's happening in Gaza for someone who, is with Reporters Without Borders? Yeah.
The thing is, the way that the U.S. government is going after Julian Assange is particularly alarming, because he's the first publisher being pursued in this way. So that's the danger, is that if that precedent is set, any journalist, any publisher, any journalistic source anywhere in the world could be pursued in the same way. So it's that. We could see that applied in very different types of reporting. So this is maybe for them a test in a way. If they can get away with doing this for an organization that isn't considered mainstream, for a person who may be in many ways a bit of an imperfect victim, shall we say, if they can get away with it with Julian Assange, mark my words, we will see many other cases of this, and next time it might be something much closer to home for the mainstream media or for the rest of us. So it's that, it's what it represents, it's what could be at stake, and that really alarming precedent that once it is set cannot be reined back in.
Right. And last question I have for you. People watching, we've got hundreds of thousands of people watching. What do you want them to do?
I want them to continue to seek out independent information on this, to keep sharing information, because this is the main thing, is many people frankly still believe things that are not true about Julian Assange or about this case. I have to say, as a campaigning organization, that's been a big challenge for us. Many other cases, we're trying to inform people about something they don't know about and to mobilize them. This, we're trying to correct a narrative. We're trying to get people to change their minds. That starts with each of us, everywhere around the world, at home, having conversations with our own friends, our family members, right into our elected representatives, trying to make sure that those that we can engage in conversation with and inform have accurate information as a basic level for anything else, because everything else builds on that. If we know the truth about this case, if we know what's really at stake, why this is being done, how it's being done, and what that means for everybody else, it would be impossible to stay silent. So I think in tuning into this, that's a good first step, because obviously people following today care about the case, they're following what's happening in UK courts, but we all have it within our power to do small things that can actually lead to much bigger change. And of course you can support the legal campaign for Julian, you can support organizations like ours that are working on this. There's lots of things financially that can be done too if people have the means, but I think first that awareness and that sharing of information and keeping the story everywhere so that it's unavoidable. And that I've always been impressed by the grassroots activism in this case. You can be at a remote place in another country somewhere and see a Free Assange poster more than any other case I've worked on. So keep it up. I think it does make a difference.
The pressure works. The pressure works. Rebecca Vincent, Reporters Without Borders. Please support Reporters Without Borders. Thank you so much for all the work you've done on this, all the work you continue to do on this, not just for Julian Assange's case, but for press freedom in general.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We have another person who's going to come in and give us some updates, someone who's been involved with the Julian Assange campaign for quite a while. We spoke to her earlier today. But Chloe, come back in.
Hi.
How are you feeling?
I'm emotional.
Yes, yeah. It's okay. I mean, same thing too. When it first got announced, it was, for me, don't start crying.
Yeah.
And then when Stella started, now I'm bringing it off,
Yeah.
making you like this. But it's okay because I think a lot of us feel this way.
Yeah,
Right?
I want to take the win. Like
Yeah.
when we get it, I want to take it, and I'm trying to. Julian's still sat in Belmarsh prison. Julian was too sick to attend today. I have to keep that at the forefront of my mind. This fight is not over.
Right.
But this was a win, and we needed it, and something is changing. And I can see it. He's going to be home with his wife and his kids. He's going to be swimming in that sea, avoiding all sorts of dangerous creatures that exist in the Australian oceans. I wouldn't go in it, but that guy's been swimming with the sharks for a long time.
Right, exactly.
He can handle the Australian Ocean. But I think it's coming. I think change is coming. I think justice is coming. I think the guy should get the Nobel Prize. I think it's happening. And I just feel, I'm trying to hold it together, but I couldn't let myself think anything potentially positive might happen. We've been let down so many times at every stage. And this was not that. This was not that. Something shifted, and it's going to keep shifting until we bring Julian Assange home.
Right? I mean, hey, we're up against the empire here.
Yeah.
Right? So why should we have hope? But we do. And we have hope because of this.
Pressure.
Right, pressure. And we have hope because of the solidarity.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so what you've been doing for us today, you've been monitoring the tweets. What was that like, watching
it was intense. And as I said to you off camera, I sort of feel like as I'm explaining it, I'm trying to get my own head around it. And that's part of the facade. They want it to feel confusing. They want there to be very legalistic terms and distinctions that are so nuanced to normal people who are just trying to understand where justice exists in this case. And they're trying to fudge it, they're trying to cover it up as much as they can. And today, the sun shone through, justice stepped forward into the light. It's the beginning of this journey, but it is not over. And, I would just like to thank everyone that's been here today, thank our supporters, thank everyone around the world who is watching, who is mobilised. There are so many actions happening today in so many different countries, and we see those people, we love those people, and we need them more than ever. So this is not the end, it's just the beginning, but we have something to hold on to now, and oh my God, I'm holding on to it. This was good.
And so you're with the Assange team.
Yes.
So
yes.
What do you want people to do? I mean, obviously you just said we're going to keep fighting, but specifically, what can people be doing to support you now?
Firstly, people need to watch today because the information is going to keep coming out today. So we go over to Doughty Street, we hand over to our US team for streaming. Please stay engaged today. But in general, we take this win and we use it to make us angrier, more mobilised. We're out on the streets. We've had it now. We've got the break.
Right.
And I'm pushing till that is removed, until Julian comes out of prison. And Julian is going to come out of prison. He's going to be a free man.
This enthusiasm that you've got, the confidence you have in this idea that we're winning. And that over and over again, we're winning, and we are winning. It's because of people like you. It's because of this team. It's because of the millions around the world who've supported Julian Assange. So,
especially just as my last thing, I would like to pay tribute to Stella.
Right.
And the way she has managed this unbelievable, unbearable situation with her children, being the most incredible mother you could imagine, doing the job of mother and father while Julian is languishing in Belmarsh prison, has been an unbelievable and humbling thing to watch. And then she comes out here and she talks to the crowd and she knows every single detail about the case. That is an unbelievable woman. Yeah. And so, we all remain committed. We remain laser focused on justice, and justice is now within reach.
You look at her and you see her standing in defiance of the empire, and you see her winning. And when she was talking earlier, my thoughts were, I'm not sure if we'll get to talk to her or not, but my thoughts to myself were, I don't know how I'm going to talk to her and not break down myself. I mean, all the love and respect we have for her, because she has been the leader of this movement. So, But Chloe, thank you so much for all the work you've been doing, for what this entire team has been doing. This would not be possible if not for people like yourself. So thank you.
Likewise, and to the supporters as well.
Absolutely.
Keep going.
Thanks,
Thank you
Chloe.
so much.
Thank you. I mean, we have this the same thing, this emotion here, for people who are not here, I can tell you it's just rushing through everybody. It's affecting everybody. And we have now Jeremy Corbyn with us. Jeremy. Hello again.
Hi, I'm back again.
You're back again. Before, we were uncertain as to what would happen. Many people were hopeful that the court would rule this way. But what are your thoughts right now?
I'm very relieved and very pleased because they haven't managed to rule emphatically against Julian. They haven't ruled that he must go to the USA, and we're not being forced to go to the European Court of Human Rights as we would have done straight away. And so this means it's all got to be done over again in the Supreme Court here. That's good. We'll fight it. And look at the people here. We're keen, we're desperate, and we're going to do it. I know to Julian it's longest spell now in Belmarsh. And if Julian ever sees this, Julian, just want you to know a lot of people support you. There's a lot of love for you out there. And we're going to fight this thing through all the way.
Absolutely. Love and respect. We were just talking about Stella and the role she has played in this, and the fact that she could go and stand up against the American empire representing her family and this movement, and then come out and in defiance of the American empire. And that's one of the things, Jeremy, you've been a global leader. And one of the things you really have been has been an anti-imperialist leader when we've had a dearth of those. And so going forward for the anti-imperialist movement, for lack of a better term, some people who are against all these wars, what does this say to you?
Exactly. I mean, when we were talking at the rally earlier this morning, I was making the point there that Julian exposed the dishonesty and the lies surrounding Afghanistan, surrounding Iraq, Libya, Syria, all the other wars. And then you think of the refugees that are in Calais, often from Afghanistan and other places. They're the victims of war. And what Julian has done is exposed the lies of war and exposed the dishonesty of it and the dishonesty of the arms trade. And who's being punished? Julian. Who's not being punished? Those that ordered the shooting, those that ordered the bombing, those that paid the arms industry. The world's turned upside down, but you know what? Today we've turned it just a little few degrees the other way. And I want to say a huge thank you to Stella and all of the Assange team, because they're doing, have done, and will always do a fantastic job.
Right, exactly. And the calls, one after another, the U.S. should drop. There's nothing but shame for the U.S. going forward. There's nothing but shame for the U.S. preceding this. But what do you think the U.S. is going to do?
My message to President Biden is quite simply this. You call yourself a Democrat. You walk in a tradition, some of which is a good tradition, of people that stood up. Those that stood up on Watergate. Those that stood up against the Vietnam War. Those that stood up for the Civil Rights Movement. That tradition is, as he knows, alive and well in many parts of the USA. Join that tradition, drop the appeal, and free Julian. It's in your hands.
Absolutely. And last thing, Jeremy, asked you earlier, we weren't certain what was going to happen. Now that we know what happens, what do you want people to do?
Carry on campaigning and intensify that campaigning, because yes, a court acts in an independent way. Obviously, I fully understand that. But you know what? Courts respond to the atmosphere that's there. The atmosphere of society, the atmosphere in the media, and the atmosphere of public opinion. The court of public opinion is with Julian. Let's make sure everybody knows it.
Thank you, Jeremy. Have a good day. We see lots of support for not just Julian Assange, but for those who are supporting Julian Assange. And we have, now we're going to talk to Craig Murray again. Craig Murray, former ambassador for the United Kingdom. He has been a staunch and ardent supporter of Julian. His commentary, his analysis has been crucial for so many of us to understand this. I'm looking for Craig. Up there he is. Yeah. Craig, if you're ready.
Sorry, mate.
Greg, how are you feeling?
I feel very pleased. I thought today would go well, and
We haven't actually secured Julian's release, but we're definitely headed in that direction. I think stay when, as well as the judges could do.
Right. I'm getting something in my ear about how we have almost 200,000 viewers. And when we spoke earlier today, Greg, you brought up how hopeful you were. And that was the first time this morning, after I've been here for a couple hours, I heard that word. And then I heard that word throughout. And so do you think what's occurred here is, it's emboldened this movement and made it unstoppable?
I think that's exactly right. I think we've turned a corner today. Yeah. I think we've been fighting defensively this whole time. Now we are on the attack, and now it's the United States government which is under attack, if you like, and their position in the courtroom is looking very shaky. It's very hard to see today how the judges could rule that the assurances are not sufficient to prevent a hearing, which they did, and that there is a case that his freedom of expression is being undermined and that he faces discrimination on grounds of nationality. It's very difficult to see how they can come to that determination here and then not find the same thing at the the appeal hearing, which is just going to hear exactly the same arguments, exactly the same evidence all over again. And I don't see how that comes to a different determination. I think the Biden administration, the executive, have to look at this. The prosecution have to look at this. Part of the justice have to look at this. I think we're going to lose this. We are going to be humiliated. We really need to find a way to back out of this, because we're going to look very bad indeed.
Yeah, and I assume you're going to be writing about this?
I shall be. I'm going to, first of all, I'm going to go to the pub and have a few pints to celebrate. Because
I hope to join you there.
I hope you will. We haven't had too many days in this struggle so far to be celebrating, but I think this is a very good day for freedom of expression. And it's worth saying that they granted leave to appeal on two grounds: discrimination of nationality and freedom of expression. So, the judges here are saying to the United States, you have to uphold your own First Amendment.
Now, I had a note to ask you that some of the previous assurances that the court did not allow, they seem to maybe have reversed that. Did I get that note correctly?
No, I don't think that's correct. I think the previous assurances which the court had accepted from the United States on, for example, how Julian would be treated in US jails and on healthcare, I think those remain accepted. Those haven't been undermined by this. But the assurances at play here have been rejected. I mean, what the court have said to the United States essentially is, we do not believe your assurances. And that's really coming from the High Court here to the US government. That's a hell of a statement. We do not accept what you are telling us.
I mean, from the empire that handed off, from your empire that handed off to my empire, if you will, this type of language, this type of act, this "we don't believe you," is tremendous. It really is, and I think what is this opening up more of? But as somebody who has been on the brutalizing end of a government that you've upset, how do you personally feel right now?
Oh, well,
because a lot of people watching this are very big supporters of yours, very big fans of yours, and so,
Well, my overwhelming feeling, of course, intellectually, I'm extremely committed to the arguments of freedom of information, the arguments of people's right to know the truth, the arguments that government should not be allowed to commit crimes and conceal them. Those are important. All the libertarian agenda there, I'm committed to. But my overwhelming feeling is a personal feeling for Julian, my friend, and his family, who I'm very close to. And I know what it's like to be banged up in jail. I was in solitary confinement for 4 months. Solitary confinement for 4 months for journalists. Julian's had 5 years of it. I know how he feels. I know how debilitating that is. I know how desperate we are on a personal basis to get him out. And yes, by my writing and my analysis will be full of the more intellectual points, but my emotion, where I'm coming from, is this desire to rescue my friend and reunite him with his family.
Because the emotion here, when standing here, when we heard he's been granted right of full appeal, I mean, of course, the cheer, but the feeling. You could feel the emotion coming out of this. And I know people at home watching this, people, you know, the hundreds of thousands we have watching it, you know, last question, I'll let you go get to the pub. I want to get there too as well. What do you want them to do?
I think what we need now is we need the Justice Department to drop the case. You know, this case is in itself an assault on the First Amendment. This is a fundamental case about prosecuting a journalist for revealing criminal acts. And I should say, I was a whistleblower myself. I blew the whistle on the torture and extraordinary rendition program. I actually didn't get jailed for that. I expected to be jailed for that. And when you're a whistleblower, that's something you accept can happen. That's a moral responsibility you take on yourself. You think, I'm breaking my contract of employment, I'm doing this in the public interest. I accept that may have consequences for myself. And I did accept it would have consequences for myself. But I wouldn't have expected the journalist I gave the information to be jailed.
Right.
And when the state starts going after journalists, so that's what Julian's not a whistleblower, he's a journalist. Right. When the state starts going after the journalists, that really is an end to freedom. You know, your rights to know as a public and your right to freedom of expression has disappeared when the state starts persecuting journalists like this.
Yes. Where do people find your writing?
You find my writing on my blog, which is my name, craigmurray.org.uk, craigmurray.org.uk, or Google my name, Craig Murray, and then you'll get a huge number of mainstream media articles about what a terrible human being I am.
Don't believe any of that. Keep scrolling down, and eventually, yes.
You'll get that.
Yeah. Because I read it myself, and people should. By the way, Craig, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for everything you're doing, and I know what you're going to continue to do. Thank you. All right, thanks, Craig. All right, that was former Ambassador Craig Murray, as we were talking, obviously whistleblower himself, someone who was jailed for upsetting his government. You know, we have spoken to so many people here today who were involved in this in one way or another. You know, standing outside the Royal Courts of Justice, we have spoken to people, we have spoken to family, we have spoken to those who are professional colleagues of Julian. We have spoken to those on the Assange team, and then we've spoken to people who are journalists, who are academics, people who have been involved in this in so many ways, because it is about the persecution and prosecution, the cruel punishment of a man and his family, because he dared to expose the crimes of the American empire. He dared to reveal war crimes. He dared to reveal all aspects of malfeasance, all the aspects of wrongdoing and criminality. But there's also, too, very much the aspects of this, of how it affects so many of us. This case has profound implications and consequences for us all in terms of our right to a free speech, our right to a free press, and the right to know what our governments are doing. I'm sorry, my producer was saying something, and I spoke over him. But I know we have others who maybe want to speak. I also know we will be going to the U.S. to speak to people in the U.S. about this case. But right now I think it's important for those who are watching this, if you are able to share this, to like it, to spread it, because although hundreds of thousands of you have watched it today, watching it live, we can reach the millions. And what we're going to do now is we're going to go to the crowd, show the crowd a bit. And so we're going to break to go there and let you folks see what's been going on behind me in front of the court from the hundreds and hundreds of Julian Assange supporters who showed up today to support him.
5K.
Okay.
Well, just on the Twitter.
Just on Twitter, yeah.
Facebook. America's obviously working out.
Okay, we're back. Thanks for being with us here. Able to get some crowd shots for you all. And as the crowd's thinning, we still have people to talk to, though. I want to bring in Fidel. Fidel, you were with the Ecuadorian embassy. You sat with Julian. Can you explain that? Your involvement with him, how long you knew him for? Just basically a general. How you're feeling today.
I'm feeling hopeful, finally, after so long. Julian Assange is my personal friend. I know him for many years. I knew him before he came asking for protection from my country, and I'm very proud to help him to get that protection. And I spent many years with him inside the embassy. So I'm following this case very, very closely, and today I feel hopeful that finally, after such a long legal and political war, we have won another battle. Yeah.
And you don't live here in the UK, do you?
Well, I live in the UK.
Okay,
Yes.
do you? Okay,
Yes.
but still you came here today because
Yeah.
it's important to be with your friend.
Yes.
Or at least in solidarity with your friend. Julian, of course, wasn't here today because of his health, a consequence of all these years of punishment.
Yep.
So, you know, what are you going to do tomorrow? What are your next steps in terms of supporting Julian?
Well, my next thing is publishing a book, which is a memoir about the whole experience in the embassy and the asylum. And I very much hope that this year is going to come out already.
Okay, so how many years were you in the embassy with Julian?
Julian spent 7 years in the embassy. Of those 7 years, I was 6 years with him.
Okay.
The last year, I was not there.
Okay. But that's 6 years.
Yes.
So really, I mean, this idea of like your friendship is something that's very deep. You were there for all that pressure. You saw,
We know each other very closely, yes.
Yeah. I visited one time in 2014.
Yep.
And I think a lot of people had this misconception that it's a big building. And you pull up near Harrods, and it is a big building, and then you realize it's half of one floor. And so, do you have anything you want to say about what that was like for him?
Julian described it very, very well as living in a spaceship. That idea that an embassy is a big and luxurious department is wrong if you are talking about the Ecuadorian embassy. It's only 200 meters square. It's situated, as you said, next to Harrods, but surrounded by other high buildings. So the little sun that London normally has does not get through the embassy.
Right.
The embassy did not have an exterior patio where he could go out and have a sunlight. The embassy did not have a garden or anything like that. So Julian Assange was for 7 years, 24 hours a day, inside a little apartment, in very hard conditions, full time under artificial light. And that had, I think, big cost on his physical and his mental health.
Right. And then now, of course, 5 years essentially in isolation in Belmarsh.
Yes, I don't know what's really worse. When he was in the embassy, the first 6 years he was protected. He was allowed to have visitors, he was allowed to work, but he could not walk out. He couldn't have proper medical treatment inside the embassy. In Belmarsh, he's isolated. There are awful conditions, but every now and then he walks on the patio, he has sunlight, and he has medical treatment. So both experiences very, very hard for a person who should not be in these conditions.
Right.
Julian is not free from the last 14 years.
I mean, it's safe to say there's few people in this world who know Julian better than you do.
Well, I think his family probably yes, but yes, I am very privileged to know him well. Yes.
And so, if you're able to talk to him, maybe you are able to if you can get, what would you say to him right now?
I would say, hold on, Julian, hold on. Everybody's fighting outside here for you. We're gonna win this one. We're gonna win this one. You're gonna be free.
And we've hundreds of thousands of people watching. Once, of course, I'll turn to millions of people watching this. What do you want to say to those who are supporting Julian?
What I'm gonna say to them is that if the judges, if the courts finally decide in justice, decide to free Julian, finally, it's not because they are very just, it's not because they are benevolent, it's because the fight that people are doing for Julian outside. So he depends on us. This is a political case. and it's the politics what's going to decide the fate of Julian. And in politics, people sometimes can win, and we're going to win this one.
Right. Fidel, thank you.
Pleasure. My pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's Fidel Tavares. He was a member of the Ecuadorian embassy. He knew Julian for 6 years while Julian was in captivity there. And, of course, for so many people here, the emotion of the day, for people like Fidel, who was a dear friend, a good friend, a close friend of Julian, what today means to them. I'm going to bring in Matt Kennard, who is a journalist. Hi, Matt. Nice to meet you. Good to meet you. Move out of the way here if you want to step this way. You've been covering this for a long time. Your thoughts today. Actually, let me start. What did you think was going to occur this morning, or what were your feelings this morning as you came here?
Well, we've lost so many times since, I think in the whole of the Assange's legal wranglings in the UK, going back to 2010, there's only been 2 decisions that have gone his way. One was the original Baraitser decision, and that was on very narrow grounds. She blocked it on health grounds. It was then overturned. And then today. So we're all used to seeing the judges come against him. So I think it was a psychologically powerful moment to see judges actually listen to the arguments, not be dismissive. Because I was inside today, and I've been inside for nearly all the hearings. Right. And many of the previous judges, have acted like they're just being dismissive of Assange's lawyers and the case that they're making. And they weren't like that. And actually, today, it felt like the US were blown out of the water, to be honest with you. They had barely any arguments. They didn't take up all their time. They were making...
Would you say that they came into it not serious about it?
Well, I wouldn't like to say that because it's speculation, but it did seem like they weren't trying. Like, there was one point where the US lawyer said, well, look, Chelsea Manning didn't have First Amendment privileges. And then at the time I was thinking, well, of course he didn't. He's a government employee who leaked, very different to a publisher. And just to make that kind of, and it was picked up on eventually by Assange's lawyers. But it was just an example of how they seemed scattergun and not really to have a coherent argument coming back against the Assange lawyers. So if that can carry over to the new appeal, then hopefully we might get some progress. The interesting thing is, I don't think we should even be here. Everyone who is given what is effectively a life sentence, which is what it is if he's extradited to the US, by a single judge, which is what the system does, should have a right to appeal that decision. Because that's just a right every human being should have. So the fact he has to fight this hard to even get the right to appeal, and also now the appeal is on quite constricted grounds, he should be allowed to appeal all the substantive issues, which he's not been allowed. So it's a mixed emotions. I mean, I think psychologically it's really important because the US case is now shaky in a way it wasn't previously. So many of the judges have come back and said, no, there's nothing to answer here. The US, whereas now, the psychology is, well, look, they won easily.
What was the tone and the tenor of the court? How was their attitude in terms of were they angry? I mean, what was their attitude? Because out here you can interpret it as they're saying, we don't believe you. And you can interpret that very forcefully. You can interpret it in any way you want, really. But you're sitting there as a journalist. How did you take their tone and tenor?
Well, the US side
or the judges?
The judges, yeah. It's hard to see because another facet of this whole circus is that as journalists, we're put in a side room where you can barely make out the faces on the screens. It's like being I was going to say the 1980s, but it's pre-1980s. It's 1960s. So I can't tell I couldn't see what their facial expressions were, but it did seem like they were listening and they made the right decision, effectively. There was not really any arguments about the death penalty assurance because that was an open and shut case, I guess. They gave the assurance. But on the other stuff, it felt like judges were just taking in what was being said. And to be honest with you, with the dynamics in the court, it was clear that Assange's lawyers were just had the truth on their side and had the facts on their side, and the US lawyers were on the back foot, really.
And obviously, a lot you could talk about with what happened today. What are you planning to write about? So what's the most prescient things coming out of this for you today?
I mean, we're obviously now going to have to prepare for the new appeal, which will be a hugely important hearing and trial, because the first extradition hearing, which was presided over by District Judge Vanessa Bereza, that aired all the substantive issues. And she basically agreed with the US on every one of those substantive issues. So there was days of top academics, people talking about the threat to press freedom, and the threat to the First Amendment, and the threat to journalists globally by the fact that the US Espionage Act can now be used everywhere if Assange goes. So, but then after that, it got much more constricted, the hearings. So it was like very legal minutiae and stuff. Whereas this, now he's got the right to appeal. Hopefully we'll have days of those substantive issues on First Amendment, press freedom, all the stuff that has global historical importance will get aired. And what happens in the courtroom then will define the future of investigative journalism, not just here, not just in the US, but globally. Because the precedent set here in that appeal will be used by repressive rulers all over the world to justify the imprisoning and murder or whatever it is of journalists that do work that they don't like.
Right. I mean, we can't overstate the importance of this. No. We really can't. There's no hyperbole that we're expressing here. So where can people follow your work? Where can people read your work?
I work for Declassified UK, which is a website which covers UK foreign policy and the national security state here. But we've done all the investigative work of the legal case around Assange, because I was saying actually earlier, like the most shocking part of this whole case and all of WikiLeaks' work up to now, for me, it hasn't been the revelations about war crimes and stuff. I knew that was happening, knew that kind of stuff happened, and the service that Assange did by revealing it is historic and extremely brave. But he's exposed the British legal system in a way I don't know if it's ever been exposed. Right. Because you have, why are we here? Why is he in Belmont? Why are we here when he's on record as there's a plot on record by the country that wants to extradite him, that they wanted to assassinate him, number one. There's that same country that wants to extradite him was spying on a privileged conversation with his lawyers. Any actual justice system which applied the rule of law in any kind of cursory way would have thrown out the case as soon as that came in. So the fact we're still here, and we have to celebrate the fact he even has a right to appeal decision by a single judge to spend the rest of his life in prison, is absurd. And so I would tell people to go to Declassified and check out the major irregularities which has happened from the start in this case, and the conflicts of interest of the judges, including the ones that are there today. It's just legion. And interestingly, I'll finish with this, it's not just the justice system that he's exposed with his case, it's also the media. Because where the hell are the media? There's all these irregularities, all these conflicts of interest, that if they were in the mainstream media, even one story we've done had appeared in maybe The Guardian or The Times, it would have changed the case because they'd have had to answer to it. Right. They would have been made accountable. And he's exposed to the fact that the media operates largely as an arm of the state, which is why he's in Belmarsh prison, because he took journalism too seriously. And he was a threat to power, which is what you're meant to be as a journalist, and so they put him in prison. And all the rest of the journalists that basically don't show any solidarity with him in this country and don't cover his legal case, he embarrassed them because he showed them up as arms of the state, largely. They do some good stories, but largely arms of the state, and they don't like being exposed, so they've become willing executioners alongside the justice system. But I have hope. I'm more hopeful today than I've been in the whole case. And I also think it's a testament to the activists who have been on this case for years and years. And they're often people that get no recognition and no one knows their names, but they're out, especially this case particularly, there's Assange activists that are super, super dedicated, out in the rain, shine, outside Belmarsh, outside the courtroom, and I think they've had an impact. Activism has had an impact. So testament to them, and we've got to keep going, and we've got to keep raising the issue and get it as mainstream as possible, and we can win.
Absolutely. Matt Kennard, Declassified UK, your work is fantastic.
Thank you.
I utilize it. I encourage people to, if folks here are not following Declassified UK, please do it. But Matt, thanks so much for your work.
Nice to meet you.
Right. Thank you. You know, what Matt brought up there was so important about what supporters have done. It's because of the pressure put on the British government, put on the British courts. It has forced the British system it's put the British system in a dilemma. Either go along with the Americans or go along with this preposterous preposterous miscarriage of justice and pull its own house down upon itself. But Chip Gibbons is here with us. Chip, come on in.
Good to see you again, Matt.
Good to see you again.
And on a better circumstances this time.
We had very little certainty before. We weren't so hopeful
I was
earlier.
very pessimistic. I would be lying if I told you I thought that was going to go the way that it just did. When I read the initial ruling back in March, where they go through the free expression claims and they say, well, only 3 of the charges aren't usual criminal conduct, and in those charges, there's no public interest in the publications, and yeah, the CIA tried to kill him, but please don't bring it up again because if we extradite him, you won't have reason to kill him. Like, reading that type of ruling, I'm like, oh, they just want to rubber stamp this so badly, and the U.S. is doing so bad.
Let's walk back a second. Go through that for a second. That incredibly, the contours of that logic. People may have missed that, but go through the contours of that logic on that.
So in the March ruling, they forbid the defense from raising new evidence about the CIA's assassination plot to kill Julian Assange on the grounds the evidence was not that different or didn't raise new things than what they already heard at the trial. And people might not realize this, but before the Yahoo News article came out, some of the UC Global whistleblowers testified at the...
And the UC Global whistleblowers are...
the Spanish company that is alleged to have spied on Assange for the CIA. And what was so interesting about the Yahoo article was that was all government insiders. So we'd already heard the story from the UC Global people, and then we heard the story from the government insiders, and they matched together very, very closely, which makes me think there's something there.
Yeah, absolutely.
But they said, we don't want to hear any more information about this. You cannot tell us any more about it. We've already heard it, and we think it's probably plausible, but if we extradite him to the U.S., the reason for murdering him goes away. Right.
Right.
And it's like the reason for the extrajudicial execution goes away if we can do this slow motion execution by process.
If we give them to him, they won't want to murder him anymore.
I mean, imagine that logic. Like, oh, Matt, we're going to turn you over to the people who want to kill you because if we just give you to them, maybe they won't. How confident would you feel if I was making that decision about you, Matt?
That's exactly right. And so getting back to the confidence we had this morning, because I was pessimistic as well. My friends who I saw before, last night and this morning, how do you feel about this? And I was like, to go along your lines, because of everything we've seen before, how could it be anything else than them extraditing him? And that's not what happened today.
No, we had that 20-minute pause. We were waiting for the judges to come back, and I was pacing. I was frantic.
So what was it like in there? Yeah, paint a picture for people. Because I don't think most of us don't know what it looks like.
So it was hard to hear what the judge said. She mumbles a bit.
Okay.
She's not good at using her mic. And she had said, we'll be back in 10 minutes, and then we'll tell you where we're at. And it's like, what do you mean where we're at? And then all the journalists are talking, what does where we're at mean? And people were debating whether there'd be a decision or whether they would just whatever. And they said 10 minutes. And then 20 minutes went by. And at that point we said, okay, they're making a decision. And they came back, and I was waiting for the hammer to drop, man. I thought they were going to do it. And they say, we grant partial leave to appeal on counts 4 and 5, and on count whatever we deny appeal. And everyone's like, what does that mean? And I'm getting the appeal packet out and looking up like, what's count 4? What's count 5? And count 4 and count 5 are the counts concerning to relying on the First Amendment. If you could not rely on the First Amendment, that would violate his Article 10 free expression rights, and then also the prejudice for his nationality. The U.S., I don't know if you've heard this yet, or the UK on behalf of the U.S., are trying to argue that Julian Assange isn't being prejudiced on his nationality, but on his citizenship.
Right.
They said, this is literally a line. I couldn't believe anyone said this. We're not discriminating against him because of his nationality. We're doing so because he's a foreigner. And I'm like, that seems to contradict itself.
But what they're attempting to do there, they're attempting to set a precedent that eliminates the universality of free speech.
Yes. Right. And you know what? If you're going to say the First Amendment lawyer, I don't agree with that interpretation of the First Amendment. But even if that was the case, that has no bearing on the UK, which is supposed to be basing this on on European treaties, where international humanitarian law is human rights, not humanitarian law. International human rights law is very clear. Everyone has a fundamental right to free expression, and the issue is whether or not his fundamental free expression rights under international human rights law would be violated by denying him the First Amendment, turning around and saying, "Well, as a point of law in the U.S., it's more of a citizenship than a national origin." It doesn't fly.
But it makes people's kind of head spin, and that's meant to obscure things. But
yes.
Last thing, and I'll let you go. What are you going to write about? You're here with Jacobin. What are you going to write about?
I'm going to write about the partial ruling today, the victory that we have, and how the fight continues. And how at the end of the day, I don't think I should have to come back to London again I love London, actually. I don't know why I just said I would love to come back to London.
But not for this.
But because
I'm right there with you, brother.
Joe Biden should drop these charges.
Right.
He should end this.
Right.
This is such a black eye for the United States. Like, we write these assurances, and a court that kind of seems like they want to rubber stamp things is like, we can't even rubber stamp this. Like, I know it's let him go, Joe, but call it quits, Joe. Call it quits.
That's
while
right.
you're behind.
That's right. Well, hey, Chip.
Always a pleasure to see you, Matt.
We could talk forever, and hopefully we'll be back here together in London, not for these kinds of things.
For Julian Assange Freedom Day.
Exactly.
All right.
Exactly.
Have a good one.
Thank you, Chip.
Good to see you.
All right, we have for you right now is we have a video of a banner drop that occurred on London Bridge on Saturday, a Free Julian banner drop. We're going to go to that video, and then following that, we're going to rerun Stella's speech, the very poignant, powerful speech she gave just minutes after the court delivered its decision. So we're going to go to those videos for you right now.
Was a Prize nominated journalist who is putting out the truth since 2010 with the WikiLeaks website. He's been hunted like a rat and been in prison for over 5 years after spending 7 years in the Ecuadorian embassy without seeing the sunlight. He's now in jail in one of the filthiest prisons in the UK. And his life is at risk, and so the whole truth for the whole world is in risk as well.
Free, free, Julian Assange! Free, free, Julian Assange! Free, free, Julian Assange! Free, free, Julian Assange!
The judges reached the right decision. We spent a long time hearing the United States putting lipstick on a pig, but the judges did not buy it. As a family, we're relieved.
Fuck off me!
As a family, we're relieved. But how long can this go on? The United States should read the situation and drop this case now. Now is the moment to do it. Just abandon this shameful attack on journalists, on the press and the public that has been going on for 14 years.
Free democracy! Free Assange! We love you, Stella!
This case is shameful, and it is taking an enormous toll on Julian. He is under enormous pressure. He has been in Belmarsh prison for over 5 years. It's been 2 years since the order was issued. This case should just be abandoned. The Biden administration should have dropped it from day one. But now is a right moment for the Biden administration to drop it. So please those in the United States who are in a power to make a decision, please just drop this case now. Don't let this go on any longer. Thank you.
All right, Craig. Hi, Kathy. Can you do a show tomorrow with us?
You won't be up.
Yeah, come to. I can. Hello, John. I'm going to drop my backpack. What's your name? What's your name? Jason who?
Ask. So.
Good afternoon. I'm Barry Pollack. My accent might have given me away, but I'm Julian Assange's lawyer in the United States. Today was a significant milestone. The High Court is going to hear the vitally important issues of whether someone should be extradited to the United States for having published truthful, newsworthy information in this unprecedented prosecution from the United States. My hope and expectation is that he will not be extradited and that I will quickly be put out of business. The United States should never have brought this case. It is utterly inconsistent with First Amendment values and all that the United States says that it believes. And I hope that the United States will take a hard look at this decision and maybe reconsider whether they ought to be pursuing this fundamentally flawed prosecution.
Hello, I'm Gabriel Shipton. I'm Julian Assange's brother. Just to follow up on what Barry said, that the DOJ, this is an opportunity for them to reconsider this prosecution. President Biden just last month said that he was considering, when asked if he was considering the Australian request to drop the charges, said that he was considering it. And so that is overshadowing this decision as well, that the President has said that they're considering dropping the charges, and this is really an opportunity for the DOJ to have another look at this and really just bring this to a close, because that's what really needs to happen. This decision, I think, has brought embarrassment to the DOJ, that these assurances have been flat out rejected by the UK courts. So now it's time for them to let this go and let Julian be free. So thank you.
I am Christian Rapson, the editor of WikiLeaks. I think today was a watershed moment in this very long battle. Let's not forget that it's been 14 years that Julian has been fighting, 14 years that he has been deprived of freedom in one form or another. Today marked the beginning of the end of the persecution. It just has to be the case. The signaling from the courts here in London were clear to the US government and the government for the lawyers. We don't believe in your guarantees. We don't believe in your assurances. And the signaling in a wider context should result in one thing, and that is that the Biden administration takes a serious look at the damage it's done to its reputation and actually ends this case before more damage is being done. That is the only just solution to end this, not in a prolonged proceedings in courtrooms here in London or in the European Court of Human Rights, but in the political arena in DC, where it all started and should never have started. So it's the right thing to do, and I believe that that is the clear signal that came out of the Royal Court of Justice today.
Hi, I'm Rebecca Vincent. I'm the Director of Campaigns for Reporters Without Borders, Reporters Sans Frontières. We've been monitoring all 4 years now of extradition proceedings in this case, and today's decision is so important. It's a huge relief for those of us who have been campaigning on the case. It's also the first good news we've had from these courts in quite some time, and so important because the last time we had a positive decision was the 4th of January 2021. But even then, that positive decision was not on the substance of the case. It was on mental health grounds. It wasn't on the free expression grounds that are the reason that so many of us defend this case. So today is so important because it's really the first time that a UK court has nodded in that direction. And that means that the issues at the heart of this case will now get the chance for full consideration, which opens a path for legal prevention of extradition. That's super important. It's really critical that we all stay with this, that the campaigning continues in the meantime. I also echo the comments that have been made about what is within Biden's power now, which is at any point this could be brought to a close. It does not have to continue to drag out through the courts. And I hope that now that the UK court has taken a step towards actually protecting journalism and press freedom, that those in Washington who are responsible for this will take note and think carefully about how to proceed. We expect better from the country of the First Amendment, and we hope that this is indeed the beginning of the end of this ceaseless prosecution.
Hi, I'm Stella Assange, and I spoke to Julian after the decision. He obviously was not in court, but he had heard the news. He had spoken to his lawyers, and I explained how we experienced the day in court today. It was a short day, but it was very tense few moments before the decision was actually delivered. The judges took a break that they said was going to be 10 minutes, but I think it was closer to half an hour. And when they came back, they granted leave to appeal on the grounds that Julian will be discriminated against and excluded from constitutional protections under the First Amendment. The judges obviously saw the problem here, that the United States is applying its secrecy laws into this country. It's applying its secrecy laws internationally, and yet saying at the same time that if you're not a U.S. citizen and if you're abroad, then you won't have access to constitutional protections. And the judges were deeply disturbed by this, I would say, and allowed the leave to appeal. While I was speaking to Julian, a guard knocked on the door, and I could hear the guard saying, "Oh, congratulations today, and it's time to go to exercise." And so our conversation came to an end, but thankfully it meant that today he was able to go out into the yard and enjoy the sunshine we have today. He was obviously relieved. He hadn't slept all night, and he's under enormous pressure. It's hard for all of us, but just imagine what it's like for Julian, who has been in Belmarsh for over 5 years, and who has had to endure this grueling process from inside his cell and isolated from everyone and from a distance. So it's a very good sign today. I think the U.S. administration should take this as a moment to drop the case and to just put an end to it, to distance itself from this terrible prosecution, which this administration did not initiate and should have put an end to already.
Okay, please raise your hands if you have any questions.
Mohammed Almazi, I'm here reporting on behalf of the dissenter.
What I heard the judge say, David Shar, was that grounds 4 and 5 can be appealed in relation to all of the counts on the second superseding indictment. So first question is, did I get that correctly? Did she say they can be appealed in relation to all of the counts? Yes?
That's what I heard as well, but I want to wait for the written judgment.
So the second follow-up question to that would be, could perhaps Barry Pollock could explain the implications of that, because their original position 2 months ago was that they thought those two grounds might be arguable, but only in relation to 3 of the charges, because they said only 3 of the charges related to journalism. And now, since the evidence from Professor Grimm, who used to be a federal judge, was presented, and Professor Grimm said, actually, the First Amendment would apply to all of them, it seems that they've now reversed their position. That would be quite significant, right?
It's not clear to me from the earlier order of the court whether the court had made up its mind whether this challenge related just to 3 of the counts that were directly related to publication or related to all of the counts. We certainly believed that the First Amendment issues relate to all of the counts, and that's what the UK lawyers argued on behalf of Julian this morning. The United States government argued to the contrary, that at most these issues only relate to 3 of the counts. The court squarely rejected that proposition and is going to hear the appeal with respect to all of the charges.
So they're going to hear in relation to all of them?
That is my understanding. The U.S. tried to confine it to just 3 of the Espionage Act counts, and at least from what the justices said today in court, they rejected that argument and are going to hear the appeal on all of the charges.
Yes, I'm Bill Goodwin from Computer Weekly. Can I ask what the process is next, what happens next? And also, one thing I didn't understand was both sides being ordered to go away and collaborate on an order. What was that all about? And could you explain that for me, for us, please?
Anyway.
Well, I think on Friday, the 24th, which is the parties are going to have communicated to the court their availabilities and so on. And from there, we can expect a hearing to be listed sometime in the future.
What was the court order that they're supposed to agree to?
Just the availabilities and the next steps and so on, the timings.
Penn Norway, wouldn't it be logical that he is now immediately released in waiting for the next round of appeal?
Well, I would assume it is a logical yes. Now he's been granted appeal, and under all normal circumstances, he should be allowed out on bail if that was the question. But I don't know where the lawyers are with that request.
Could you step up to the mic so you're answering the questions, please?
Hi, Ben Quincy Guardian. For Stella. Stella, I think you mentioned earlier that Joe Biden was running out of time to do the right thing. Could you expound on that? Is that a reference to the impending US presidential election? Is that a sort of an implicit fear that Donald Trump would do something different?
Well, I think it's undeniable. Everyone in this room understands that the political configuration in the United States will, basically determines Julian's freedom or imprisonment. And we don't know what will happen. We know that this administration has had a different let's say that during the Trump administration there was much more enthusiasm including in the way that that administration talked about this prosecution. And so, as time has gone by, Julian has been in prison for over 5 years now, as this extradition process has progressed. And the right thing to do from the Biden administration would have been to abandon this case from day one. There should have been a review of this case. It should have been top priority, and in fact, one of the prosecutors who had been working on this case during the Trump administration, I think it was Terwilliger, or I don't know how you pronounce his name, he went into private practice right at the end of the Trump administration and said, well, I expect the Biden administration will probably review this case and might reach a different conclusion. Well, that should have happened from day one. But better late than never, and I think the decision today should send a signal to the Biden administration to look very carefully at this case, which over 40 U.S. law professors have written to the administration and said that this case is an existential threat to the First Amendment, and that should be taken very seriously. And what is the point in pursuing this at this stage? It is just harm to everyone, especially to Julian and to our family. But the harm is also affects protections and long-standing protections that have been intact for hundreds of years in the United States and that are now at grave risk of being fundamentally undermined. And one could argue that this indictment already, just the fact of the indictment, has already very gravely undermined it, but they shouldn't take it any further, and they should just drop it. The only thing that really could somehow go some way to mending the harm that has already been done is to drop the case.
Hi there. Thank you for watching. And for those of you who have been tuning into our live stream, you know the big news of today. Julian Assange had his appeal hearing in London at the UK High Court and learned that he has been granted permission to appeal. It's a partial appeal, and it doesn't mean that the appeal will be granted, but he has been granted permission to appeal the case. So we're going to now go to Chip Gibbons, reporting for Jacobin Magazine, policy director at Defending Rights and Dissent, who was in court today and can talk about what he saw. Chip, can you tell us what you saw today?
Sure. I was in the courtroom today in the overfill room during the hearing. So what happened was we had this ruling in March that in a lot of ways was a very abysmal ruling. It denied many of Julian Assange's potential grounds for appeal and granted 3 extremely narrow grounds for appeal. One was over the assurances of the death penalty. One was over whether or not his free expression rights under the European Human Rights Convention would be violated if he was not allowed to rely on the First Amendment. In the same ruling, though, they stated that prosecuting him for revealing war crimes would not be a free expression problem, and that they made these bizarre statements that only 3 of the charges had anything to do with the First Amendment, the rest were ordinary crimes. And then they also discussed the issue of him facing unfair prejudice due to his nationality. Both the nationality and the relying on the First Amendment comments come from comments made by Gordon Kronberg. Kronberg is the prosecutor in this case. He prosecuted Daniel Hale. He was involved, and I think the tail end of the Sami El-Arian prosecution, there was so many different phases to that persecution. I can't remember which ghoulish national security figure was in which phase. But a person with a really notorious history of anti-Muslim bigotry, of bringing in abusive prosecutions. And he told the court in a sworn declaration that the U.S. might argue that Julian Assange was not entitled to First Amendment rights as a foreign national, at least as it pertained to national defense information. Now, that means, the U.S. is saying, oh, we can prosecute him. Oh, we can prosecute him. We have this robust First Amendment. We can't rely on that. And it means you are treating him differently based on his nationality. So at the start of today's hearing, the defense acknowledged that they found the death penalty assurance sufficient, so that the death penalty issue is no longer in play. The Secretary of State had a lawyer present. The UK Secretary of State, not Anthony Blinken, had a lawyer present who said, we just asked you to remove the death penalty thing. So all of the sides agreed that was met. But the defense argued that the First Amendment and nationality discrimination assurances were not met. They argued that saying he can seek to rely on the First Amendment does not mean he can rely on it. They also noted that Gordon Kromberg never promised to not raise that argument, that there was no First Amendment protections for Assange as a foreign national. And they argued that even if Kromberg did not raise that argument, a court could still independently come to that conclusion. They had their own expert who made those points. And then on the foreign national issue, the United States government put up this preposterous, it was the UK government representing my government, put up this preposterous defense that there's a difference between citizenship and nationality. Yes, I know that's true. Thank you very much. And that Assange would not be discriminated against as a foreign national, but as a matter of law, he's a foreigner. Right? At one point, they literally said this isn't Assange being discriminated against because of his nationality. It's just a matter of law. He's a foreigner on foreign soil. Of course, if he's a foreigner on foreign soil, why are we extraterritorially applying the Espionage Act to him? That's a good question to me. But whenever you're saying we're not discriminating because of his nationality, we're discriminating because he's a foreigner, I think you've sort of lost the argument. And the defense argued that these types of arguments were new. They had not been made at previous stages, and that there should be a hearing on them. The judges adjourned for what was, Stella talked about this during the press conference, for what was supposed to be the press conference, or not for the press conference, to come back and tell us where we're at, which caused quite a lot of humor in the press room when people were answering. We know where we're at. We're at the Royal Court of Justice, because no one knew what this meant. Like, we'll come back in 10 minutes and tell you where we're at. Like, we're on planet Earth, we're in the Milky Way, we're in London. What does that mean? And at some point, one of the journalists in the press room said out loud, it's been 20 minutes, they're making a decision. And when they first went away, there was a big a discussion back and forth of those of us in the press room about whether or not this meant they were making a decision, or whether they would just come back and say, we want to hear more facts, or, why don't we have lunch? But after we hit the 20-minute mark, it was clear that they were going to make a decision. And I'll be very honest, I was pacing because I was not expecting this outcome today. Given the degree of, in the March decision, just sort of the degree of negative things for Assange's case, including that bizarre Article 10 analysis, separate from the Gordon Kromberg issue, where they stated only 3 of the charges pertained to freedom of expression, and those publications had no public interest, including when they said Julian Assange's defense can no longer bring up the fact that the CIA tried to kill him because, well, if we send him to the US, they won't try to kill him, right? This was the level of decision. And what I was reading was, they were very much interested in rubber stamping this, and Gordon Kromberg just did such a terrible job. They couldn't, and they were telegraphing with these assurances. And you have to remember, Julian's attorneys to date were fighting with both hands tied behind their back because of all of the limitations that have been placed on them. This extradition should have been squashed 5 years ago under the political offense exception to the treaty, but they've now decided judges can't rule on that in any treaty anywhere. So it's just every single ruling even when the law is on Julian Assange's side, they rule against him. And on a number of the key issues, the judges have buried their head in the sand. So during that 20, 30 minutes, I really thought they were going to come down and give us the worst possible news. And then they come back and they say, we grant appeal right on leave to appeal on 4 and 5 and denied on this. And everyone's, getting out the list of appeal grounds and trying to figure out what's what. But
right.
Yeah. So I'll stop there. Other people want to talk, I'm sure.
Thank you, Chip. I appreciate you bringing in your perspective from the courtroom. It's great to finally have a ruling that goes for Julian's way. It's been a long time since we've had one of those. It also, unfortunately, means another day in prison for this aging and ailing publisher. Marjorie Cohn is also with us, past president of the National Lawyers Guild. We're also going to hear later from Stephen Rohde, a constitutional lawyer and a former head of the ACLU in Southern California. Marjorie, we know that the parties have been given 4 days to provide an outline for the appeal hearing that has been granted the right to appeal for. Can you talk to us about what the next legal steps are going to be and what this means for Julian coming up?
Yes, Nathan. Well, the bottom line is that Julian Assange's appeal is still alive, and that's the best news. By May 24th, the court said the parties will present an outline of how the hearing will go, and he has now been granted a hearing on these two issues that the court said are pivotal. Then, once the two parties present an outline of how they think the hearing should be structured, the court will set a hearing date and a structure for the hearing. At that hearing, there will be witnesses called, evidence presented, legal arguments made about the statutes, the treaties, the case law, and the requirements of Article 10 sub 1 of the European Convention on Human Rights and Article 81B of the UK Extradition Act are the two legal issues that the court is concerned with. And I want to just briefly read those sections. Article 10 sub 1 of the European Convention on Human Rights says, everyone has the right to freedom of expression. This right shall include freedom to hold opinions and to receive and impart information and ideas without interference by public authority and regardless of frontiers. That's in the European Convention on Human Rights. And then the other issue is based on Article 81B of the UK Extradition Act. And it says that extradition is barred for an individual who might be prejudiced at his trial or punished, detained, or restricted in his personal liberty by reason of his nationality. The focus on that hearing will very likely be the doctrine of separation of powers in the United States, regardless of what the prosecution says that Julian Assange can admit in terms of evidence. It is only the judicial branch, the courts, that decide on the admissibility of evidence. And I know that Steve is going to get into the details of the legal arguments, but that's the structure. So we'll have to wait until the 24th, and then the court will consider the proposals by each side, the government and Julian Assange, and set a hearing date and the contours of that hearing.
Thanks, Marjorie. Stephen, a constitutional lawyer, as I said, a past head of ACLU SoCal. Stephen, thanks for joining us today. Could you give us your interpretation of this ruling and what you think is going to come substantively in this appeal hearing?
Thank you very much. May 20, 2024 is an important date. It's an important date for Julian Assange, and it's an important date for press freedom around the world. It's very important to understand the United States' approach to this issue, and they've been forced by Julian's lawyers and the arguments they've advanced, but forced by these two UK judges to come clean on the US position on freedom of expression as it applies to Julian Assange. these two judges cut through the deference that has been paid to the United States throughout this proceeding, an extraordinary amount of willingness to accept the word of the U.S. government at face value. Let's never forget that originally the extradition request was denied because of fear of Julian's treatment in U.S. prisons and the risk of suicide. And that was cast aside by assurances from the U.S. government. Well, somehow in the last several months, these UK judges have seen through the artifice and the pretending of the U.S. government. And that itself is very important. On the world scene, the deference to the United States is giving way to a more realistic assessment of where the United States stands in international relations, and in this case, in the area of freedom of expression. There was a very terrifying moment for any journalist in the courtroom today when the QC lawyer representing the government of the United States, James Lewis, said the following, and it is U.S. journalists who should be terrified by this statement, irrespective of how the case turns out regarding Julian Assange. Lewis said that Assange's conduct is simply unprotected by the First Amendment. Quote, no one, neither U.S. citizens nor foreign citizens, are entitled to rely on the First Amendment in relation to publication of illegally obtained national defense information, giving the names of innocent sources to their grave and imminent risk of harm. First of all, that statement is misleading and contrary to the evidence that has been adduced at the Chelsea Manning trial and elsewhere that Julian Assange posed any risk regarding the names of innocent sources. But it is the first section of that statement that neither a foreign journalist nor a U.S. journalist has any right to rely on the First Amendment when it comes to the Espionage Act of 1917. Now, the way that this case has played out, if all it was a U.S. case, at this stage, that might be the end. But because we are in a UK court, and because the European Convention of Human Rights presents an umbrella of rights that overlie all of the treaty and legal issues in England, it is the European Convention of Human Rights that prevails. And it is the fourth ground for appeal in this case that I think may ultimately bear the greatest opportunity for Julian to defeat extradition. Because as Marjorie explained, Article 10 is an absolute protection for freedom of expression. In fact, it's so absolute it begins with the word everyone. Everyone has the right to free expression. This does not turn on nationality. This does not turn on foreign citizenship. Everyone has that right, and this prosecution is violating that right. There is now almost a direct syllogism that the government says there is no free expression protection for Julian or any journalist. I think this is the seeds of the end of this prosecution. Now, it will take a long time. They have to agree on a pleading schedule on May 24. There will be legal filings. There will be hearings. I dearly hope the UK system understands by now that Julian should be released into his own recognizance. He should be with his family pending appeal, and that takes place. But ultimately, I think the grounds now exist for this court to realize that this request for extradition violates Article 10 of the European Convention on Human Rights, and that is the pathway for vindication by Julian Assange and for press freedom.
Thank you, Stephen. And just to underscore that point, the point is that Julian would get more protections under the European Convention on Human Rights because, as you say, it protects everyone than he would get here in the United States under the First Amendment. Chip, I'm wondering if we could come back to you and discuss any case law. Is there any precedent for that kind of protection preventing an extradition? Oh, you're muted, Chip.
Well, I was saying I don't actually know the answer to that question. I don't know how. I'm not an expert on European extradition, and my expertise is in the U.S. First Amendment. I'm learning about U.S. extradition as our government continues this 5-year-long attempt to bring a political prisoner to our country and persecute him. But I don't know of any case law specifically on that point.
And I'm wondering, Chip, if you could just give your sense of the judge's questioning and if that might give us any kind of preview for how the tenor of the appeal hearing might go.
Judges were almost completely silent. I don't recall them asking a single question. And then there was this moment at the end where they started whispering on a hot mic. And the only word I could hear was discrimination on the hot mic. And then they said, we'll come back in 10 minutes. And they came back in 30 minutes. They were very mute. It was very hard to read them.
Interesting. And Stephen and Marjorie, please do come in if you have any knowledge of that case law or if there isn't such a precedent. But Marjorie, maybe you could give a feeling for whether you're optimistic or pessimistic. It sounds like Stephen is feeling like the blueprint is starting to be laid for how this prosecution and extradition could be undone. Where's your feeling on that?
Yes, I think this is a very, very positive sign. These two judges could have, like judges before, many of the judges before them on the High Court, dismissed the arguments and they could have said, we accept the U.S. assurances. They're acting in good faith. That's what the High Court has said in the past. The difference here, though, is that these two judges didn't just accept those so-called assurances by the U.S. government at face value, the way their brethren did before. They gave Julian Assange an opportunity to answer that question and set this hearing. Now, I do want to say that the U.S. Supreme Court on this issue of whether or not a foreign national can raise a First Amendment issue in his trial, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled in 2020 in the case of Agency for International Development versus Alliance for Open Society International that, quote, it is long settled as a matter of American constitutional law that foreign citizens outside the United States territory do not possess rights under the U.S. Constitution, unquote. They're going to have a very hard time, the U.S. government, getting around that Supreme Court case, which is a very recent ruling from the Supreme Court. Also, the two judges who made this decision in this hearing had determined that the First Amendment is central to Julian Assange's defense, and that if he is not allowed to raise that would be prejudicial. And I think that's key because as I said before, the separation of powers doctrine in the United States says that the judge, courts, not the prosecutor, the executive, have the right to determine the admissibility of evidence. So I just don't see, if these judges honestly consider these issues, I just don't see how they are going to deny Julian Assange's right to appeal and throw out this argument in order that he be extradited.
Thanks, Marjorie. Stephen, you wanted to come back in on this question.
Yes, I think it's very important to distinguish between these two arguments. First, that Julian head-on has the protection of free expression under the European Convention. The U.S. is playing a very dangerous game because they are addressing the question of discrimination between nationals by having the audacity to say U.S. journalists have no First Amendment protection under the Espionage Act. So they've put down all their cards. They're saying there's no discrimination. We're going to deny Julian a First Amendment defense just as much as we would deny a U.S. journalist a First Amendment defense. And frankly, in that sense, they are right because, as Marjorie has indicated, there are some lower court decisions that do not grant a First Amendment defense under the Espionage Act. This case would have set a precedent to challenge the Espionage Act directly as a violation of the First Amendment. But I think the stronger grounds is the head-on challenge under Article 10, and that the cynical approach the U.S. government has taken has been exposed, and that this high court will see through that and will hold that in this case, the European Convention on Human Rights is a higher law than the U.S. Constitution, at least as it affects a UK proceeding for extradition. And it frankly may leave to another day in the United States a challenge to the Espionage Act under the First Amendment.
Can I
Thank
just
you,
add
Stephen.
one,
Please
Nathan?
do, Marjorie.
Yeah, I want to underscore what Steve just said because it's really, really critical. In the United States, we are not accustomed to looking at courts outside of U.S. courts. Our government poo-poos its treaty obligations and doesn't take them seriously, notwithstanding the Supremacy Clause of the United States that says treaties shall be the supreme law of the land. But in the UK, it is different. The UK is bound by the European Convention on Human Rights and the European Court of Human Rights. And there have been instances where the UK courts have made decisions which have been overturned by the European Court of Human Rights, and the UK courts have to go along with that. So I think we need to keep that in mind. We're not accustomed to these this so-called international law, which is actually part of U.S. law, but our judges, many of our judges, don't seem to understand that. So this is really important that this issue, one of these two issues on which Julian Assange has been granted leave to appeal by the High Court, concerns the right to freedom of expression under the European Convention on Human Rights.
Thank you, Marjorie. It's a really important point. And all three of you are, of course, experts on this case, but also on the Espionage Act. But Chip, you've particularly been working on this for years now. You've been heavily involved in efforts to reform the Espionage Act to try to bring in a public interest defense. Can you talk about the U.S. prosecution's comments about the First Amendment and the fact that even U.S. nationals shouldn't expect First Amendment protections? Can you contextualize that in the history of this Espionage Act repression?
It's not surprising because the U.S. has always maintained that Julian Assange's conduct, and I don't agree with this, obviously, is outside the scope of the First Amendment. It's outside the scope of journalism, that Julian Assange is accused of aiding and abetting, that he's accused of transmitting or publishing national defense information. So that's not at all a surprising argument, even a little bit. And I believe at one point during the trial or the hearing today, they mentioned that Chelsea Manning was denied a First Amendment defense, noting that why then would someone who was complicit in what she had done, obviously it's between a journalist and a source who was complicit in what she had done, why would she be granted a First Amendment defense? I mean, it's really important to remember that, I mean, when it comes to these sorts of issues, the First Amendment and the Espionage Act, the First Amendment is a matter of law, not a matter of fact. So it's not something a jury would ever decide whether or not this violated the First Amendment. What happens is before the trial, someone, and presumably if Julian goes to the U.S., Barry Pollock will challenge the different charges on the basis that they're facially unconstitutional or they're unconstitutional as applied. And that would also come back together during the sentencing phase when they would likely argue, if that had failed, that the court has to prove a higher level of intent. As far as, whether or not, as far as the U.S.'s comments, they're disturbing, but it's also worth remembering that in the March ruling, the judges who made this decision conducted their own Article 10 analysis absent the Gordon Kromberg comment of the case against Julian Assange, and they completely mirrored what the U.S. government said. They said that only 3 of the charges had any First Amendment, had any press freedom application. The remaining charges were routine criminal conduct. Obviously, I reject that very strongly. And in the 3 charges that did have a press freedom aspect, there was no public interest in publishing them. So the UK court hasn't actually differed from the US in how it applies protections for free expression to the publications themselves. The issue has always been about the Kromberg comment about whether or not and this is why I was expecting us to lose today, because they do seem kind of hostile. It's always been about the Kromberg comment about they would argue as a foreign national, he can't rely on the First Amendment. And then what does it mean to rely on the First Amendment is I think, an open question. And they're going to have a hearing on that. And we'll see what they decide then. But I today was absolutely a victory. We absolutely should be celebrating. We don't get enough victories, but I do really want people to be cautious. And my understanding is that Article 10 includes a balancing test. At least that's what people have told me. I'm not an Article 10 expert. And that ruling they made in March did include a balancing test that they did. And again, I don't agree with their ruling, but it's worth pointing out that they have not shown themselves sympathetic to press freedom issues at all beyond this particular point.
Thank you, Chip. And just to be clear on that, so the 3 charges that they're saying are implicated here are the 3 publication charges, and the remaining ones then are attempts, I guess, to criminalize the soliciting, but also the obtaining, the receiving. Yeah. Is that right?
There's 3 categories of espionage charges against Julian Assange. The court made it into 2 categories. It's 3. Some of them are areas where they're trying to impose liability on Julian Assange for actions that Chelsea Manning is alleged to have committed. For example, one of the charges is aiding and abetting Chelsea Manning in giving information she had authorization to someone who did not, Julian Assange. Julian Assange never had authorized access to this information. It's an absurd charge to bring outside the aiding and abetting sphere. On top of the aiding and abetting charges, he is also charged with the receipt of national defense information. And as the defense argued correctly, that the First Amendment does not just apply to publishing, it also applies to news gathering. And in order to publish something, you have to receive it. And then there's the 3rd category of charges, which are the so-called pure publishing charges, where there is no aiding and abetting, and there is, it's not over the receipt of the information. It is explicitly Julian Assange had this information and he put it on the internet. And what the court does there, and this is a legal fiction that I vehemently reject, is to try to pretend the pure publication charges, which I believe are the State Department cables, the Iraq war logs, and the Afghan war logs. I might be wrong. I have this all on a cheat sheet somewhere, but I don't have my cheat sheet in front of me. Is that they're only being criminalized because there were names of informants. Of course, we know there is a separate statute in the U.S. that covers that sort of information that does not apply to Julian Assange. Congress explicitly chose not to cover that type of material. Of course, we know it is a lie to say he was careless. He went through all of these different steps to protect the sources. And of course, we know that the Pentagon Papers included the names of sources. So there's so many. And of course, is a legal fiction to try to separate out the entire publication from these minor things. So that is what the court has done in its past. And in a lot of the arguments they made, they are almost verbatim what Kronberg has said.
Thank you, Chip. Stephen wants to make a final point on this question, and then we're going to be running out of time. So then we'll go to Marjorie Cohn for a final comment. But Stephen, come in on this.
Very briefly, today is a day to celebrate, but I'm not sure we have the keys to the courthouse yet releasing Julian Assange. What's sobering is they're buried in this indictment are charges under the computer intrusion statutes of the United States, separate from the Espionage Act. It remains to be seen whether the High Court will see a free expression defense to the computer intrusion charges. It would be the tail wagging the dog to extradite Julian solely on the computer intrusion charges and not on the Espionage Act, but that's certainly a possibility. Secondly, I want to emphasize how dangerous the Espionage Act itself is to American journalists. This is a loaded gun above the mantle that is faced now at all journalists, because the Assange indictment breaks through the distinction between the leaker and the whistleblower on one side and the publisher on the other side. It's what makes the Assange prosecution so unprecedented for the Trump administration and now the Biden administration to go after a journalist. All of us who care about press freedom need to understand the potent weapon that is emblemized by the Espionage Act. There's a terrific book on the Espionage Act by Ralph Engelman and Carrie Schenkman on a century of repression. It's required reading for anybody who cares about press freedom and the Espionage Act. Finally, there's the work of everybody watching this press conference and this analysis. We cannot sit back on our hands. This is a political prosecution. Chip has made this point. Others have made the point, and therefore it is political. And letters and phone calls should be made to the White House, to the Justice Department. The provisions in Congress of H.R. 934, the bipartisan resolution defending Julian Assange should be supported across the political spectrum, regardless of the various sponsors of that bill. We have to use this moment, as the Australian government is using this moment, as the British legislature is using this moment, and as press freedom groups across the world are using this moment. The writing is on the wall, and we should support the defense of Julian Assange and call for his release.
Thank you so much, Stephen. I'll just note that Democratic Representative Chuy Garcia just joined on to that HRES 934, which calls for dropping the charges against Julian Assange. You can find out more about that and how to get involved at AssangeDefense.org. There's a take action button with a whole lot of different ways to take action. You can call your Congress member, you can text, you can write a letter to your editor. There are a whole lot of ways. We're just going to go to Marjorie Cohn now, former president of National Lawyers Guild, for a final comment on today's reaction panel. Marjorie, take it away.
Yes, Nathan, it's important to remember that Barack Obama, when he was president, prosecuted more whistleblowers under the Espionage Act than all prior presidents combined. But after a secret grand jury determined that it would violate the First Amendment, the Obama administration declined to indict Julian Assange. Well, it was Donald Trump who actually filed the indictment against Julian Assange and started this whole process. And if Joe Biden were honest, and he loves to attach his coattails to my buddy Barack, he would have followed through with what the Obama administration did, the Obama-Biden administration, and dismiss this request for extradition and dismiss the appeal. But instead, the Biden White House, the Biden administration, the Department of Justice has gone full speed ahead in pursuing Donald Trump's indictment of Julian Assange, and all of these things that Steve and Nathan mentioned about what people should do also barrage the White House and the Department of Justice with reminders about how critical it is to follow what the Obama administration did and drop the charges. The Obama administration was concerned with the so-called New York Times problem, which is that WikiLeaks did nothing different than the New York Times and Der Spiegel and the Guardian, etc. And that was to publish classified information. In fact, I think it was about a year ago, maybe a little longer, 5 of those newspapers that published what WikiLeaks did called for the dismissal of the Espionage Act charges. So Biden should continue with that enlightened policy and correct policy of the Obama administration, dismiss this request for extradition, and drop these charges against Julian Assange once and for all.
Thank you, Marjorie. And
I'm applauding you, Marjorie. I'm applauding you. You can't.
And the UK court is
I'm applauding. Yes, that was
giving the U.S. an opportunity to do that. Wholeheartedly agree. And I want to thank you all for watching our reaction panel, and thanks all for watching our live stream today. Thank you to Matthew Ho, Chloe, everyone on the UK team for doing such a great job. Thank you to our panelists today for commenting on this really important development. Please continue to stay tuned for coverage, AssangeDefense.org. Thanks so much, everybody.
Opinion. We have turned down legal opinion. We are turning the world for the better, and we are going forward to free Julian Assange.
In all his life, working in politics, 50 years, he found that ordinary people everywhere hungered for justice and were revulsed at the sight of injustice. And I hold that to be true here today. Thanks and congratulations.
The sun doesn't shine all that much in London, but today a glimpse, one ray of justice. Finally we saw it.
So this is very good news, and let's take it because we've been waiting a long time for any good news in this case. This is a victory. But we hope across the ocean that there are some very uncomfortable people in Washington, D.C. looking at London today and thinking very hard about where to go next, because this does not have to play its way through the courts. We do not have to continue to do this month after month. President Biden could make his legacy to be the president who stops this now, who doesn't let it go any further.
So, join me in the call across the sea. Let it be heard. You are losing. Drop the case.
As a family, we're relieved. But how long can this go on? The United States should read the situation and drop this case now. Now is the moment to do it. Just abandon this shameful attack on journalists, on the press, and the public that has been going on for 14 years.
We have turned round public opinion.